Chapter 2840, Consecutive Breakthroughs. As information from the Sword Saint's legacy flooded Fire Dance's mind, the mana she exuded strengthened and weakened in intervals. It was evident that she had received a lot of inspiration from the legacy. Both her control over mana and understanding of mana rose at a visible rate. Seeing this development, Xinyuan couldn't help growing envious. Truthfully, he had constantly been thinking of using the Sword Saint's legacy himself ever since he received it. However, he also understood that he wouldn't benefit much from it. This was because the current bottleneck he faced wasn't related to mana, but his concentration. To raise the strength of his mana body to a whole new level, he needed to raise his concentration to a point where he could control his mana body with a threefold manipulation method. Hence, using the Sword Saint's legacy now would simply be a waste. I should start training and adapting to a threefold manipulation method as well. Xinyuan smiled involuntarily when he saw everyone in the room improving rapidly. Then he sat down and began his own training. Back when he was in the ancient god's domain, his concentration standard had only been at the Tier 4 intermediate standard. Among Tier 4 existences, that wasn't anything to brag about. However, merging with the Tier 4 Hellfire had thoroughly tempered his concentration. He now estimated that his concentration was at the Tier 4 peak standard already. He should be only one step away from reaching the Tier 5 standard and achieving world creation. Of course, just elevating his concentration standard to Tier 5 wouldn't be enough to achieve world creation. He would still need to become a Grandmaster Magician first. This was also the main reason many players and NPCs couldn't achieve world creation even after reaching Tier 5. After all, becoming a Grandmaster Magician was incredibly challenging. Generally, most people capable of becoming a Grandmaster Magician were lifestyle Grandmasters. Yet, most of these lifestyle Grandmasters were unsuited for combat and were incapable of reaching Tier 5, only reaching Tier 4 best. This situation was especially obvious among players. In the past, over 70% of experts that had achieved world creation were lifestyle Grandmasters stuck at Tier 4, and many experts who had risen to Tier 5 couldn't help envying those players. After all, the disparity in combat power between individuals with and without world creation was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even at Tier 5, world creation could still influence a battle, following which time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by already. Amid Xinyuan's repeated attempts at executing a threefold manipulation method, the mana fire dance exuded suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. Her rapid transformation even kicked up a mana storm, the phenomenon startling everyone in the room. What's going on with Biss's fire? The mana she's exuding is so powerful. Flying Shadow exclaimed. He was thunderstruck when he saw the white mist wreathing Fire Dance's body. She should have broken through her mana body's limits. Turtle Dove said enviously. No, this shouldn't be just a simple breakthrough, Alluring Summer said, shaking her head. I've broken through the 100% threshold as well. Yet compared to Fire Dance right now, the phenomenon my breakthrough created was much weaker. Even if she achieved her breakthrough at Tier 4, the reaction shouldn't be so exaggerated. Alluring Summer had much greater authority when talking about breaking through the mana body's limits, since she had unlocked her mana body to 102% potential already. Back when Alluring Summer broke through, her mana body had indeed undergone a qualitative transformation and provoked a powerful reaction in her surroundings. However, that reaction was much more subdued than Fire Dance's. At this time, the mana surrounding Fire Dance was already almost liquid. Even if Alluring Summer factored in the special environment of this room and the fact that Fire Dance was at Tier 4, a breakthrough in the mana body's limits still shouldn't generate such a powerful reaction. Several more minutes later, Fire Dance finally stabilized her mana, and an excited expression immediately appeared on her face. Guild Leader, I succeeded, Fire Dance said as she looked at Xinyuan excitedly. My mana body is currently at a 107% completion rate. If you give me a little more time, I can even reach 110%. She had heard plenty regarding the mana body from Xinyuan. According to him, After breaking through the 100% threshold, the mana body would see further qualitative transformations at the 105% and 110% thresholds. Although she had yet to reach a 110% completion rate, with the information the Sword Saint's legacy provided and the Ancient Beast statue's effect, she was now confident of reaching that threshold. At that time, her combat power would definitely surpass Violet Cloud's. After all, Violet Cloud's mana body was only at a 108% completion rate right now. You reached 107% on the first breakthrough. Xinyuan was shocked. Normally, a player couldn't reach or exceed 105% on their first breakthrough. Even Violet Cloud was no exception. After all, players would need to overhaul the method they used to manipulate their mana body to reach this threshold. Nevertheless, Fire Dance had skated through this process. The improvement she achieved was beyond remarkable. That Sword Saint had a very thorough understanding of the mana body. His explanations were also simple to understand. It's a pity that I'm not a swordsman myself. Otherwise, I would have improved even more, Fire Dance said regretfully. If this legacy is given to Shadow Sword and the others, they should have a very easy time breaking through the 110% threshold. If you used it, you would probably achieve even more astonishing results, Guild Leader. The legacy actually has such great effects. Xinyuan couldn't help feeling tempted by Fire Dance's words. However, he still suppressed his agitated heart in the end and said calmly, "I'll pass for now. However, we can let Shadow Sword and the other swordsmen use the legacy once they reach Tier 4. Anyone with a physical class can also use it if they manage to break through the 100% threshold." Xinyuan was indeed very tempted to use the Sword Saint's legacy and go beyond his mana body's present 110% completion rate. He might even be lucky enough to reach a 115% completion rate. If that happened, he would have full confidence in completing the Divine Dragon's trial. However, his current priorities were developing his concentration standard and improving his understanding of magic arrays. So long as he succeeded in doing so, combined with the Sword Saint's legacy, he could develop his mana body beyond even a 115% completion rate. In fact, once he reached level 150, he could even start trying to create a personalized mana body. After all, not every Tier 5 expert in the past had started creating personalized mana bodies only after exceeding the 110% completion rate. Many of these Tier 5 experts had tried and succeeded even at 109% and 110%. This was because there was no integral connection between a mana body's completion rate and the creation of a personalized mana body. Having a higher completion rate only meant that a player was more familiar with the mana body they currently had. At most, this familiarity would grant the player an easier time in creating a personalized mana body. It wasn't essential. As for the matter of sharing the Sword Saint's legacy, if it were possible, he would prefer to let only Tier 4 swordsmen use it. However, given the circumstances, Zero Wing didn't have 7 more Tier 4 swordsmen suitable. Hence, he had no choice but to loosen the condition. That way, the guild could produce more above-average Tier 4 players. Understand. Fire Dance nodded. Over the next 10 days, Zero Wing's core executives achieved significant breakthroughs, one after another, thanks to the Ancient Beast statue. In addition, as the guild had discovered quite a number of Tier 4 legacy lands in the Arctic Canyon, everyone began challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests. As for Fire Dance, after reaching a 110% completion rate with her mana body, she led an exploration team into the Arctic Canyon, drastically increasing Zero Wing's income, particularly of top-tier level 130 plus equipment and materials. The amount of equipment and materials Zero Wing was currently raking in surpassed even that of ordinary superpowers. Among the harvests Zero Wing made, the most notable one was 7 Luminaries crystals. Because the Arctic Canyon's team dungeons dropped small quantities of 7 Luminaries crystals, Zero Wing earned over 600 units of 7 Luminaries crystal in just 10 short days. Even Xinyuan was astonished by this harvest. He never thought that the Arctic Canyon would be so rich in resources. Fire Dance's team was responsible for more than half of the 7 Luminaries crystals earned. At this time, He could already foresee that once Zero Wing gained more and more Tier 4 players, the guild's income of 7 Luminaries crystals would reach staggering levels. Meanwhile, Shifeng had been relatively free compared to Fire Dance and the others these past 10 days. He was also only half a step away from successfully implementing the threefold manipulation method on his mana body. However, during this time, huge events had also taken place in God's Domain one after another. Firstly, there was the appearance of Saint Heart City. Secondly, the various superpowers had received news that Xinyuan had his qualifications as the Starline Corporation's heir stripped due to his numerous failures, and that his game account had gotten crippled. This unexpected development placed heavy pressure on the heirs of the major corporations leading the various superpowers. Thirdly, the first batch of players belonging to Zero Wing's allies had entered Zero Wing City. When these 20,000 players entered the city, Zero Wing's allies instantly understood Zero Wing City's value. For a time, Zero Wing City's entry slots enjoyed even greater popularity. However, the best piece of news for Zero Wing was Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yuuru, Yin Tianxing, and Iluafei's successful promotion to Tier 4. Their success had instantly boosted Zero Wing's overall combat power by a large margin, and exploring the Arctic Canyon became a lot easier. Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Sure enough, breaching the Grandmaster Magician threshold isn't an easy task. A pale-faced Shifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Tier 3 mana set equipment he had just produced. After several days of research, he concluded that only 2 methods would let him achieve threefold manipulation: developing his concentration to the Tier 5 standard and becoming a Grandmaster Magician. For the time being, developing his concentration to the Tier 5 standard was nigh impossible since it required fortuitous encounters and undergoing tempering. This left him with raising his magician rank. Producing Tier 3 mana set equipment was one of the ways that could help him do so, because the most difficult aspect of producing the set was engraving its magic array. Although the system deemed the set's magic array as only a master magic array, it rivaled even Grandmaster magic arrays in complexity. If he could successfully engrave the entire magic array in one go, he wouldn't be far off from becoming a Grandmaster Magician. Unfortunately, even after working for several days consecutively and producing more than 200 sets of Tier 3 mana set equipment, he still couldn't engrave the set's magic array in one go. He felt as if an invisible barrier was preventing him from advancing. Meanwhile, Shifeng also happened to reach level 150, the threshold where he could get promoted to Tier 5. Guild Leader, you previously asked the Boulder Corporation to look into Phoenix Rain's little sister, right? At this time, Liang Jing suddenly contacted Shifeng. They just sent back news that Phoenix Rain's little sister should be staying in Haitian City's upper zone. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, alright, got it. Nodding, Shifeng promptly chose to log out of God's Domain and decided to pay Haitian City's upper zone. Apart from checking up on Phoenix Rain's little sister, he could also use this opportunity to broaden his business circle to Haitian City's upper zone. Every upper zone had its own contribution competition. Since the various corporations were placing such heavy importance on this season's competition, it would be a huge waste not to take advantage of it and make a killing. After all, Zero Wing was already a massive organization that had many mouths to feed. A large number of newcomers with great potential had even joined the guild's headquarters recently. There were also the resources needed to nurture Zero Wing's executives. With all the guild's resource requirements, simply relying on the 5-state corporation would be far from enough. Chapter 2841, Mental Strength Training House, Haitian City. Upper Zone. A luxury hover car slowly landed in front of the upper zone's entrance. A man and a woman then got out of the car, their appearance instantly attracting the hundreds of teenage boys and girls waiting by the entrance. This man and woman were none other than Shifeng and Mushin. However, all of the teenagers focused on Mushin, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Why is the Boulder Corporation's heir here at Haitian City's upper zone? Could she be transferring to our upper zone? That's impossible. I heard that Mushin broke through recently and acquired Grade 1 authority in Yuantian City's upper zone. Moreover, not only does she have the Boulder Corporation's full support, but the base layer supervisor is also quite supportive of her. At this rate, she might enter the middle layer of Yuantian City's upper zone. Why would she want to come to our upper zone? The teenage boys and girls began a heated discussion among themselves when they saw Mushin. They couldn't understand why a big shot like her would suddenly come to Haitian City's upper zone. Mushin, on the other hand, paid no attention to the teenagers discussing her. She behaved as if these people did not exist at all. Why are there so many people taking Haitian City's test? It's more than 10 times the number I saw at Yuantian City, Shifeng asked, astonished when he saw the crowd thronging the entrance. When he took the test to enter Yuantian City's upper zone, there had only been several dozen other people taking the test with him. Such a huge difference between upper zones was incredible. Haitian City's upper zone is more populous than Yuantian City's upper zone. It was also constructed a little earlier. Looking at the teenagers waiting by the entrance, Mushin shook her head and explained, "However, these people aren't talents the Green God Company is nurturing internally. They were born inside Haitian City's upper zone. Also, this place is holding its annual evaluation, which is why so many people are here. The corporations behind these people will use the test results to determine their future successors and daily resource allocations. For these people, this period will most likely be the most competitive period of their lives." At this point, a hint of frustration darkened Mushin's eyes. It was precisely because of this competition that her relationship with Crue wasn't particularly good. Compared to life in the outside world, life in an upper zone was much harsher. I see. So that's why these children have such astonishing physical fitness, Shifeng commented. When he looked at the teenagers before him, he couldn't help sighing ruefully. He had to admit that the upper zone's children were indeed amazing. From what he could see, every one of these teenagers could easily beat up martial artists below the master standard. This wasn't a standard the youths born and living in the outside world could match. Having such amazing physical fitness at such a young age, these teenagers would become even more amazing once they entered God's domain. Let alone reaching Tier 4, they could very well reach Tier 5. At this moment, Shifeng finally understood why the various superpowers had so many Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. He could produce many Tier 4 experts just from the group of youngsters in front of him. "Let's hurry inside." Taking a look at the time, Mushin said, "If we wait until the mental path activates like last time, it'll be even more difficult to find that girl you mentioned. After all, we are residents of Yuantian City's upper zone, not of Haitian City's upper zone." Shifeng nodded in response and followed Mushin straight into Haitian City's upper zone. Although a person could freely visit all upper zones once they had a registered ID, the upper zones operated like independent organizations and competed with each other. In fact, some of the tasks the Green God Company assigned to the various upper zones were dependent on the performance of each upper zone. Hence, the residents of every upper zone were somewhat hostile toward the residents of other upper zones. Under normal circumstances, an upper zone's resident wouldn't visit another upper zone. After all, one mistake could easily result in a fight. Upon seeing Mushin and Shifeng walking straight into the upper zone, the teenagers standing by the entrance couldn't help envying them. This was because people older than 20 who could enter the upper zone directly had already obtained IDs in the upper zone. These people wouldn't have to struggle to enter the upper zone, unlike themselves. Who's that man? Why is a person like Mushin escorting him? He might be the son of some big shot living on the middle layer. Otherwise, why would someone of Mushin's stand and guide him? Damn it, this is too enviable. If I were the son or nephew of a mental strength master, I wouldn't have to struggle here so desperately. I could even enter one of the middle layer's mansions for training. At this time, the teenagers waiting by the entrance couldn't help gazing at Shifeng with jealous eyes. As children of major corporations, they might be objects of envy for the people living in the outside world, but they were nothing in the upper zone. Only the big shots living in the upper zone's middle layer would garner respect from the upper zone's residents. After entering Haitian City's upper zone, Shifeng found that this place was indeed more populous than Yuan City's upper zone. In fact, one could even consider it more prosperous. Not only were there high-rises all over the upper zone, but there was also something called the Mental Strength Training House here. Such a facility did not exist in Yuan City's upper zone. The Mental Strength Training House wasn't particularly large. The entire building was only 2 stories tall, with the footprint of a basketball court. Yet, a crowd waited to enter this small building, including children of major corporations and the Green God Company's talents. There were even direct successors of major corporations standing in line. This was a sight that definitely couldn't be found in Yuan City's upper zone. In fact, even Muxin felt an urge to enter the Mental Strength Training House when she saw it. However, she could only let this urge fade away. This was because the notice outside the training house very clearly stated that only those with Grade 2 authority or above in Haitian City's upper zone could use the training house. People of other upper zones would not be allowed entry at all. Aren't upper zones open to all residents with ID? Shifeng was confused when he saw the notice. Why is there such a rule in Haitian City's upper zone? Isn't this unfair to people of other upper zones? The upper zone placed extreme importance on mental strength. One could easily imagine how attractive a place capable of helping a person improve their mental strength would be for the residents of the various upper zones. There's no helping this. The Mental Strength Training House is a resource Haitian City's upper zone won after competing with the other upper zones. Hence, the Green God Company gave the residents of Haitian City's upper zone exclusive use of it. It is also why many more corporations are willing to invest in Haitian City compared to the other upper zones, Muxin said, shaking her head. A bitter smile appearing on her face, she added, if not for the Boulder Corporation having deep roots in Yuan City, we would have most likely moved the focus of our development to Haitian City already. Muxin's words didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although he had not experienced the training house's effects, mental strength was everything in the upper zone. It would naturally be very attractive to the various corporations. In fact, Shifeng also felt tempted to transfer to Haitian City's upper zone. After all, his concentration was currently bottlenecked at the Tier 4 peak standard. Thus far, he had already used 3 Phantom Potions, yet he was still nowhere near the Tier 5 concentration standard. While Shifeng and Muxin were conversing, an argument suddenly broke out in front of the training house. Lu Tiendi, I've already said my adventure team will never join you. A fair-skinned girl sporting a double ponytail and wearing light blue sportswear glared at a handsome and dapper young man in his early 20s, her eyes blazing with indescribable rage. However, the young man in question paid no heed to the girl's anger at all. Instead, a robust, middle-aged man standing beside him smiled and said, Miss Ji Lerong, you are free to refuse my young master's invitation. But if you do, you can forget about obtaining resources from anyone in this upper zone from now on. You should understand very clearly that my young master has the power to blacklist you. None of the people present dared to refute the middle-aged man's words. In fact, nobody stepped forward to champion the girl. This was because Lu Tiendi was the Starline Corporation's new heir. With the Starline Corporation's influence in Haitian City's upper zone, it will be child's play for it to prevent the upper zone's residents from selling resources to a specific individual. Looking at the girl named Ji Lerong, the middle-aged man chuckled and said, Miss Ji, I advise you to listen obediently to my young master's words and have your entire adventurer team join us. Otherwise, you shouldn't think of staying in Haitian City's upper zone anymore because nobody here will sell you any resources. You shouldn't even think of asking your older sister for help, either. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at the middle-aged man's words. Many of the corporate children present looked at Ji Lerong sympathetically. In Haitian City's upper zone, even major corporations wouldn't dare to offend the Starline Corporation outright, let alone an individual with no background. If Ji Lerong refused Lu Tiendi's demand, everyone could already foresee the girl having to leave the upper zone shortly after due to a lack of resources. However, as Ji Lerong remained silent, the middle-aged man smiled triumphantly, and the spectating crowd sighed ruefully a low voice suddenly resounded in the area. Is that so? What if I want to sell resources to this young lady? Chapter 2842, Silent Upper Zone. A deathly silence suddenly fell over the area as everyone turned toward the voice's origin. What entered everyone's sight was an ordinary-looking young man clad in dark gray, casual wear. Besides his ordinary appearance, the young man also felt no different from an ordinary passerby. This person was none other than Xinyuan. Although he had grown a lot taller as his physical fitness improved, he still couldn't change his plain appearance. Who is that guy? Isn't he a little too courageous? That guy is dead for sure. Even the successors of the other major corporations here wouldn't dare blatantly refute Lu Tiandi's words. Could this guy be a newcomer to the upper zone? The gathered people were astonished as they looked at Xinyuan. They never imagined that such an ignorant person could exist in Haitian City's upper zone. If it were the Starline Corporation of the past, there would still be many people who would dare go against it. They definitely wouldn't let Lu Tiandi, who was merely the corporation's heir, act so arrogantly. Even Lu Xinyuan, the corporation's previous heir, hadn't dared behave like Lu Tiandi was behaving now. However, Lu Tiandi's background was different from Lu Xinyuan's. Lu Tiandi had caught the eye of one of the middle layer's big shots at a young age and had been secretly nurtured by this big shot since then. Only after Lu Tiandi had replaced Lu Xinyuan as the Starline Corporation's new successor had this matter gotten exposed. Due to this revelation, the Starline Corporation's status in Haitian City's upper zone had instantly skyrocketed. Now, even the other major corporations operating in the base layer had no choice but to tuck their tails in front of the Starline Corporation. Otherwise, Ikue, Lu Tiandi's butler, wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant, openly making such a bold statement in public. Ji Lerong, who had been standing silently in front of the training house all this time, couldn't help turning to Xinyuan in surprise and confusion. She never thought that someone would be willing to stand up for her. At the same time, though, she couldn't help worrying for Xinyuan. This was because she was well aware of Lu Tiandi's extraordinary identity. He was destined to live in the middle layer, and even the Green God Company would have to show him a certain degree of respect. Kid, it seems you're quite courageous, huh? Do you not know who my young master is? Ikue asked as he looked at Xinyuan coldly. Or do you intend to make an enemy of the Starline Corporation? Ikue had just stated that so long as Lu Tiandi gave the word, nobody in Haitian City's upper zone would dare trade resources with Ji Lerong. Yet, no sooner had he made this declaration than Xinyuan announced his intention to trade with Ji Lerong. Xinyuan had basically slapped the Starline Corporation's face. Upon hearing Ikue's words, many people present frowned at Xinyuan worriedly. Everyone could tell that Ikue was up to no good. The middle-aged man was escalating a trivial matter into a problem that concerned the reputation of the entire Starline Corporation. If Xinyuan dared to say anything more now, the consequences were unimaginable. He might even face a similar end as Ji Lerong's and get kicked out of the upper zone eventually. After all, it was incredibly difficult to live in the upper zone without resources. When Ji Lerong heard Ikue's words, she gritted her teeth and resolved to stop Xinyuan from championing her. However, just as she was about to take action, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before her. "Little girl, you don't need to worry about him," Mushin said. Looking at Ji Lerong's worried expression, Mushin smiled and continued. Even the Starline Corporation wouldn't dare do anything against him. Xinyuan not only possessed Grade 1 authority in the upper zone, but was also a neutralizing Grandmaster. Let alone the measly heir of the Starline Corporation. Even if the Starline Corporation's current owner were here, he wouldn't be able to do anything against Xinyuan. Looking at Mushin's dazzling beauty, Ji Lerong could tell that Mushin had an extraordinary background, which should mean that Xinyuan did as well. However, she still couldn't help worrying. But before Ji Lerong could say anything more, however, a low voice resounded throughout the area once more. "So what if I am?" These 5 simple words instantly created a commotion among the spectating crowd. Is he crazy? He's actually openly making an enemy of the Starline Corporation? Does he not know what death is? If it were the Starline Corporation of the past, even the upper zone's ordinary corporate children wouldn't fear offending it. After all, they were all residents of the upper zone's base layer. Why should they be afraid of each other? However, the situation was different now that the Starline Corporation had the backing of a middle-layer big shot. That big shot could just make some random excuse and have them removed from the upper zone temporarily. Once they were outside the safe haven known as the upper zone, the Starline Corporation would have plenty of means to deal with them. Upon hearing Shifeng's response, Ikue was momentarily dumbfounded as well. After snapping out his daze, he bellowed, "Punk, it seems you really are itching for a beating. In that case, I'll help you loosen those bones of yours." Although the Green God Company prohibited fighting in the upper zone, the company would turn a blind eye to small conflicts in private settings. So long as one did not go too far, the Green God Company wouldn't look too deeply into the matter. After all, disputes were bound to occur wherever people gathered. However, if anyone dared to take things too far, the Green God Company was bound to dish out a severe penalty. In fact, many corporations and forces had gotten banished from the upper zone and suffered an early demise because they had crossed this line. Hence, nobody would dare to openly defy the Green God Company's rules. The next moment, Ikue stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. The impact of his feet shook the ground slightly and even left a deep footprint behind on the cement. As his body shot forward, Ikue punched, perfectly integrating his fist speed with the speed of his moving body. His fist generated explosive noises due to this perfect combination as it collided with the air. Evidently, his punch had already exceeded the speed of sound. A sonic boom. He's a Xinyuan Grandmaster. When everyone heard the explosive noises, they stared at Ikue in shock. The upper zone's environment allowed one to develop one's physical fitness rapidly. In fact, even developing one's physical fitness to the standard of a Xinyuan Master or a half-step Xinyuan Grandmaster wouldn't be a problem. However, those who could actually overcome the final hurdle and become a Xinyuan Grandmaster were incredibly rare. Even in the upper zone, such people were considered top-tier experts and treated as VIPs by major corporations. These corporations would even be willing to grant a Xinyuan Grandmaster the position of elder to rope in such individuals. This was because every Xinyuan Grandmaster was no different from a humanoid beast. Hence, everyone couldn't believe that Ikue was serving as a mere butler of a corporation successor, despite being a Xinyuan Grandmaster. Let alone the spectators. Even Mushin was astonished by this situation. Only two people weren't surprised by this situation: Lu Tiendi and Ji Lurong. "It's over." Ji Lurong reflexively shut her eyes at this sight. She had found out that Ikue was a Xinyuan Grandmaster only because Ikue himself had revealed his strength to her during one of their previous meetings. Hence, she knew that Ikue wasn't just an ordinary butler, but was also a terrifying bodyguard. If Shifeng got struck by Ikue's punch, he would be fortunate to leave with only a few broken bones. It wouldn't be strange if he ended up hospitalized for half a month. Boom! The next moment, as if a grenade had exploded, the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the area. Even those standing over a dozen meters away felt the intense impact. Almost everyone present shut their eyes subconsciously. After all, they could easily imagine the outcome that awaited those struck by a Xinyuan Grandmaster. If a Xinyuan Grandmaster managed to land a square blow, they could kill a bull with one hit. Even a neutralizing Grandmaster would end up with broken bones if they got struck by a Xinyuan Grandmaster. Meanwhile, the sound of an impact meant that Ikue's punch landed on Shifeng. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, when everyone opened their eyes again, they were dumbfounded. How is this possible? At this time, not only was Shifeng completely intact, but he had actually caught Ikue's iron fist with just one hand. Ikue himself was surprised by this situation. He never thought that his punch would meet with such a result. "You've made your move." Holding on to Ikue's fist, Shifeng looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly, "Is it my turn now?" Chapter 2843. Shocking the upper zone, Shifeng's words seemed to stimulate Ikue, the latter's face immediately turning ashen. Ikuei was indeed surprised that Shi Feng had blocked his punch, but that was merely because he had not expected that Shi Feng would actually be a neutralizing Grandmaster. Moreover, although his previous punch seemed fierce and domineering, he had actually used only about half of his strength. After all, he would be in big trouble if he created too much of a scene. At that time, even Liu Tianyi wouldn't be able to protect him. However, Ikuei never thought that Shi Feng would take advantage of this fact and turn him into a laughingstock in the eyes of the crowd. He was a dignified Honglian Grandmaster. Even the owners of international corporations would have to be polite to him and treat him as a VIP when meeting him. As for neutralizing Grandmasters, they could only cower in fear in front of him. He had never once suffered such humiliation before. "You bastard!" Ikuei took a step forward and punched with his other hand. Half-step collapsing punch. This time, Ikuei did not hold back at all. The only thing on his mind was to make Shi Feng regret his words. Shi Feng responded to this second attack in a similar manner, extending his other hand to catch the punch. He didn't seem to have noticed that Ikuei's present punch was different from the one before. Upon seeing this, Ikuei sneered. A punch carrying 50% of his strength indeed wouldn't pose a threat to a neutralizing Grandmaster. A neutralizing Grandmaster could easily block the attack by relying on technique. However, it was a different story for a punch carrying his full strength. A neutralizing Grandmaster who tried blocking such an attack would definitely end up with broken bones. Yet, Shi Feng was ignorantly trying to receive his punch using the exact same method. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as Ikuei's fist collided with Shi Feng's palm. The shockwave generated by the impact this time was much stronger than before. Nevertheless, Ikuei was still dumbfounded as he looked at Shi Feng. This was because the result of his second punch was exactly the same as his first. Shi Feng had still caught his fist without fail. Did I subconsciously hold back in fear of getting into trouble? Inevitably, such a thought occurred to Ikuei. After all, this was the only reasonable explanation he could think of for this situation. Otherwise, how could a neutralizing Grandmaster possibly receive his full-powered punch? However, Shi Feng did not give Ikuei any time to react at all. Immediately, he pushed Ikuei's hands aside and executed a palm strike on the latter's chest. The palm strike was so fast that the attack had already connected with Ikuei's chest before he realized what was going on. However, even after noticing the attack, Ikuei paid no attention to it at all. As a Honglian Grandmaster, he had long since developed an instinctual defensive mechanism. Whenever his body received an attack, his muscles would tighten, giving them a toughness resembling steel and neutralizing the attack's impact. If neutralizing Grandmasters were proud of their techniques, then Honglian Grandmasters were proud of their physical body's toughness. In simpler terms, a Honglian Grandmaster was someone trained to take hits and dish out devastating blows. Even if a Honglian Grandmaster managed to land only 1 out of 100 attacks on a neutralizing Grandmaster, this one attack would end the fight instantly. Boom! Ikuei stood steadily even after receiving Shi Feng's palm strike. He also looked at Shi Feng in silent contempt. Nobody present found it surprising that Shi Feng's attack had no effect on Ikuei either. This was because Honglian Grandmasters were precisely this powerful. They were truly monsters in human skin, and trying to harm these monsters with the hands and feet of ordinary humans was an utter joke. This was also why the various major corporations in the upper zone would desperately try to recruit or befriend Honglian Grandmasters. "Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, you can't hurt me." Patting his clothes, Ikuei said disdainfully, "On the other hand, how long do you think your stamina can hold out against my attacks?" A neutralizing Grandmaster's ability to exert complete control over their physical body was indeed extraordinary. However, when it came to stamina, a neutralizing Grandmaster was far from comparable to a Honglian Grandmaster. A Honglian Grandmaster could fight 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In contrast, a neutralizing Grandmaster would be fortunate to last even half a day. Hence, Neutralizing grandmasters would frequently curse Xinyuan grandmasters as merely a bunch of simple-minded brutes with well-developed bodies. Spectating from the sidelines, Muxin grew worried when she saw this situation. She never thought that Lu Tiandi would have a Xinyuan grandmaster as his bodyguard. The Boulder Corporation had to pay a great price just to get a Xinyuan grandmaster to become one of its elders. Moreover, apart from the Boulder Corporation's master, everyone else in the corporation treated this Xinyuan grandmaster with awe and respect. Yet, Lu Tiandi actually had such a powerful expert working as his henchman. It was ineffective. Shifeng also couldn't help looking at Yi Kuei in surprise. Ever since his concentration had reached the Tier 4 peak standard, his control over his body in the real world had improved by a significant margin. After factoring in his improved physical fitness, he now even dared to apply some of the techniques he used in God's domain in the world. This was also why Shifeng had provoked Yi Kuei. He was very curious to find out where his current limits lay. When Shifeng was catching Yi Kuei's second punch, he hadn't just caught the attack with an open palm. Instead, he had executed 3 rapid palm strikes against Yi Kuei's fist. In other words, he had used the 3 extreme slashes technique, a simplified version of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. As Shifeng had executed his 3 palm strikes against Yi Kuei's fist almost in the same instant, it was practically impossible for the human body to tell that it wasn't just 1 but 3 separate attacks. Thus, Shifeng had succeeded in blocking Yi Kuei's full-powered punch. Otherwise, even if his physical fitness had improved a lot after he began living in the upper zone, he would still have to avoid Yi Kuei's full-powered attack. Meanwhile, the offensive palm strike Shifeng executed against Yi Kuei was currently his strongest attack. 4 extreme slashes. From an outsider's perspective, Shifeng's attack would look like an ordinary palm strike. In reality, his attack consisted of 4 palm strikes executed in rapid succession on the same location. This attack placed a heavy burden on his mental strength, and he couldn't use it a second time, even if he wanted to. Looking at Shifeng's surprised expression, Yi Kuei smiled. "Kid, now it's my turn." Just when Yi Kuei thought to attack again, his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground willy-nilly. His breathing became stifled, and he had difficulty even speaking. In fact, even his vision started to blur. These abrupt changes discombobulated Yi Kuei. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. What the hell did you do to me?" Struggling to lift his head, Yi Kuei gaped at Shifeng in confusion. He simply couldn't wrap his mind around how Shifeng had managed to injure him so severely with just a palm strike. Now he found even standing up from the ground difficult. The spectators were likewise surprised when they saw Yi Kuei collapse to the ground. He defeated a Xinyuan grandmaster in 1 strike. Who is this guy? At this time, the onlookers eyed Shifeng as if he were a monster. They even began wondering whether the scene before them was staged. After all, who could possibly believe that a Xinyuan grandmaster would fall from just 1 palm strike? I think I know who he is. Some time ago, 2 people managed to pass Yuantian City's mental path together. One of these people was even someone the Boulder Corporation brought in using its reserve slots. According to the rumors, that person was Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. Although this guy looks different from God's Domain's Black Flame, they should be the same person. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU what? He's the guy responsible for dragging down the Starline Corporation's Lu Xinluo. Among the crowd, some people who kept tabs on Yuantian City's upper zone recognized Shifeng. For a time, the street bubbled with commotion. Nobody had thought that Black Flame, the mythical sword emperor of God's domain, would actually appear in their upper zone. Moreover, the man had even defeated a Xinyuan grandmaster with a single palm strike. His strength was simply terrifying. So, he is the Black Flame Big Sis told me about? Ji Luron gaped in shock as she looked at Shifeng. After all, Black Flame was currently rumored to be the strongest person in God's domain right now. He was in existence even the 5 great super guilds had to tiptoe around. Chapter 2844, God's Domain's Black Flame. So, that why he dared to stand against Lu Tiandi. He's the one responsible for Lu Xingluo's removal. Lu Tiandi will probably have to tread cautiously around him. Amazing. As expected of Black Flame, I never thought that he would be the person who received Grade 1 authority in Yuantian City recently. This is interesting. It seems Lu Tiandi has met his match. Everybody present knew of Black Flame, but they did not know much about Black Flame's identity in the real world. After all, they had many things they needed to handle. How could they possibly have the time to look into the real-world identity of every famous expert in God's domain? Only if they were particularly interested in a specific person would they spend some money to commission a detailed investigation. Not to mention, Black Flame was someone who had never publicly declared his God's domain identity in the real world. This made it even more difficult to investigate his situation. Only superpowers that paid close attention to Zero Wing would know of Black Flame's identity. While most people did not know of Black Flame's identity in the real world, it was a different story for the name Black Flame itself. This name was far too well known in God's domain. Not only was this name involved in many iconic battles in the game, but it was also behind the creation of many miracles. In fact, many of Black Flame's battle videos had circulated through the various kingdoms and empires' forums and were regarded as a paradigm for swordsmen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that almost every player operating on the Eastern Continent would know Black Flame's name. Needless to say, residents of upper zones like themselves, who were expert players in God's domain, would definitely know of Black Flame. Although Zero Wing started out as a guild with no backing or background, it was now publicly recognized as a superpower. Compared to the various superpowers that had relied on powerful organizations to gain their strength, the influence Zero Wing had over the public was many times greater. In fact, Zero Wing's influence over the virtual gaming industry almost rivaled the 5 great super guilds already. Zero Wing had already become an absolute titan in God's domain. Thus, Ji Luorong felt like she was dreaming when she looked at her phone. While the onlookers were discussing quietly among themselves, Lu Tiandi, who had been silently spectating the situation all this time, suddenly approached her phone. "It seems I have been impolite. I didn't think that you would be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame," Lu Tiandi said as he looked at Shi Feng with a friendly smile. He also gave off an indescribably calm feeling, betraying no anger over Shi Feng having heavily injured his butler. "Hello, my name is Lu Tiandi, the current guild leader of Starlink. You have truly helped me a bunch by defeating Lu Xingluo, guild leader Black Flame. Otherwise, I would most likely have to expend a lot of time and effort to take over Starlink. No need for thanks. You and I are not allies," Shi Feng retorted nonchalantly. Others might not know about Lu Tiandi, but Shi Feng had a very deep understanding of him. This was because Lu Tiandi had been a well-known Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the past. However, he had not joined any guild. Instead, he had led an adventurer team while working under Starlink. Although Lu Tiandi appeared friendly on the surface, he was deep down a very conniving person. He had toyed with many powers in the past. These powers had worked for Lu Tiandi only to get backstabbed. For this reason, many superpowers had detested Lu Tiandi. However, because of Lu Tiandi's extraordinary strength and his Tremorous Clown adventurer team, one of God's domain's 7 great dark adventurer teams, none of the various superpowers could do anything against him. Guild leader Black Flame, must you be so unapproachable? Lu Xingluo and I are 2 different people. There are many people within the corporation who dislike Lu Xingluo for his overbearing and arrogant attitude as well. However, he is, after all, the patriarch's son. Even if others have an opinion regarding his behavior, nobody dares to say anything. Guild leader Black Flame's dragging Lu Xingluo off his pedestal is an event worth celebrating for the Starling Corporation, Lu Tiandi said, chuckling. "Since Miss G is your friend, Guild leader Black Flame, I will naturally stop trying to recruit her. Also, I have admired Zero Wing for a long time now. May I know if you are willing to form a partnership with me? To present Starlink's sincerity in this partnership and apologize for my rudeness to Miss G, I can sell a large batch of Phantom Potions to you and Miss G at cost on behalf of Starlink. May I know what you think of this, Guild leader Black Flame?" At Lu Tiandi's words, Everyone couldn't help envying Shifeng. The Phantom Potion was something the various major corporations coveted. Let alone at cost, they would even be willing to buy the Phantom Potion at double or triple the original price. After all, the importance of improving one's mental strength trumped everything else in the upper zone. Ji Lurong was tempted by Lu Tiandi's offer. She currently held only Grade 2 authority in Haitian City's upper zone. If she could acquire a few more Phantom Potions and improve her mental strength, she might reach Grade 1 authority. At that time, she would have a much easier time operating in the upper zone. After all, only around 300 people held Grade 1 authority in Haitian City's upper zone, and the Green God Company placed heavy importance on every one of them. At that time, even if a corporation in the upper zone wished to target her, they would face incredible difficulty. She also wouldn't be tight for resources, as the tasks offered to Grade 1 authority holders would sometimes award Phantom Potions. Thank you for your goodwill, Guild Leader Lu, but Zero Wing already has its own collaborators. Currently, Zero Wing has no plans to cooperate with more guilds, so there's nothing I can do about this, Shifeng said, directly rejecting Lu Tiandi's offer. If there is nothing else, we will be taking our leave now. If that's the case, then it truly is a pity. Sighing, Lu Tiandi said, if you have any intentions of forming a partnership in the future, feel free to contact me anytime, Guild Leader Black Flame. Shifeng responded to these words with just a polite smile. He then turned around and left the training house together with Ji, Lurong, and Mushin. The spectating crowd also dispersed, leaving Lu Tiandi and Ikue alone. After the crowd dispersed, Ikue made a full recovery after consuming a life potion. Looking at Shifeng's departing back, Ikue said in a quiet voice, "Young master, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. You already extended such a sincere invitation to him, yet he actually refused to show you any respect. It's no wonder he managed to anger Lu Xinglua that much. Should I find an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson?" Ikue was furious over Shifeng's successful surprise attack on him. Had he been a little more careful earlier, he definitely wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, he had also noticed that Shifeng looked a little pale after attacking him. Shifeng had probably suffered a significant backlash from his own attack. If that were the case, landing a fatal blow on Shifeng would have been entirely possible. I don't know why, but he seems to be extremely wary of me, although this is clearly our first meeting. It seems it'll be impossible to use him for our own purposes. If that's the case, let's teach him a small lesson. However, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough, Lu Tiandi said, shaking his head. That Shifeng actually managed to execute Miracle Dragon's trademark move in the real world. Evidently, he has reached an incredibly high level in both his physical fitness and mental strength. It'll be tough for you to take care of him by yourself. I'll ask Brother Wang to accompany you. You'll have Mr. Wang come as well? Ikue was momentarily surprised by Lu Tiandi's words. However, he quickly revealed an ecstatic expression and said, "If this is the case, that kid is dead." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Brother Wang Lu Tiandi mentioned was a Xinyuan Grandmaster who was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. He was also Lu Tiandi's senior brother and a resident of the upper zone's middle layer. It would be child's play for such an expert to take action against someone living in the base layer. By the way, when you head back, notify the others in the team to take action against Ji Lurong's adventurer team immediately. Make sure to destroy them as quickly as possible, Lu Tiandi instructed calmly. Since I can't have Ji Lurong's adventurer team, there's no reason why I should let Shifeng have it. Rest assured, young master, we have long since been keeping track of those people. If not for your love of talent, they would have been doomed already, Ikue responded, smiling. Nodding, Lu Tiandi then entered the mental strength training house. Chapter 2845, soon to break seal Haitian City Upper Zone, Northern Mountain Villa Community. Shifeng couldn't help doubting his eyes as he stared at the three-story mansion before him. You've been living in this place all this time? Shifeng asked as he looked at Ji Lurong strangely. The mansion before him not only looked luxurious but also occupied an area as large as 2 basketball courts. It was even larger than the Boulder Corporation's mansion in Yuantian City's upper zone, which had cost 30 million trade points to exchange. Meanwhile, Ji Lurong lacked both influence and authority in the upper zone. In fact, she was even living in the upper zone by herself. Apart from her family's corporation operating in the outside world, she did not possess any backers or background whatsoever. Hence, Shifeng found it truly hard to believe that she had managed to purchase such a large mansion. Even Mu Xin was a little surprised by this situation. After all, the base layer's mansions couldn't be bought by just anyone with sufficient points. Normally, one also needed to have Grade 1 authority or above. However, from the information she obtained on Ji Lurong's background, the latter had only Grade 2 authority. "This is the mansion my maternal grandfather left behind," Ji Lurong said, nodding. "Because of my family's decline, we had no choice but to live in the outside world. However, because my mental strength showed promise, my family decided to make use of the reserve slot my maternal grandfather left behind and let me live in the upper zone." Realization immediately dawned upon Shifeng at Ji Lurong's explanation. This also explained why Phoenix Rain had been living in the outside world despite her family having such a large mansion in the upper zone. The upper zone had existed for a long time already. During this period, there had indeed been many families that had fallen into obscurity and were forced to leave the upper zone. After all, the strong preyed upon the weak in the upper zone. Without a reserve slot or sufficient talent in the mental strength department, one would not qualify for residency in the upper zone at all. Through this revelation, Shifeng also realized that the Ji family was indeed extraordinary. Although it was in decline now, the fact that it had managed to acquire such an extravagant mansion in the upper zone proved that it had once been a powerful force there. This also explained how Phoenix Rain managed to rely on her own strength to become one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion masters. As Ji Lurong talked about her family's circumstances, the group arrived inside the mansion. Upon entering the mansion, Shifeng had to admit that it was indeed much better than his housing unit. Not only was the place much more spacious, but it also provided much greater help toward the improvement of one's mental strength. After entering the mansion, Shifeng turned the conversation to Ji Lurong's current circumstances and Phoenix Rain's brief reappearance in God's domain after her disappearance. Upon hearing news of her older sister, Ji Lurong breathed out a small sigh of relief. She had been incredibly worried when she found out that her older sister had disappeared. When she heard that her older sister had been brought to Haitian City's upper zone, she had repeatedly searched the base layer for clues of her older sister. Despite her efforts, she had come up empty. The only possibility she could think of was that her older sister had been transferred to the middle layer. Hence, she had been anxiously trying to enter the middle layer to verify her older sister's condition. Hearing that her older sister had once appeared in God's domain after her disappearance, and even expressed that she was safe had lifted the stone weighing on her heart. Now, she could finally relax a little bit. "By the way, why did Lu Tianyi come to find you? Do you have any grudges with him?" Shifeng asked curiously as he looked at Ji Lurong. His main goal in coming to Haitian City's upper zone was to check Ji Lurong's situation. After all, he had promised Phoenix Rain to take care of her little sister. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyi wasn't a kind person. Catching his attention was akin to catching the attention of a fox. One was bound to meet with misfortune. "I don't have any grudges with him. In fact, today is only our second meeting," Ji Lurong sighed. "As for why he is approaching me, it is because he wants Eternal Glory, the adventurer team I established, to join his adventurer team, Tremorous Clown." "He wants to annex your adventurer team?" Shifeng was surprised by this answer. Tremorous Clown was an extraordinary dark adventurer team. According to his past knowledge, the team had been active on the Western continent and possessed powerful members. At its peak, the team had even had 3-tier SIXS and 9-tier 5s. Even the various superpowers dared not casually offend the adventurer team. Back then, many experts operating on the dark side of God's domain had sought to join Tremorous Clown. However, only a small minority had succeeded because Tremorous Clown's entry requirement was Tier 4. Normally, only peak experts who had reached Tier 4 could join the team. Shifeng also knew a little about Ji Lurong's adventurer team, since Ji Lurong had also been relatively famous in the past. Although not on the level of the Demon Queen Phoenix Rain, Ji Lurong had still been a bona fide Tier 5 Apex expert, only half a step from reaching Tier 6. Eternal Glory had also been a famous top adventurer team. At its peak, the team had had not only a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, but also 3 Tier 5 experts. However, Eternal Glory was currently merely a well-known adventurer team. Its overall strength was still incredibly weak. This included Ji Lurong, the adventurer team's commander. Shifeng doubted that the team even had a single Tier 4 player in its ranks right now. Hence, he found it inconceivable that Lu Tiandi wished to annex Eternal Glory. Of course, Shifeng wasn't looking down on Ji Lurong and her companions. The present Tremorous Clown was far stronger than Eternal Glory. Tremorous Clown probably rivaled the average superpower in the number of its peak combatants. Now that Lu Tiandi had acquired Starlink as well, the overall strength of the forces under his command should be at an astonishing level. My team is indeed incapable of catching Lu Tiandi's attention. The only reason I can think of for his efforts to annex us is the special legacy we obtained, Ji Lurong said after giving the matter some thought. Some time ago, we visited a very special secret land and found a massive world passage sealed there. We even came across a person who might be a Tier 6 god. According to that person, the seal on the world passage would soon break, and the War of Worlds would soon begin. Our team received a special legacy from that person. Recorded inside the legacy was a sealing magic array. If we sacrifice EXP to the magic array, we can isolate a specific area from the rest of the world for a long period. It could be considered a means to resist the War of Worlds. However, at that time, other players aside from our team entered that place as well. In hindsight, those people might have been Tremorous Clown's members. Ji Lurong's words shocked Shifeng. This was because he had never heard of a War of Worlds happening at this stage of the game in his previous life. However, he also doubted that Ji Lurong was lying. After all, he had visited the ancient God's domain. He wouldn't find it strange if there were other timelines of God's domain. This was especially true after seeing 100 Ghosts' members. Those people clearly didn't come from the ancient God's domain, but most likely were from another interstellar continent. This so-called War of Worlds was probably a great war between Earth's players and the said interstellar continent's players. If this was true, it would be a disaster for Earth's God's domain. After all, in terms of resources and experts, the interstellar continent's God's domain was far superior to Earth's God's domain. If the two sides were to wage war against each other, it wouldn't take a genius to imagine that Earth's side would suffer a catastrophic defeat, with many superpowers getting annihilated. Even the present Zero Wing would have a difficult time facing the interstellar continent's offensive. This explained why Lu Tiandi wanted Ji Lurong's adventurer team to join Tremorous Clown. After all, the ability to isolate an area from the outside world would be of significant help to a guild in the upcoming war. When Mushin heard Ji Lurong's words, her complexion darkened. Mushin did not doubt that the War of Worlds would happen. This was because of information Frostheaven obtained from investigating Hunter Ghosts. Previously, she had still been questioning the validity of this information. However, after listening to Ji Lurong's tale, everything made sense. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to be happy about this discovery. Frostheaven had gone to great lengths to secure one of the reserved seats for God's domain's 12 great guilds. Yet, just when the guild was about to usher in an era of rapid development, the War of Worlds was about to begin. This was an absolute nightmare for Frostheaven. However, Mushin felt a little fortunate. If she hadn't chosen to accompany Shifeng to Haitian City's upper zone, she would have most likely remained ignorant about this upcoming, world-shaking change. If Frostheaven did not prepare for the War of Worlds, it wouldn't be strange if the guild got annihilated. While Mushin was pondering Frostheaven's future, Shifeng looked at Ji Lurong and said earnestly, "Lurong, now that Lu Tiandi has set his sights on you, and you have even rejected his offer, with his personality, I'm afraid it won't be long before he takes action against your team." It is no longer suitable for you to remain in Haitian City's upper zone. It will be safer if you move to another upper zone. I have a housing unit in Xinyuan City's upper zone. Although it isn't comparable to this mansion, you can still conduct daily exercises there. Would you like to move there? Shifeng knew Liu Tiany's personality better than anyone. Liu Tiany would eliminate anyone he deemed his enemy. With the Starline Corporation's present influence over Haitian City's upper zone, Luorong definitely couldn't live there in peace. Only by leaving Haitian City's upper zone would Luorong escape Liu Tiany's clutches. Go to Yuantian City's upper zone. Inevitably, Luorong hesitated. However, she also knew that Shifeng was right. Living in Haitian City's upper zone would no longer be safe. Miss G, if you find it inconvenient to live with guild leader Shifeng, you are welcome to live with me. Although the Boulder Corporation isn't as powerful as the Starline Corporation, we have established a solid foundation in Yuantian City's upper zone. Mushin invited. Miss Mushin, you misunderstand. I don't find it inconvenient. I'm already very satisfied to be able to live in Yuantian City's upper zone, Luorong said, shaking her head. I'm just worried about my friends. They don't live in the upper zone. If Liu Tiany targets them, I'm afraid they won't be able to hide from him for very long. If it were before, when God's domain still didn't hold such great importance to the various corporations, she wouldn't have to worry about the Starline Corporation secretly taking action against her companions. However, the situation was different now. Because of the extreme importance the Green God Company placed on God's domain, the various major corporations now prioritize the game. It wouldn't be strange if they took action against individuals in the real world. In response to Luorong's worries, Shifeng chuckled and said, "That is simple. Just have your friends head to Zero Wing's headquarters. I'll have everything arranged for their stay." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He very much welcomed alliances with experts. Meanwhile, Eternal Glory had plenty of experts in its ranks. Once these players grew up, they would become formidable allies. Sheltering Eternal Glory's members now would only benefit Zero Wing. Moreover, Lei Bao was currently at the half-step Xinyuan Grandmaster standard already. There was also Fire Dance, who was not much inferior to Lei Bao. Combined with the various top-level security measures set up in Zero Wing's headquarters, even a Xinyuan Grandmaster would have difficulty making trouble there. After hearing Shifeng's words, Luorong couldn't help rejoicing. Excitedly, she said, "Thank you, Guild Leader Shifeng. I assure you that they will listen to all of Zero Wing's arrangements during their stay." The fact that her adventurer team's members could stay in Zero Wing's headquarters was definitely good news. After all, the present Zero Wing was already very strong. Moreover, the various major corporations hadn't been able to do anything against the guild thus far. Hence, her companions should be relatively safe once they moved to its headquarters. After ending her conversation with Shifeng, Luorong promptly contacted her companions and had them hurry to Zero Wing's headquarters immediately. Chapter 2846. Frightening headquarters. The sun was setting, and the sky was growing darker. Originally, this was a time when countless office workers would be getting off work and going home. However, the lights of Zero Wing Tower remained brightly lit. Compared to the buildings around it, the tower looked much livelier, with many people coming and going from it. There was even a long queue of young men and women waiting outside the entrance to take the basic test for joining Zero Wing. At this time, a group of several dozen people of various origins and clad in diverse styles suddenly appeared in front of the tower and quietly studied the tall building before them with curious expressions. "So, this is Zero Wing's headquarters?" A young man with freckles on his face said in disdain as he looked at the line of young men and women waiting outside the building. "I really wonder what's gotten into the commander. Why does she want us to train in Zero Wing's headquarters all of a sudden?" Although Zero Wing is a powerful guild in God's domain, the number of peak experts it actually isn't a lot. These people trying to join Zero Wing are obviously newbies as well. I bet they can't clear the trial tower's 3rd floor. Yet, the commander actually wants us to train with Zero Wing? None of the group objected to the youth's derisive remarks. It was evident that they agreed with him. As people who had chosen to join an adventurer team, the thing they disliked the most was being tied down by various restrictions. Hence, they also held players who joined guilds in extreme contempt, considering guild players to be basically weaklings who feared the strong but bullied the weak. In comparison, every member of their adventurer team could become a core member of a guild, even a super guild, should they choose to join one. This was because they had honed their combat techniques through fighting powerful monsters and various outdoor PvPs without relying on any background or backer. They were completely different from the experts pampered and cultivated by guilds. Moreover, they were also incredibly strong in real-world combat, much stronger than the fighting champions frequently mentioned on TV. This was also why they felt that going out of their way to train with Zero Wing was a complete waste of their time. However, the middle-aged man leading the group shot a glance at the freckled youth and said coldly, "Enough, Tiantong. This is the commander's order. Either you go to Zero Wing or leave the team. Do you wish to leave the team?" The freckled youth named Tiantong no longer dared complain. Although he was still unreconciled to the situation, he did not dare defy the middle-aged man. Similarly, everyone else in the group held their tongue, nobody daring to voice any opinions. This was because this middle-aged man wearing a black shirt was not only Crimson Mask, the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's vice commander, but also the strongest person in the adventurer team. He was so powerful that even if everyone in their adventurer team, including their commander, Ji Lurong, banded together, they would just barely be able to hold their ground against him. On the Western continent, he was also known to many as Crimson Mask the Demon. In one instance, in order to save a companion cornered by a large guild, he had charged into a map sealed off by an army of 10,000 all by himself. This army had over 1,000 Tier 3 experts, yet not only had this 10,000-man army gotten routed, but none of the 10,000 players had managed to leave the map alive, either. After this battle, the nickname Crimson Mask the Demon began to spread across the continent. As a result, Eternal Glory had a much easier time operating out in the fields. Moreover, Crimson Mask possessed an extraordinary identity even in the real world. He used to be very famous in the bodyguard industry. Many international corporations had sought to employ him. However, for some reason, he had suddenly retired as a bodyguard to become a full-time gamer, thoroughly investing his life in God's domain. As for his decision to join Eternal Glory, which had been a weak adventurer team back then, that had simply been an accident. After seeing that everyone had quieted down, Crimson Mask nodded and led the group into Zero Wing Tower's lobby. As soon as Crimson Mask and the others entered the lobby, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair and sportswear approached their group. The core member's emblem pinned on her top indicated that she was a member of Zero Wing. When this woman appeared, Eternal Glory's members automatically raised their guard. The expression of Crimson Mask, in particular, turned grave when he saw her. This was because the pressure and presence this woman gave off were simply too powerful. Although the woman did not exude any kind of aura, they couldn't help feeling nervous for some reason when standing in her presence. Faced with this feeling, ordinary people would most likely think nothing of it. However, as players who had fought in numerous life and death battles in God's domain, Eternal Glory's members had long since honed their intuition beyond that of ordinary people. Anyone capable of making them feel nervous definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Eyeing the woman approaching them, Crimson Mask inwardly calculated his chances of winning should he fight her. However, after a round of careful observation, he was surprised to conclude that he had only an even chance of victory, and this was only because his physique was stronger. Could she be Fire Dance, the commander of Zero Wing's main force? No matter how Crimson Mask thought about the situation, this was the only possibility he could think of. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why this woman before him gave him such immense pressure. "You must be Eternal Glory's members, right?" the woman said, smiling as she scanned the group before her. "You can call me Turtle Dove. I've already heard about your situation from the guild leader. Since you have come to Zero Wing, you can treat Zero Wing as your home from now on. Your rooms are ready, so you can go there and rest whenever you want." After saying so, Turtle Dove led Crimson Mask and the others toward the elevator to the residential area. Turtledove. While following after Turtledove, Crimson Mask and the others revealed confused expressions. This was especially true for Crimson Mask. Before going to Zero Wing's headquarters, he had looked into the peak experts under Zero Wing's command. However, there was no one named Turtledove on the list. Even Tier 4 experts don't give off such powerful mental pressure. Could she be one of the trump cards Zero Wing is secretly cultivating? Tiantong was also inwardly surprised when he looked at Turtledove. Tiantong had met many experts, but this was the first time he had come across someone capable of giving such powerful pressure in the real world. Moreover, this was merely a pressure Turtledove was radiating subconsciously. Only those who had experienced countless harsh battles and training would develop such a temperament and aura. This was something even Crimson Mask had yet to accomplish even now. Crimson Mask was incredibly strong. He could defeat even master martial artists in a few moves. Despite his strength, Tiantong had never felt such pressure coming from the middle-aged man. As the group was waiting to enter the spacious elevator, two men walked out of it. These two men were clad in sportswear similar to Turtledove's. They also wore the emblem for Zero Wing's core members on their tops. The instant these two young men appeared, Crimson Mask and the others broke out in a cold sweat. This was because in their eyes, the two men that just exited the elevator were no different from beasts. Even someone with dull senses would feel a chill crawl down their spine when bathed in the violent auras and oppressive feeling the two men exuded. Moreover, the two were incredibly fit as well. In fact, they were even superior to Crimson Mask. However, the presence of these two young men did not cause any of the Zero Wing members nearby any trouble. Instead, these Zero Wing members acted as if they did not see these two people, with some of them even chatting and laughing among themselves. What's wrong with these people? Tiantong was flabbergasted when he saw the behavior of the Zero Wing members around him. Can they not sense this oppressive feeling at all? Right now, Tiantong felt as if a lion was baring its fangs and claws at him, as if death itself was staring at him. If an ordinary person were subjected to such a feeling for long periods, they might even go crazy. Yet, Zero Wing's members seemed oblivious to this oppressive feeling. Looking at the two departing men, Crimson Mask couldn't help asking Turtledove, "Miss Turtledove, may I know who those two people are?" The instant those two young men exited the elevator, Crimson Mask had the feeling that he was doomed. This was because both of those young men were evidently stronger than him. If the two of them attacked him together, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. Their Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow, Turtledove answered calmly. Because they have been improving quite slowly recently, Big Sis Fire has been scolding them a lot. Currently, the two of them must train with Master Lei Bao for 2 hours every day. Otherwise, they will be prohibited from entering God's domain. Slow improvement? Turtledove's words rendered Tiantong speechless. She must be boasting. Yes, Turtledove is definitely boasting. After all, who could possibly find two guys who are both stronger than Crimson Mask to be lacking? However, when Tiantong and the others finished settling into their rooms and visited Zero Wing's training room, they discovered that Zero Wing's headquarters was basically a den of monsters. This was because they witnessed Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow getting beaten up and yelled at by a sultry beauty dressed in a red t-shirt and shorts. The two young men were utterly incapable of fighting back at all. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if an adult was beating up two children. While Eternal Glory's members were training in Zero Wing's headquarters, Shifeng's group arrived back in Yuantian City's upper zone. Muxin promptly bade farewell to Shifeng and returned to the Boulder Corporation's mansion. She intended to report the matter of the War of Worlds to the Guild and begin preparations for it as soon as possible. As for Ji Lurong, she arrived at Shifeng's residential unit. To her surprise, there were actually two big sisters sharing the residential unit. Neither of these two big sisters was inferior to her older sister in appearance. This was especially true for Gentle Snow. She was basically a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Moreover, these two big sisters were incredibly strong and knowledgeable in combat as well. When the two of them saw Ji Lurong going through her daily training, Not only were they able to point out her flaws in the blink of an eye, but their advice was also easy to understand. Yuantian City's upper zone, in a restaurant a short distance away from Shifeng's residential unit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Ikue stood respectfully beside a burly young man and reported carefully, "Mr. Wang, according to my investigation, Black Flame and that little girl are living in that residential area. However, they are currently remaining in their house, so it isn't suitable to take action now. I'm afraid I'll have to waste some of your time." "No need for that much trouble." Chuckling, the youth named Wang Xianming said nonchalantly, "That's merely an ordinary residential area. Besides, it's just teaching a neutralizing Grandmaster a lesson. I can just sneak in at midnight. I guarantee that none of the surveillance systems in place will notice me." "Then, I'll have to trouble you with that, Mr. Wang." Ikue did not doubt Wang Xuanming's claim. Those surveillance systems might be able to stop him, but they definitely couldn't stop someone like Wang Xianming. Of course, it would be a different story if Shifeng were living in a mansion. Unfortunately, Shifeng was only living in an ordinary residential area, and the level of security in such a place wasn't particularly amazing. Chapter 2847, Den of Monsters? The night was quiet, and the moon hung high in the sky. Apart from the streetlights, no other light source shone in the 6th Southern District. It was evident that the people living in this residential area had already gone to bed. Outside the residential area, Ikue approached Wang Xianming, who was all in black, and reported carefully, "Mr. Wang, all the houses in the residential area have already turned off their lights. Only a few monitoring facilities are still operating there. In addition, we found 32 enforcement robots patrolling the area. They do not follow any set patrol routes." The reason the upper zone was incredibly safe wasn't just the Green God Company's absolute authority in the upper zone. Apart from that, there was also the fact that anyone who had lived here for some time would gain a physique rivaling that of Xinyuan masters in the outside world. Moreover, while the upper zone prioritized mental strength above all, every resident living in the upper zone still possessed exceptionally high combat standards. Defeating such people within a short period would be incredibly difficult. Most importantly, enforcement robots constantly patrolled every corner of the upper zone. Not only did these enforcement robots operate using state-of-the-art artificial intelligence, but their bodies were also made of titanium alloy and other special alloys. Even if they received a hit from a cannon of ancient times, they would, at most, suffer minor damage, although it was highly unlikely that a cannon could ever land a hit on these enforcement robots. This was because these robots possessed inhuman reaction speeds and physiques. Thanks to these factors, they could rival neutralizing Grandmasters. Before these enforcement robots, both neutralizing Grandmasters and Xinyuan Grandmasters were nothing. Hence, Xinyuan Grandmasters dared not take any covert action in the upper zone. At most, they would openly cross hands with their opponents. This frightening technology was exclusive to the Green God Company and was one reason the various corporations worldwide feared the Green God Company so much. 32. Nodding, Wang Xianming said, "Okay, give me a map of their general location." Wang Xianming was not the slightest bit surprised to find so many enforcement robots in a residential area. In fact, this number was significantly lower than what mansion districts would boast. Even an ordinary mansion district would have at least 200 enforcement robots on patrol at all times. The security there was truly impeccable. It was only because Shifeng was living in an ordinary residential area that Wang Xianming had an opportunity to take action. Even then, Wang Xianming was only confident of teaching Shifeng a small lesson and heavily injuring him. This was because these enforcement robots were incredibly fast. The first enforcement robot would arrive within 8 seconds of the moment he broke into Shifeng's house. This was also the basic arrangement for ordinary residential areas. Hence, after Wang Xianming factored in the time he needed to escape, he concluded that he only had a very short time to do battle. If he delayed too long and got discovered by an enforcement robot, he shouldn't even think of escaping. As for putting up a fight against the enforcement robots, that was simply suicidal. These are the locations of the 32 robots 10 seconds ago," Ikuei said as he transferred the data to Wang Xuanming's quantum watch. Immediately, 32 red dots appeared on the map displayed on Wang Xuanming's watch. After glancing at the map, Wang Xianming smiled and said, "It seems Xia Qingying is treating this guy quite well. With this distribution, I'll only have 7 seconds to conclude the operation." 7 seconds? Ikuei frowned at Wang Xuanming's estimate. "How about I attract the attention of those robots? There might only be a 1-second difference between 7 seconds and 8 seconds, but a Xinyuan Grandmaster could cross a distance of several dozen meters in 1 second. Hence, 1 second was by no means a short period." "Relax." Grinning, Wang Xianming said, "Let alone this residential area, I've infiltrated even more dangerous places than this in the past. 7 seconds is more than enough for me already. If an ordinary Xinyuan Grandmaster were taking action, 7 seconds would indeed be insufficient for them to injure a neutralizing Grandmaster and escape without getting caught. Not to mention, Shi Feng was a neutralizing Grandmaster who had achieved an incredibly high standard in his mental strength. The control he had over his body was far superior to the average neutralizing Grandmasters, which would make teaching him a lesson even more difficult. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Xianming. After all, he was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. The control he could exert over his body was far beyond what an ordinary Xinyuan Grandmaster like Ikuei could exert. In a situation where Wang Xianming fully exerted himself, he would need only 3 seconds to kill a Xinyuan Grandmaster, let alone a neutralizing Grandmaster. Besides, his goal was only to injure Shi Feng heavily. Ikuei did not doubt the man in the slightest. After all, not only was Wang Xianming incredibly famous in Haitian City's upper zone, but Ikuei had sparred with him before and suffered defeat after exchanging a single punch. Moreover, after that exchange, his entire arm had gone numb and became paralyzed for a short period, despite Wang Xianming holding back. Before that fight, Ikuei had never thought that it would be possible for a person to possess such incredible strength. Wang Xuanming's strength could practically rival Superman's. With such strength, it would be child's play for Wang Xianming to teach Shi Feng a lesson. After Wang Xianming made some basic preparations, he promptly sneaked into the residential area by himself. Wang Xuanming's actions were swift and silent. Despite Ikuei keeping a close eye on him, the latter disappeared from his sight after just 3 seconds. Did his control over his body improve even further? Ikuei shuddered involuntarily when Wang Xianming disappeared into the coverless residential area. This was the first time he had seen someone with such an astonishing grasp of their body and surroundings. If Wang Xianming decided to take action against him, the consequences would be unprecedented. Ikuei felt very fortunate that Liu Tiandi had a good relationship with Wang Xianming. If the two of them were hostile, then, as Liu Tiandi's butler-cum-bodyguard, he would definitely suffer a miserable death. While Ikuei was in awe of Wang Xuanming's capabilities, Wang Xianming successfully evaded the enforcement robots one after another and arrived before Shi Feng's residential unit undetected. However, Wang Xianming did not rush to break into the house. Instead, he hid in a corner and silently observed his surroundings, then inspected the distribution of the 32 enforcement robots. He was being so cautious because the only way he could enter the house was by breaking down the door. Hacking the lock system was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the moment he broke down the door, the nearby enforcement robots would take action. Hence, he needed to have a precise grasp of his timing and plan his escape route first. Otherwise, he would definitely get caught. Good. There are 3 escape routes. So long as I can teach that Shi Feng a lesson in 5 seconds, I can get out of this residential area scot-free. After planning his escape routes on his quantum watch and conducting some mental simulations, Wang Xianming set his sights on the nearby door. He then put on the helmet he carried, thoroughly concealing his identity. And as soon as he finished mentally preparing himself, he strode forward silently and arrived in front of the door in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he kicked the door without hesitation. The door deformed, smashed open in an instant. Immediately afterward, the alarm in the house rang, and 6 enforcement robots received the alert almost simultaneously. These 6 enforcement robots then dashed straight for Shifeng's house. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who was logged into God's domain, also received the intruder alert as soon as the alarm sounded and logged out of the game immediately. His reaction speed was so fast that he completed the entire process in just 1 second. However, for a Xinyuan Grandmaster, 1 second was a long time. Even though the house had a 200 square meter footprint, Wang Xianming still passed through the long corridor and arrived in the middle of the living room in just 1 second. The next moment, just as Wang Xianming entered the 60 square meter living room and was about to charge towards Shifeng's bedroom, he was stunned. This was because he discovered a woman with silky, waist-length hair sitting on the living room sofa. Wearing a snow-white nightgown, she quietly regarded Wang Xianming with eyes that carried neither joy nor sorrow. Looking at the absolute beauty before him, Wang Xianming smiled and said, "Miss, it's bad for your skin to stay up this late." Wang Xianming did not stay surprised for long. This was because the information he had acquired had indicated that Shifeng was living together with 2 women who appeared to be Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. As Wang Xianming spoke, he did not stop his feet at all. In just a few steps, he had already arrived before Gentle Snow. Immediately afterward, he executed footwork and split his body into 3 afterimages. These 3 afterimages then executed a chop at Gentle Snow simultaneously, the chops breaking the sound barrier. Rest up for a week. The 3 chops Wang Xianming executed were lightning fast. Facing this move, even a neutralizing Grandmaster would barely manage to stop 2 of the blows. The next moment, the 3 chops could be seen landing on Gentle Snow's body simultaneously. However, the instant his hand hit Gentle Snow's body, Wang Xianming was stunned. An afterimage. Moreover, before Wang Xianming realized it, another lithe figure had appeared beside him. This figure was none other than Gentle Snow. At this time, Gentle Snow still regarded him with the same emotionless gaze, apparently unaffected by his attack. Damn it, where did that guy find such a monster? Wang Xianming stared at Gentle Snow in shock and confusion. He also couldn't understand how Gentle Snow could be so powerful despite being so young. Before clashing with Gentle Snow, he already had an inkling that she would be a difficult opponent. Hence, he had gone all out right off the bat to end the fight quickly. However, when he exchanged moves with Gentle Snow, he understood just how terrifying the woman was. No, she's not just terrifying. She's practically inhuman. He could clearly tell that Gentle Snow's physical fitness was only at the standard of Xinyuan masters, which was far inferior to his own. Nevertheless, she had reacted to his attack as if she had long since known what he would do. Moreover, he had even failed to perceive her evasion. While he was executing his earlier attack, the figure he saw sitting on the sofa had merely been an afterimage his mind had fixated on. The moment he began his attack, Gentle Snow herself had already disappeared from the sofa. The ability to evade a Xinyuan Grandmaster's mental perception wasn't something that could be gained overnight. It was a high-level technique that had to be cultivated through rigorous training and countless battles involving life and death. While Wang Xianming might look like a 25-year-old man, he was, in reality, nearing 35 already. Yet, even at his age, he had just barely touched upon the threshold of this technique. In contrast, not only had this young woman before him learned this technique, but she had also mastered it to the point where she could dodge the attack of a half-step mental strength master with ease. Upon thinking up to this point, Wang Xianming rushed to the door almost immediately. He had no intention of staying here for even a second longer. If he were to clash against such a monster, it would be impossible for him to produce any results within the limited time available. If he stayed any longer, the enforcement robots would catch him. However, when Wang Xianming reached the entrance, he found another lithe figure standing by the door. This person was none other than Aquarose. Scram! Looking at the woman dressed in a light blue nightgown before him, Wang Xianming grew enraged. Not only had he failed to accomplish his mission, but there was even a monster behind him. If he wasted any more time here, he would definitely fall into the enforcement robot's hands. Hence, Wang Xuanming's first reaction when seeing Aqua Rose was to attack her with everything he had. The next moment, over a dozen fists could be seen punching at Aqua Rose, every punch carrying the full strength of a Xinyuan Grandmaster. Even a Xinyuan Grandmaster would suffer internal injuries and lose consciousness if they got hit by such a barrage of punches. However, Wang Xuanming was dumbfounded once he finished executing his attack. When his fists had landed on the woman before him, he felt as if he were shadowboxing. Not only did his attacks fail to repel the woman, but the woman had even moved closer to him. By the time Wang Xuanming had executed well over 100 punches, Aqua Rose stood only half a step away from his 2-meter-tall body, her delicate palm smacking his chest. Despite Aqua Rose only executing a gentle strike, Wang Xuanming felt an intense pain in his chest. The pain was so unbearable that he stumbled 2 steps back. How is this possible? Wang Xuanming gaped at the woman before him in disbelief. A monster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU another monster. At this time, General Snow arrived behind Wang Xuanming and was quietly looking at the burly man. Wang Xuanming revealed an incomparably ashen expression as he switched his gaze between Aqua Rose and General Snow, wishing he could kill Ikuei. How did that man conduct his investigation? 2 inhuman monsters actually lived inside an ordinary residential unit. Even the security level at the mansion areas couldn't compare to the security of this little house. Chapter 2848. Uproar at the entrance of the 6th Southern District. 10 minutes have gone by already. Looking at his quantum watch, Ikuei smiled in delight. Mr. Wang should be taking action right about now. Ikuei did not doubt Wang Xuanming's strength in the slightest. If not for the enforcement robots being too powerful, Ikuei would have wanted to spectate the fight at a close distance and see how terrified and helpless Shifeng was against Wang Xuanming. After all, a neutralizing Grandmaster like Shifeng would be utterly incapable of resisting Wang Xuanming's strength. The most he could do was run away. Once Shifeng was taken care of, dealing with Jilurong would become a lot easier. Just as Ikuei was entertaining such thoughts, a loud noise suddenly came from the residential area. As he started taking action, Ikuei grew excited when he heard the noise, and he couldn't help taking a few steps toward the residential area. Although he knew that the most he would see from his location was Shifeng's building, this was more than enough. He was only curious to find out how many seconds Shifeng would last against a monster like Wang Xuanming. 3 seconds? Or perhaps 4 seconds? Based on the strength Shifeng had displayed previously, Ikuei admitted that the younger man was indeed stronger than himself. However, if it came down to an all-out fight, he would have a great chance of victory. After all, Xinyuan Grandmasters did not possess just incredible defensive capabilities, but also recovery abilities far superior to the average person's. Ikuei might have suffered significant damage from Shifeng's palm strike, but he had also recovered from the injury very quickly. One could say that the only advantages Shifeng had over the average Xinyuan Grandmaster were speed and destructive power. However, in front of Wang Xuanming, these advantages would be negligible. Hence, Shifeng would probably last against Wang Xuanming roughly as long as an average Xinyuan Grandmaster would. After leaving his hiding spot, Ikuei immediately noticed Wang Xuanming charging into Shifeng's house. Wang Xuanming's speed was so fast that Ikuei didn't even catch a clear sight of him. However, 2 seconds after Wang Xuanming disappeared into the house, he actually reappeared at the entrance. He's done already. Ikuei was dumbfounded when he saw Wang Xuanming back at the entrance of Shifeng's house. He never thought that Wang Xuanming would be so powerful as to end the fight in just 1 second. With such strength, calling Wang Xuanming a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Wang Xuanming was on a whole different level from Xinyuan Grandmasters like himself. However, in the next moment, Ikuei was stunned once more. A woman wearing a light blue nightgown had actually appeared before the entrance without him realizing it. Meanwhile, as if agitated by this woman's appearance, Wang Xuanming promptly launched a flurry of punches at her. Even from several hundred meters away, Ikuei could clearly sense the terrifying aura Wang Xianming exuded. Madness, violence, destruction. Nobody could possibly survive Wang Xuanming's chaotic punches. Has he lost his mind? Ikuei was horrified. If Wang Xianming had simply taught Shi Feng a lesson and landed the latter in the hospital for several months, the Green God Company wouldn't look too deeply into the matter. At most, it would strengthen the residential area's security and give Shi Feng some compensation. However, if Wang Xianming took a life in the upper zone, he would touch the Green God Company's bottom line. At that time, the company would definitely conduct a thorough investigation into the matter until it found the culprit. Once Wang Xianming was caught, even the big shots living in the middle layer wouldn't be able to help him. In fact, he might even drag down Lu Tiandi and Ikuei as accomplices. However, before Ikuei could recover from his shock, he received yet another jolt. This time, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. This was because the woman dressed in a nightgown actually remained unscathed despite facing Wang Xuanming's flurry of punches. She even moved closer and closer to Wang Xianming and eventually planted a palm on his chest. The instant the woman's blow landed, Wang Xianming actually stumbled 2 steps back and clutched his chest in pain. He also stared at the woman before him with fear in his eyes. Who is she? Why did such a monster appear in Shi Feng's house? Ikuei was shocked and confused as he looked at Aqua Rose, who stood in the corridor outside Shi Feng's house. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Wang Xianming, an incredibly powerful Xinyuan grandmaster, had actually lost to a frail woman. As Ikuei gaped in shock, Wang Xianming added to Ikuei's confusion by charging forward and attacking Aqua Rose once more. He actually showed no signs of trying to escape from another location. However, Ikuei quickly noticed that another woman of extraordinary beauty had walked out of the house. This woman was similarly dressed in a snow-white nightgown and had silky black hair flowing down to her waist. Under the illumination of moonlight, she looked just like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. Although this woman did not exude an imposing aura, the indifference in her eyes combined with Wang Xuanming's strange behavior allowed Ikuei to guess what was going on. Most likely, the woman behind Wang Xianming was a monster as well. Hence, he did not choose to enter the house and break out from another location. After all, if Wang Xianming were to fight inside the more spacious house, he would have to face those 2 monstrous women simultaneously. No matter how powerful Wang Xianming was, he definitely wouldn't have any opportunity to escape under such circumstances. Hence, he could only choose to fight in the narrow hallway and risk a pincer attack. However, contrary to Wang Xuanming's expectations, Gentle Snow had no intention of double-teaming him. She simply stood aside and quietly looked at the broken door, appearing quite bothered about it. In other words, the broken door seemed much more important to Gentle Snow than Wang Xianming was. On the other side, Aqua Rose treated Wang Xuanming's series of desperate attacks as if they were child's play. Not only did she evade all of them effortlessly, but she also landed another palm strike on Wang Xianming, aggravating his injuries. Their clash continued for 4 seconds. At this point, Wang Xianming could no longer stand steadily, so weakened that even a Xinyuan grandmaster could go up against him. Trying to escape in such a condition was a luxury he couldn't afford. Before Wang Xianming could launch another round of attacks against Aqua Rose, the alerted enforcement robots finally arrived at the scene. After distinguishing everyone's identities, the enforcement robots promptly took Wang Xianming into custody. Once arrested by the enforcement robots, even a Xinyuan grandmaster would have no chance of putting up a struggle. As Ikuei watched Wang Xuanming's capture, he noticed Gentle Snow walking out of the house and looking in his direction. Fear seized Ikuei's mind, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He instinctively turned around and fled immediately. She shouldn't have seen me. I was so far away, and I even had my aura concealed. Even if she's a monster, she shouldn't have discovered me. Ikuei reassured himself this way as he fled. He repeatedly told himself that he was merely imagining things. Only after Yi had left Yuantian City's upper zone did he finally calm down from receiving Gentle Snow's attention. That was too damn scary. How could such a monster exist in this world? Chills crawled down Yi back when he recalled Gentle Snow's indifferent gaze. I need to have the young master report this matter to the higher-ups immediately. Those monsters aren't things we can offend. Those two women simply aren't human. As Yi was fleeing Yuantian City's upper zone, Xinyuan, the base layer's general manager, arrived at Shifeng's residential area together with several supervisors. Who's the fool who would actually dare assault someone in a residential area? Luo Hanbin frowned as he looked at the broken door before him. It had already been several years since a home assault had happened in Yuantian City's upper zone. The previous occasion had greatly angered the Green God Company. Although the victim had sustained only heavy injuries, not only had the offender gotten banished from the upper zone forever, but he was even imprisoned for 10 years once outside. Now that another occurrence had taken place, even if the Green God Company's executives didn't say anything, the managers of Yuantian City's upper zone definitely wouldn't spare the offender. However, when Luo Hanbin entered the house and saw Wang Xinming being held in place by two enforcement robots, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Wang Xinming, a peerless genius of Haitian City's upper zone. Wang Xinming was a big shot who was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. Even a supervisor like Luo Hanbin had to act politely around him. Meanwhile, with Wang Xinming's strength, he could rank within the top 3 of Haitian City's upper zone's base layer. The man even had a mental strength master as his teacher. With all these conditions, he was almost certain to become a permanent resident of the middle layer. Let alone Luo Hanbin. Even Xinyuan was shocked. Originally, she had expected the offender to be an ignorant punk. She never imagined that the offender would be a peerless genius of Haitian City's upper zone. She also couldn't help wondering how Shifeng had apprehended Wang Xinming. With Wang Xinming's skills, Xinyuan had only a slight edge over him. She couldn't guarantee she would win if they clashed. And if Wang Xinming focused solely on escaping, even she wouldn't be able to hold him down for 7 or 8 seconds. Looking at Shifeng sitting on the living room sofa, Xinyuan blurted out, "You sure know how to surprise people. The last time, you broke the mental paths record. Now, you even brought down Haitian City's Wang Xinming." Smiling bitterly, Shifeng said, "An accident. This really is an accident. I never thought that a big shot from Haitian City's upper zone would actually take action against me out of the blue." From the time Wang Xinming had broken into the house, and until his apprehension, Shifeng hadn't done anything. He had been a spectator all the while. He also never expected an expert like Wang Xinming to attack him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU not wishing to reveal Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's matter for the time being, he did not dispel Xinyuan's misunderstanding. All right then. Seeing that Shifeng didn't intend to continue speaking, Xinyuan said, "Now that Wang Xinming has been arrested, the Green God Company will definitely punish him. Even his teacher won't be able to do anything about it. However, his teacher is incredibly protective of his students. While he might not be able to do anything about Wang Xinming's punishment, he is sure to pick a fight with you. Although we will strengthen the security of this area, you should still be careful. It's best if you don't leave the residential area for the time being." Even base layer general managers like herself would have a headache dealing with the anger of a mental strength master, let alone Shifeng, who held only grade 1 authority. "Thank you for your warning, General Manager Xia," Shifeng said, nodding. Shortly after Xinyuan's group left with Wang Xinming, word of Wang Xinming's assault on Shifeng's house spread like wildfire. Even though it was already midnight, everyone in Yuantian City's upper zone still quickly received news of it. Chapter 2849. Hong Xinyuan's choice in one of Yuantian City's upper zone's mansion districts. "Uncle Hong, did something happen? Why did you suddenly call for me?" Muxin asked in confusion as she looked at Hong Xinyuan, who was standing by a French window and looking at the night view outside. She was just about to explore an ancient ruin. She had gathered her subordinates already. If she were lucky, she might discover a Tier 4 legacy land or a legacy guidance there. These things were incredibly important for the current Frost Heaven. The War of Worlds would be starting soon. Although her investigation had turned up very little information about the war, she had managed to deduce that they would face players of another world. At that time, the only options left for them would be to conquer or be conquered. It would be different from when players of other worlds entered the main continent. There would be no third option available to them. Hence, Frost Heaven needed to make as many preparations as possible before the War of Worlds began. Naturally, increasing the number of Tier 4 players the guild had was a top priority. Kurue, who stood beside Mushin, was also confused by Xinyuan's summons. She had just fallen asleep, yet before she could get any rest, she was rudely roused out of bed. Hence, she was still incredibly sleepy and wanted nothing more than to crawl back in her bed right now. "Take a look for yourselves," Xinyuan said as he passed a document to Mushin and Kurue. The document was none other than a summary of Xinyuan's home assault in the 6th Southern District. How is this possible? Mushin couldn't help doubting her eyes when she read the report. She had heard of Haitian City's upper zones, Xianming. An expert of his caliber could definitely rank as the number 1 or number 2 expert in the base layer of Yuantian City's upper zone. If such an expert decided to take covert action, even the Boulder Corporation would be powerless. All the corporation could do was have its members take shelter in its mansion temporarily. Nevertheless, Xianming had not only failed in his attack on Shifeng, but even gotten apprehended. How can anyone possibly believe this? He was actually that powerful. After reading the report, Kurue was now wide awake. Simultaneously, a hint of confusion had appeared in her eyes. Everything is as the report states. Looking at Mushin's surprised expression, Xinyuan said, "I have to admit that I indeed underestimated Shifeng. It seems that he has kept a lot more secrets than we thought." After pondering on the matter for a moment, Mushin asked, "Uncle Hong, do you mean for us to deepen our relationship with Zero Wing?" "That's right. You already know what's coming in the future. When the war begins, even superpowers will have difficulty surviving. If we wish to survive, thoroughly solidifying our alliance with Zero Wing will undoubtedly be a good choice," Xinyuan said, nodding. "I also plan to sell some of the corporation's Phantom Potions and Life Potions to Zero Wing. These should be what Zero Wing lacks the most right now." "I understand. I'll contact Zero Wing immediately." Mushin nodded and promptly left the living room. Kurue snapped out of her daze. Looking at Xinyuan, she asked, "Uncle Hong, do we need to go such lengths?" If Xinyuan were merely trying to form a strategic alliance with Zero Wing, then she could still accept such a decision. After all, the present strength and potential Zero Wing had displayed far exceeded those of the various superpowers. In fact, Zero Wing might even become an existence rivaling the 5 great super guilds. The only things the guild lacked now were time and talents. However, Xinyuan's decision to sell some of the Boulder Corporation's Phantom Potions and Life Potions to Zero Wing greatly confused her. These items served as the foundation for the various corporations. Even the successors of major corporations could get their hands on only a limited number of them. You don't understand. Xianming isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. The cards and secrets Shifeng has hidden are absolutely extraordinary. Shaking his head, Xinyuan said, "Deepening our relationship with him now will be beneficial for both the corporation and you two sisters." In reality, apart from Shifeng's great potential, another reason behind Xinyuan's decision to go to such lengths to befriend Shifeng was an astonishing piece of information Xianxia had leaked to him. Shifeng wasn't the person who defeated Xianming. Xinyuan knew that Xianming's combat power was only slightly beneath Xianxia's. Hence, defeating Xianming was an incredibly challenging proposition. Needless to say, defeating him in just a few seconds would be even more difficult. Only the big shots living in the upper zone's middle layer could defeat Xianming that fast. If the Boulder Corporation could befriend such big shots, it would bring much greater benefits to the corporation than simply silently developing its foundations on the base layer. At the same time, inside a mansion in the distant Haitian city's upper zone, "Young master, what should we do?" Ikue asked in a worried tone as he looked at Lu Qiandi. who had just exited his gaming cabin. Yuan City's upper zone has already apprehended Mr. Wang. If your teacher blames you, Wang Xianming was a bona fide peerless genius. Finding a student like him was difficult, even for the middle layer's big shots. Now that Wang Xianming had been caught conducting a home assault, he would definitely be banished from the upper zone. Without the upper zone's various resources, any further improvements would be utterly impossible for him. After hearing Yi Kuei's report, Lu Tiandi smiled and said, "We don't need to do anything. Although the outcome is different from what I imagined, things are still progressing according to plan. Now, all we need to do is sit back and wait." Wang Xianming had always been their teacher's favorite pupil, receiving the best resources available. Hence, Lu Tiandi had always gotten shortchanged in terms of resources. If not for Lu Xingluo suffering a major failure, his teacher wouldn't have started placing importance on Lu Tiandi at all. Lu Tiandi's original plan had Wang Xianming and Shifeng forming a grudge against each other. In his opinion, with Shifeng's abilities and potential, Wang Xianming probably couldn't do anything significant to Shifeng. Once Wang Xianming failed in his attack, Shifeng would definitely retaliate and create a lot of problems for Wang Xianming. Naturally, Wang Xianming wouldn't sit still and would retaliate against Shifeng as well. Shifeng had exceeded Lu Tiandi's expectations and defeated Wang Xianming. However, this was not bad news for Lu Tiandi. In fact, this was the outcome he hoped to see the most. After all, not only would Wang Xianming get banished from the upper zone now, but Shifeng would also earn the ire of their teacher. Once their teacher retaliated, Shifeng would most likely be forced to leave the upper zone. In fact, he might even disappear from the world altogether. At that time, Lu Tiandi could plan on taking over Zero Wing. According to plan, Yi Kuei shuddered involuntarily when he saw Lu Tiandi's indifferent smile. He never thought that Lu Tiandi would scheme against even Wang Xianming. Ignoring his butler's reaction, Lu Tiandi said, "All right, move along. I still need you to take care of Ji Luorong's group in God's domain." "Yes, sir," Yi Kuei responded in a hurry. Although he had long since known that those who stood in Lu Tiandi's way would never have a good ending, he still got frightened when he saw one of Lu Tiandi's schemes coming to fruition. Meanwhile, after Wang Xuanming's assault, Yuan City's upper zone arranged for Shifeng's group to live in a better residential unit. Xia Qingying had an enforcement robot stationed near Shifeng's new house long-term to prevent a similar situation from occurring. As icing on the cake, the Green God Company gifted 10 Phantom Potions and 10 Life Potions to Shifeng as compensation. However, Shifeng did not feel happy at all in this situation. On the contrary, he even felt slightly pressured. Now that Wang Xianming is in custody, his teacher definitely won't spare me. Even with an enforcement robot guarding the house 24/7, it'll probably be difficult to stop the retaliation of a mental strength master. As Shifeng studied the information Xia Qingying supplied him, his head ached. Fu Jiuzhong, Wang Xuanming's teacher, was no ordinary individual. He was an expert that ranked at the top even in the middle layer and wielded incredible authority. He even had influence over several corporations operating in Yuan City that rivaled the Boulder Corporation in scale. If Fu Jiuzhong began targeting Shifeng, Shifeng would most likely have difficulty acquiring resources from Yuan City's base layer. Although it is still a little early, it seems I have no choice but to take on the Divine Dragon's trial. Even now, Shifeng still wasn't confident of completing Auerbach's trial. This was because a Tier 4 Divine Dragon was much stronger than an ordinary Tier 4 dragon. Even Tier 5 existences were unlikely to be a match for a Tier 4 Divine Dragon. Originally, Shifeng had planned to challenge the trial only after further improving his mana body. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, it seemed that he had no choice but to push his plans forward. It was of utmost importance that he completed the Divine Dragon's trial now. This was because only by completing Auerbach's trial would he become the Divine Dragon's true companion. If that happened, Zero Wing could thoroughly solidify its position on the Western continent, and the Starlight Fortress could serve a much greater purpose. At that time, Zero Wing would be able to not only recruit talents from the Western continent in large numbers, but also acquire large amounts of 7 Luminaries crystals. After all, a Heaven Mode regional dungeon produced an astonishing amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. With the 7 Luminaries crystals he acquired, he would then be able to exchange for a bunch of Phantom Potions and Life Potions. Only by securing Phantom Potions and Life Potions in bulk could he achieve a breakthrough in his mental strength in the real world and his concentration in God's domain. After returning to his room, Shifeng promptly consumed a Phantom Potion and a Life Potion. He then lay in his fearless cabin and logged into the game. Chapter 2850, Divine Dragons Trial Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's Residence. After Shifeng came online, the first thing he did was assign tasks to Liang Jing and Yulan, particularly the distribution of the Tier 3 mana set equipment he had produced. He had made more than 200 of these sets, and he tasked Yulan with secretly gathering a batch of Tier 3 experts who could equip them. Once these experts were geared with the Tier 3 mana set equipment, Zero Wing would gain an additional trump card. Although the modified Tier 3 mana set equipment wasn't as powerful as the original version, there was only a 15% decrease in the basic attributes it provided. A Tier 3 player equipped with a modified set could still go up against mythic monsters of the same level. In addition, Shifeng passed the Treasure of Fire to Melancholic Smile and had her procure as many mysterious flames as possible. They could offer the Seeds of Flame converted as an award for the Candlelight trading firm's forgers and alchemists. By doing so, they could not only increase Candlelight's productivity, but also attract more lifestyle players to join the firm. After all, a lifestyle player's promotion was largely influenced by their production success rates. When Melancholic Smile received the Treasure of Fire from Shifeng, she was shocked. Then, uncontrollable excitement welled up inside her. She had always had a passion for mysterious flames. However, incredibly powerful mysterious flames weren't easy to find. And even when the guild did find some, she didn't have the ability to make it her own. Thus, the mysterious flame she currently used was only a Tier 2 mysterious flame. No lifestyle player had managed to absorb either of the 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames sitting in the guild warehouse even now. However, the Purification Crown resolved the hurdle preventing lifestyle players from absorbing stronger mysterious flames and could even produce mysterious flames using various types of flames. Melancholic Smile could already envision the swarms of lifestyle players fighting to join the Candlelight trading firm. At that time, be it the construction of the Crimson Dragon flying ships or another mobile fortress, Candlelight wouldn't have to worry about lacking talents and manpower. At the same time, with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's return, Zero Wing no longer lacked apex combatants to protect it. Hence, Shifeng tasked Fire Dance with secretly gathering information on the 7 treasures and collecting them directly, if possible. The 7 treasures were not only crucial for his quest, but their various supportive functions were simply heaven-defying, providing incredible help to both individuals and guilds. Previously, when players in God's domain were still low-leveled and weak, the likelihood of them encountering the 7 treasures was low. However, now that more and more Tier 4 players have begun appearing, the chances of players stumbling over the 7 treasures were much greater. Not to mention, the present Zero Wing was already far stronger than before. After its recent rapid development, Zero Wing now had more than 50,000 Tier 3 players under its command, a number that rivaled what the various superpowers had. In addition, the number of partners Zero Wing had continued to increase. Recently, Frost Heaven had thoroughly solidified its alliance with Zero Wing, drastically increasing Zero Wing's influence on the Eastern continent. At this point, Zero Wing could expand its territory already. Hence, his hunt for the 7 treasures was no longer an impossible task. Moreover, he had to get his hands on the 7 treasures to elevate Zero Wing's strength further. This was because only by gathering all of the 7 treasures could he fully utilize their power. In fact, the 7 treasures could even suppress the Endless Abyss. If Zero Wing could acquire this power, thoroughly making an enemy out of the 5 great super guilds wouldn't be a problem. It also wouldn't have to fear the invasion of other gods' domains. After Feng finished assigning tasks, he promptly teleported to the Starlight Fortress to take on the Divine Dragon's trial so that he could solidify Zero Wing's position on the Western continent. At that time, even if the World Seal broke and the War of Worlds began, Zero Wing would have the ability to defend itself against the attacks of the foreign gods' domain's powers. Western Continent, Starlight Fortress. The summoning array at the top of the summoning tower lit up, and Feng appeared in the summoning hall a moment later. Standing atop the summoning tower, Feng had a full view of the Starlight Fortress's situation. At present, the Starlight Fortress was no longer the same as before. Not only had the number of players visiting the fortress increased massively, but even the weakest among them was at Tier 3. There were even quite a number of Tier 4 experts roaming the streets. After briefly scanning the fortress, Feng discovered at least 10 Tier 4 players, nearly outnumbering what Zero Wing City had. If not for the Divine Dragon's presence, even if the Starlight Fortress had Divine Tribe and Netherworld Empire's assistance, it would still be very difficult to keep all these players in check. Not to mention the large number of visiting NPCs and NPC forces greedily eyeing the fortress. Yet, due to the Silver Divine Dragon, these players and NPCs had no choice but to lie low. After checking the fortress's situation, Feng went to the Summoning Tower's summoning altar, which was also the Silver Divine Dragon's resting place. When Feng arrived in the spacious summoning altar, what greeted him was the sight of a miniature version of the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbeck. The Divine Dragon, which was only around a dozen meters in length, was sleeping quietly in the middle of the room. At this time, Auerbeck had already reached level 164. The aura it released now was on a whole other level. It was also much stronger than the dragon Feng had slain in the ancient god's domain. In fact, Feng found it quite difficult to stand in the aura Auerbeck exuded. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were in his place, they wouldn't even be able to approach the Divine Dragon. Looking at the fully recovered Silver Divine Dragon, Feng gained further understanding of Divine Dragons. He had to admit that Divine Dragons truly weren't existences humans could offend. Despite Auerbeck being only at the Tier 4 mythic rank, it was still strong enough to defeat ordinary Tier 5 existences. As for Tier 4 existences, they were nothing but ants in front of a Tier 4 Divine Dragon. Little human, you've come. Auerbeck woke up upon sensing Feng's arrival. Looking at Feng with its golden eyes, it said in satisfaction, "It seems you have made your preparations to challenge the trial." "Yes, esteemed Divine Dragon," Feng agreed, nodding. Both his mana body and concentration standards had already reached a bottleneck, and it was unlikely he could make a breakthrough within a short time. If he wished to elevate his strength further, the only way to do so would be by obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment. However, this evidently wasn't a feasible plan, as every legendary weapon and equipment required a lot of time and manpower to acquire. Good. Since you're confident in taking on the trial, I will let you challenge it as per our previous agreement. However, let me make this clear. You only have 3 opportunities. If you fail to pass the trial in 3 tries, the contract between us will be dissolved, Auerbeck said as it rose from the ground. As for the trial you will be undertaking, it is the trial that has been passed down through generations among the dragon race. Originally, this trial was created for dragons. However, since you wish to become my companion, you will have to complete the Tier 4 Infant Dragons trial at the very minimum. A trial for Tier 4 Infant Dragons? Feng was astonished by Auerbeck's words. Although he had long since known that the Divine Dragon's trial wouldn't be simple, it would seem that he had still underestimated it. A Tier 4 Infant Dragon could fight even Tier 5 existences. Yet, he was supposed to face a trial created for Tier 4 Infant Dragons. I will teleport you to the Dragon Temple. Remember, you will not be able to use external tools there. You must rely on your own strength to conquer the trial. If you die within the trial, you will be teleported back here automatically. After saying so, Auerbeck began chanting an incantation in dragon tongue, generating divine runes around Feng one after another. 5 seconds later, Xinyuan was cocooned in countless golden divine runes. He then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the summoning altar, leaving Auerbach by itself in the spacious room once more. After briefly getting dazzled by runes, Xinyuan gradually recovered his sight and found that he stood before a majestic temple. The temple was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it looked like a huge mountain. Even a dragon would appear tiny in front of this temple, let alone a human. As soon as Xinyuan walked up to the 1,000-meter-tall door before him, an ancient and deep voice suddenly rang out in his mind. A human? No, you're not a human. How interesting. Auerbach actually sent you here to take the trial? Along with this voice, the phantom of a gigantic dragon gradually faded into view before Xinyuan. This dragon was well over 1,000 meters tall, and when it appeared, Xinyuan immediately felt stifled. For a moment, he wondered if he was standing before a Tier 6 god. It seems that little fellow has a really favorable opinion of you to actually let you take the trial, the dragon said as it looked at Xinyuan. Smiling, it continued, very well. I will abide by the old contract since Auerbach has sent you here. You should prepare yourself. You might not be able to pass this trial, but if you do your best, you will still receive great benefits. So make sure to cherish this opportunity. After the dragon finished speaking, Xinyuan found that the view in front of him had changed completely. Now, what was before him wasn't a massive temple, but a broken bridge covered in gray mist. Meanwhile, he was currently standing on this broken bridge, and he could vaguely make out land in the distance. The instant the gray mist enveloped him, Xinyuan was stupefied. Eternal energy. No. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU to be precise, it's eternal energy condensed into a mist form. The moment the gray mist enveloped Xinyuan, his mind felt refreshed like never before. Numerous ideas constantly emerged from the depths of his brain, and he could also view the operating principles of the mana surrounding him with unprecedented clarity. Before Xinyuan could recover from his shock, the dragon's deep voice echoed in his mind once more. Repair the broken bridge using mana. So long as you repair 1/3 of the bridge, you will pass the trial. Your time limit is 3 days. However, for every 300 meters you progress, the time limit will get extended by an additional day. If you fail to repair 1/3 of the bridge when your time runs out, you will have failed the trial. When the dragon finished speaking, Xinyuan heard rocks breaking off somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound source, he found that the bridge's broken end was continuously crumbling. At this rate of collapse, let alone 3 days, the remaining portion of the broken bridge would disappear completely in just a few hours. And once the bridge disappeared, he would plunge into the endless darkness below. Chapter 2851. Mana Reconstruction. What an amazing bridge. When Xinyuan spread his senses across the broken bridge, he was astounded. This was because this bridge was actually made entirely of mana that had solidified. Although this mana was solid, it was akin to sand. He could walk on this bridge without it collapsing like a sandcastle only because of special mana constructs holding the grains of sand together. After thinking up to this point, Xinyuan promptly extended his mana domain to take control of these mana constructs and prevent the bridge from collapsing any further. However, the instant he did so, he was stunned. Manipulating solidified mana, is this taxing? Xinyuan had plenty of experience manipulating mana that had condensed into a mist or liquid. In fact, he could control liquid mana as if it were his own arms. Yet, when he tried manipulating only a small bit of solid mana, he felt as if he was trying to move arms that had been injected with lead. Not only was the process incredibly strenuous, but even the slightest distraction meant immediately losing control of the mana. Meanwhile, the difficulty of maintaining the entire bridge's integrity was akin to holding up a weight of tens of tons. Not to mention, he also had to have this solid mana move according to his will to reconstruct the collapsed portion of the bridge. Looking at the continuously collapsing bridge, Xinyuan finally understood just how difficult this trial was. Let alone reconstructing the bridge, just keeping the bridge from collapsing any further was already a monumental task. As Feng racked his brain over how to prevent the bridge from collapsing, the phantom of a gigantic dragon was quietly observing him in a distant cloud of mist. His grasp on mana is too immature. Let alone 3 days. He won't last even 3 hours at this rate. After taking a look at Feng's understanding and control over mana, the dragon shook its head and wings, disappearing silently from mist. Time passed quickly. Now, less than half of the broken bridge, which was originally over 20 meters long, remained. Moreover, the bridge's rate of collapse was even accelerating as it grew shorter. This won't do. At this rate, the entire bridge will be gone in less than half an hour. I need to think of a way to stabilize a small portion of the bridge first. Feng had a headache as he looked at the collapsing bridge. He gave up on manipulating the entire bridge and chose to secure only a 2-meter length of the bridge. This was also the maximum amount of solid mana he could currently manipulate. Any more, and the solid mana would challenge his control. Everything progressed just as Feng expected. In less than 20 minutes, the portion of the bridge he had given up on collapsed completely, and only the 2-meter stretch under his feet remained relatively stable. Even so, this small portion was still disintegrating gradually. How strange. Feng stared in confusion at the drastically slower collapse. The mana constructs that had been keeping the bridge together before clearly had their mana supply cut off and operation stopped after I arrived. However, the bridge's initial rate of collapse was much slower than when I started controlling it. The rate of collapse accelerated afterward. When he saw the broken bridge starting to collapse right after he appeared, he thought it signaled the start of his trial and represented his time limit. However, when he began manipulating the solid mana, he realized that he had been mistaken. The mana constructs keeping the bridge together had simply stopped operating, so the solid mana would naturally try to revert to its original form. Is there something wrong with my manipulation method? Feng couldn't help entertaining such a question. However, he promptly shook his head and denied this thought. No, I was simply manipulating the solid mana according to the original mana constructs. There shouldn't be a problem with my manipulation method. Otherwise, the entire bridge would have collapsed instantly instead of breaking apart bit by bit. A mana construct was similar to a magic array. If one did not use the appropriate method to manipulate a magic array, it would not activate. This was also the case for mana constructs, except mana constructs were much more fragile than magic arrays, crumbling if manipulated incorrectly. Due to his understanding of mana constructs, Feng had to wonder what exactly he had done wrong in preventing the bridge's collapse. Due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Feng's mind was operating with unprecedented clarity and activity. Numerous ideas came to mind, and he considered the issue from various perspectives. When less than 1 meter of the bridge remained, Feng's eyes suddenly widened in realization. I see. I've been doing things wrong from the very beginning. I shouldn't have tried to force the mana. Whether manipulating my own mana or the ambient mana, I should guide it down the desired path instead of compelling it to do so. While forcing mana does produce some results, mana has its own operating principles. Not only is forcing mana strenuous, but the bridge's mana will also conflict with my own mana. Upon thinking up to this point, Feng immediately began guiding his own mana into the mana constructs holding the broken bridge together. He no longer compelled it to enter the mana constructs. However, guiding mana was much more difficult than he had thought. This was because the mana in the environment was heterogeneous. Even his own mana was composed of various types of mana. Needless to say, trying to guide all these diverse types of mana to do the same thing was an impossible task. This meant that he had to refine and separate the different elements of mana in his body and have them do different things. Originally, accomplishing such a refinement would require a lot of time. After all, the disparate elements of mana in his body were all intermixed. Just separating them would already drive countless expert players to despair. To put this task into perspective, one could imagine a player's mana body as a box filled with millions of marbles of different colors, and these marbles represented mana of different elements. If players wanted to use a specific type of mana within their bodies, they would have to sort through all of these marbles and take out the ones they wanted to use. Doing so would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Not to mention, a mana body was much more complex than a box of marbles, which would further add to the difficulty. Fortunately for Xinyuan, he had acquired a Saint's Legacy. Although the Ice World Saint's Legacy focused more on the ice element, the Legacy had provided an introduction to the other elements. Thank goodness that Saint Legacy mentioned the various elements of mana. Otherwise, I likely wouldn't have any hope of completing the trial this time. Xinyuan couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sensed the jumbled mana flowing within his body. Previously, when he made use of mana, he did not bother segregating at all. He simply used it as it was and didn't find any problem with it. Now, however, he realized that his past actions had thoroughly mixed up the various types of mana in his body and made them even more difficult to separate. Separating the various types of mana in his body without knowing their basic properties would be akin to sorting a box of colorful marbles while colorblind. That would be mission impossible. Immediately, Xinyuan began classifying his mana based on the Ice World Saint's introduction on the various elements. Fire-type mana was violent, scorching hot, and extremely difficult to control. Ice-type mana was quiet, cold, and hardly moved. Wind-type mana was free, refreshing, and spirited. Different elements of mana had their own habits and operating principles. If it were in the past, Xinyuan would have found it impossible to distinguish them in detail. However, Xinyuan was currently a half-step Grandmaster Magician. While distinguishing between the various types of mana remained difficult, it wasn't impossible. One trick he thought of to facilitate this process was constructing a single attributed elemental magic array for each of the various elements. This magic array would act as a filter and capture only the specific element of mana it was made to capture. The other elements would pass through the magic array unimpeded. This way, whenever he wished to call upon a particular element, he could immediately use the corresponding elemental magic array to gather the mana he needed. Originally, constructing these elemental magic arrays within one's mana body was a very delicate task. Even a half-step Grandmaster Magician like Xinyuan would need 1 or 2 days to construct all of the necessary elemental magic arrays. However, thanks to the eternal energy surrounding him, Xinyuan spent only 15 minutes constructing all the necessary magic arrays. Immediately, the various elements of mana in Xinyuan's mana body gathered at specific locations, no longer one big heterogeneous mess. Amazing! So, this is the effect of segregating mana? When Xinyuan scanned the mana in his body, he found that not only had its purity undergone a qualitative transformation, but his mana body also resonated far more powerfully with the environment. In fact, he also had a much easier time manipulating the magic array responsible for controlling his mana body. Now, he could even operate his mana body with a threefold manipulation method. So, this is why I couldn't cross the 110% threshold despite my concentration having reached the Tier 4 peak standard. Looking at the system notification that had appeared before him, Xinyuan grew ecstatic. Just a moment ago, his mana body's completion rate had hit the legendary threshold. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. His mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. Meanwhile, the instant his mana body reached the 120% threshold, Xinyuan sensed his physique improving significantly and his perception of his surroundings rising to a whole other level. Most importantly, his mana was not only much denser than before, but its quantity had also doubled. Now that I'm done segregating my mana, it's about time I started taking on a trial. Xinyuan shifted his gaze toward the half-meter-long bridge underfoot. Chapter 2852, Breakthrough. Tier 5 concentration, even without Xinyuan deliberately maintaining the bridge. The aura he radiated was now enough to slow the bridge's collapse drastically. A 120% completion rate mana body truly is amazing. No wonder people thought players could contend against a dragon of the same tier once a player's mana body reached 120% completion. Xinyuan was astonished as he studied the stabilized bridge underfoot. Despite not making a conscious effort to control his mana body, he exerted a powerful stabilizing effect on his surroundings. With how powerful his current mana body was, he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful his mana domain had become. Fighting a dragon of the same tier and level aside, he could now contend against a half-step demon king of the same level, at the very least. Afterward, Feng began injecting his segregated mana into the broken bridge. Once he did so, the broken bridge seemed renewed. The bridge's gradual collapse instantly halted, and its toughness had clearly risen to a whole new level as well. At this time, the bridge could probably receive Tier 4 attacks without sustaining any damage. Amazing. Sure enough, this is the true way to use mana. In the past, whenever he activated a skill or spell, he would make use of every type of mana available in his body to manipulate the ambient mana around him. Achieving a 10% efficiency by doing so would already be fortunate. This was because most skills and spells utilized only a specific element of mana to activate. To manipulate only a specific type of mana in the environment, using the corresponding element of mana to do so would yield the best results. Using other elements would still allow one to exert a certain degree of control. However, the efficiency would be incredibly poor. A backlash might even occur. Now, the Feng had perfectly matched his mana with the ambient mana. He could use the ambient mana's power at 100% efficiency. One could easily imagine how much of a boost to his combat power this change would bring. After thoroughly stabilizing the broken bridge, Feng shifted his attention to the mana constructs keeping the bridge together. Keeping the bridge's mana constructs stable and operational could be considered the bottom line for this trial. If he wished to pass the trial, he would need to reconstruct the bridge. Otherwise, all he could do was stand still and stare idly at the distant land until his time ran out. After carefully inspecting the bridge, Feng was surprised. Previously, he had focused entirely on stabilizing the bridge, so he hadn't spent much time observing the bridge itself. Now that his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate, his perception of his surroundings had improved to a point where it felt as if he had again taken over a half-step Demon King's body. DI as expected of the Dragon Race's trial. This bridge's mana constructs are simply phenomenal. Feng sighed in awe as he observed the broken bridge's structure. This bridge has made use of practically every property and operating principle of the various elements of mana. Without a considerable understanding of these aspects, it would be impossible to create such mana constructs. In God's domain, it was already a heaven-defying task for players to gain a deep understanding of the operating principles of the various types of mana. Hence, making proper use of these types of mana was simply a luxury players couldn't afford. In fact, even the Ice World Saints Legacy provided a detailed introduction of only Ice-type mana and just briefly touched on the other elements. Needless to say, the Legacy didn't include instructions on how to use these other mana types. However, the bridge Feng stood on perfectly displayed the basic use of the various elements of mana. It was much better than a simple text introduction. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy task to see how exactly this bridge was constructed. This was because ordinary Tier 4 existences couldn't get a clear view of the operating principles of mana, let alone the operating principles of a mana construct. Only dragons with their high life ratings could possibly accomplish such a feat at Tier 4. Even so, this situation was definitely a massive opportunity for Tier 4 players. The biggest hurdle Tier 4 players needed to cross to reach Tier 5 was the construction of their personalized mana body. This process required players to have not only excellent control over mana, but also a profound understanding of the operating principles and usage of mana and knowledge of the construction of mana bodies. Meanwhile, the broken bridge underneath Feng just so happened to address these problems. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, Feng immediately began reconstructing the broken bridge with his own mana. Following this, time passed quickly. Although reconstructing the bridge was incredibly challenging, due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Feng found that the incomparably complex mana constructs weren't impossible to understand. Despite encountering failure one after another, Feng did not grow disappointed, but even became increasingly excited instead. This was because he was making progress with each failure. As he continuously adjusted his utilization of the various mana types, his control over them also improved in precision and efficiency. After experimenting for 2 days straight, Feng finally constructed a half-meter-long bridge. I did it! I finally did it! An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up in Feng's heart as he looked at the portion of the bridge he had reconstructed. Although the bridge he reconstructed looked much cruder than the original bridge, it did not send him plunging into the abyss below when he tried to stand on it. Most importantly, he had finally gained a basic understanding of the various mana constructs. This meant that he had finally reached a qualified level when it came to utilizing the various elements of mana. With these achievements, he was confident he could begin constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Of course, Feng did not let his achievements blind him. He still gave the trial's completion top priority. After all, having a divine dragon as a companion was much more important than constructing his personalized mana body. Immediately afterward, he resumed reconstructing the broken bridge and advanced toward the distant land. Although Feng had spent 2 days reconstructing his first half-meter-long segment, now that he had a foundation, he could reconstruct the subsequent segments much more quickly. Moreover, he also improved his precision with every segment he reconstructed, which, in turn, made his reconstructions look increasingly refined. After working for nearly a day, Feng finally reached the 500-meter mark, his achievement extending his time limit by 1 day. The distance from a starting point to the distant land is roughly 20 kilometers. So, I'll need to extend the bridge by 7 kilometers or so to pass the trial. If I can complete 500 meters per day, I should finish this trial within half a month. After Feng made some rough mental calculations, anticipation filled him. Although he would be spending much more time in this trial than he initially expected, the harvest he would gain was very much worth the time spent. After resting for a moment, Feng promptly resumed his job as a construction worker. Meanwhile, after another 8 days had gone by, while Feng was reconstructing the broken bridge, a loud tearing sound suddenly appeared in a secret land in the eastern continent. A spatial channel several kilometers tall and 20 kilometers wide was sealed in this secret land. The moment the loud, tearing noise sounded, the divine runes sealing this spatial channel shattered and faded out of existence. It is still starting in the end? An illusory figure appeared before the spatial channel. After looking at the spatial channel with a complicated gaze, this figure then disappeared without a trace. At the same time as this illusory figure disappeared, nearly 20 figures emerged from this gigantic spatial channel. Every one of these figures exuded powerful and ancient auras highly incompatible with the surrounding space. Ha ha! It's finally open. Our guild was even the first to discover it. So, this is an alternate god's domain? Why is the ambient mana here so thin? Although the mana density is somewhat low here, it is still another god's domain. Hurry up and notify the guild leader and the others. Tell them that the seal has been lifted and that the world passage is open. Have them make the necessary preparations. I'll go ahead with the team to understand the situation of this god's domain. We must claim this world for ourselves ahead of the other guilds, said the middle-aged man, standing at the head of the team. At the middle-aged man's words, the team immediately split into 2 groups. 3 players returned to the world passage, while the remaining 15 players charged straight toward the secret land's exit. As these foreign invaders were taking action, Feng was struggling inside the distant special space. I didn't think that reconstructing the bridge would place such a huge burden on the brain. It's already been 8 days, yet I haven't even reached the 3,400-meter mark. I've also exhausted more than half of my concentration already. Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the distant land. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this time, he more or less understood why the giant dragon had such low hopes for him. Originally, he thought that he could progress 500 meters a day. However, the more time he spent in the trial, the greater the mental pressure he suffered from reconstructing the bridge. Whenever he tried manipulating the bridge's mana constructs, he felt like needles were pricking his mind. Moreover, the degree of pain intensified as he progressed, making the bridge's reconstruction increasingly difficult. Now, he couldn't even manage 300 meters in a day. Despite this situation, Shifeng had no intention of giving up. After all, every moment he spent in this special space allowed him to improve his control over the various elements of mana. If possible, he even wished he could spend several months in this special space. However, this obviously wasn't allowed, as proven by the increasingly powerful mental pressure he suffered. This feature was most likely implemented to deal with anyone trying to exploit this special space's benefits. Shifeng continued pushing forward for the next 3 days. By the end of the third day, Shifeng would suffer intense pain, even if he only slightly manipulated his mana. After the fourth day, Shifeng's complexion had not only become deathly pale, but even his consciousness was beginning to blur. Meanwhile, as his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, he gradually understood that his time in the trial was coming to an end. This wasn't just because he was running out of time, but also because he would thoroughly exhaust his concentration and collapse after a few more attempts. The next moment, after Shifeng completed another 1-meter-long segment and was about to lose consciousness, the system's crisp and indifferent voice suddenly entered his ears. "System, congratulations. Your concentration has reached the Tier 5 standard. It is also detected that your mana body has reached the 120% completion rate. You have one opportunity to receive a world blessing and reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Do you wish to activate the world blessing now? Opportunity will be rejected by default if you do not respond in 3 minutes." Chapter 2853. Upgraded Soul, Reconstruct My Sea of Consciousness? Shifeng was shocked and confused as he looked at the system notification. The concept of reconstructing one's sea of consciousness wasn't foreign to him. In fact, he knew plenty about it. However, it was precisely because of this that he found this situation unbelievable. The sea of consciousness, to put it simply, referred to a player's soul. It was also something related to the promotion of Tier 5 players to Tier 6. The qualitative transformation of the soul. Any player who wished to get promoted to Tier 6 needed to have not only a powerful body, but also a powerful soul. Only when both requirements were met could players get promoted to Tier 6. Of the two conditions, the requirement of a sufficiently powerful soul was more difficult to fulfill. This was because the soul was an illusory object. The only thing players could do to upgrade their soul was continuously raise their concentration standard. By doing so, their soul would automatically grow stronger over time. However, this form of improvement was incredibly slow. Even if a player's concentration reached the Tier 5 peak standard, their soul wouldn't develop that fast. If one wished to let one's soul undergo a qualitative transformation, one would need to experience numerous events that temper the mind. Of course, there was an even quicker method to do so, raising one's concentration to the Tier 6 God rank standard. This was an incredibly frightening concentration standard where players could continuously modify and improve their sea of consciousness through their own will. The benefits a Tier 6 concentration provided were far superior to those of a Tier 5 concentration. In addition, there was also a third method, relying on external items to destroy one's inherent sea of consciousness and construct a new one. This method was similar to how players with Tier 6 concentration modified their sea of consciousness, only much more ruthless and thorough. Reconstructing a sea of consciousness meant destroying everything that currently existed and creating a completely new one. It was different from what players with Tier 6 concentration did. These players would gradually address the flaws of their existing sea of consciousness, refining it over time. For Tier 5 players, the opportunity to reconstruct their sea of consciousness was both rare and precious. Shifeng never even dreamed of receiving such an opportunity before getting promoted to Tier. After pondering in silence for a moment, He chose to accept the world blessing and the opportunity to reconstruct his sea of consciousness. System. The world blessing will be granted in 30 seconds. Please make the necessary preparations. The higher your completion rate, the better the reconstructed sea of consciousness will be. The higher the completion rate, the better. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng took a deep breath, stopped work on the bridge, and focused only a portion of his consciousness on stabilizing it to prevent it from collapsing. He planned to give the reconstruction process his all. 30 seconds went by in the blink of an eye. Shifeng felt an unprecedented pain assault him, as if his soul was getting ripped out of his body. Had he not absorbed the Tier 4 Hellfire before, he wouldn't have been able to endure this pain at all. However, after 10 seconds of this soul-wrenching pain, it disappeared all of a sudden. Simultaneously, Shifeng felt his mind go completely blank. As for his soul, what remained of it were only countless soul fragments. Immediately afterward, numerous magic arrays appeared before him. These magic arrays were so complex that despite being a half-step Grandmaster Magician himself, he was still shocked. He spotted over a dozen Grandmaster Magic arrays. As for Master Magic arrays, they easily numbered over 100. Meanwhile, all of these magic arrays joined together to form an incomparably large soul array. System, you have 4 hours to reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Once 4 hours have passed, the world blessing will disappear. If you do not achieve at least a 40% completion rate by the end of these 4 hours, your sea of consciousness will not be reconstructed. Afterward, as a consequence of having your soul shattered, you will enter a weakened soul state for 20 natural days. 20 days? Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised by the penalty for failure. Opportunities and risks came hand in God's domain. In fact, a 20-day penalty could even be considered very light. If a Tier 5 expert were to find out that this opportunity came with such low risks, they would do everything they could to secure it. Subsequently, Shifeng stopped thinking about other things and focused on copying the soul array into his sea of consciousness. He couldn't decide whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate part of this situation was that he had accepted the world blessing while in this special space full of eternal energy. He would have a much easier time drawing the soul array in this environment. The unfortunate part was that, along with the destruction of his soul, he had lost the ability to stabilize the broken bridge. In other words, he didn't have 4 hours to complete the soul array at all. Despite his frustrations, Shifeng did not give up on this opportunity. Moreover, due to the eternal energy's effects, he managed to familiarize himself with the Master Magic arrays and replicate them with ease. The soul array's completion rate rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1%, 3%, 7%. In just 1 hour, Shifeng had already completed 16% of the gigantic soul array. At this rate, he could definitely reach the required 40% within 4 hours. Even if copying the Grandmaster Magic arrays later would slow down his progress, reaching 40% shouldn't be difficult. Another 1.5 hours went by, during which the soul array's completion rate had reached 35%. Shifeng found his progress unbelievable. Hence, he attempted to copy his first Grandmaster Magic array. The instant he completed the magic array, his progress rose from 35% to 38%. Increased by this much, Shifeng looked at his progress bar in surprise. Completing a Master Magic array didn't even increase his progress by 0.5%. Now, completing just one Grandmaster Magic array had raised his progress by 3%. Meanwhile, under the eternal energy's effects, his speed in copying the Grandmaster Magic array wasn't much slower than when he worked on the Master Magic arrays. Without my support, the bridge can last 3 hours at most. I only have about 20 minutes left now, so I can only attempt one more Grandmaster Magic array. Although Shifeng guessed that the broken bridge would remain stable for 3 hours without his support, that was only an estimate. As a precaution, he decided to conclude his attempt after copying one more Grandmaster Magic array. The soul array was massive. However, the crucial parts of the soul array were still the dozen or so Grandmaster Magic arrays, particularly the 6 serving as the soul array's core. Originally, Shifeng had thought to complete more master magic arrays to allow the core magic arrays to exhibit greater functionality. Unfortunately, he clearly did not have time for that. Now he could only grit his teeth and draw the second core magic array. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes later, Shifeng finished drawing the second core magic array. The soul array's completion rate jumped from 38% to 41%, reaching the system's requirement. Upon seeing this, Shifeng chose to complete the reconstruction. System, magic array completion rate at 41%. You have met the basic requirement for reconstruction. Your sea of consciousness will be reconstructed according to the constructed magic array. Do you wish to begin the reconstruction? Reconstruct. Shifeng promptly chose to go through with the reconstruction. Although he had more than an hour remaining before the world blessing disappeared, if he died midway, his reconstruction attempt would become forfeit as well. The next moment, after he approved the reconstruction, the solar ray drawn in his sea of consciousness began operating. Although the solar ray was still incomplete, just like the system stated, it was functional. As his sea of consciousness's reconstruction began, Shifeng experienced an unprecedented mental clarity. His mind became much more active, and his reaction speed also improved significantly. After 20 seconds into the reconstruction, he discovered that his previously blurry sea of consciousness had become much more tangible. The change was akin to mist condensing into water. The change might not seem significant, but the density of his sea of consciousness had undergone a qualitative transformation. Although his sea of consciousness was still in an illusory state, Shifeng could tell that his thinking speed had more than tripled. So long as he focused his mind, he could observe the world around him in a decelerated state. Amazing! Shifeng was astonished as he inspected his newly reconstructed sea of consciousness. No wonder so many Tier 5 experts in the past have been so crazy about reconstructing their sea of consciousness. With my current sea of consciousness, even though my concentration is only at the Tier 5 basic standard, the rate of my soul's improvement is probably faster than someone with Tier 5P concentration. His concentration remained at the Tier 5 basic standard. However, his soul's strengthening rate was superior to even that of experts with Tier 5P concentration. The next moment, when Shifeng opened his eyes again, his surroundings looked completely different from before. The range of his mental perception had increased from 100 yards to 500 yards, and his five senses had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Similarly, his body felt more flexible and sharper than ever before. At this time, even though he wasn't actively manipulating his mana, the 2-meter-long bridge under him actually remained nearly stable. Moreover, his concentration was no longer depleted. Instead, it was brimming like never before. It seems I shouldn't have any problems completing the trial now. Shifeng smiled subconsciously as he looked at the relatively stable bridge. Previously, he had to make an effort to ensure that the bridge did not collapse. Doing so had taken up a lot of his focus. Now, he no longer needed to split his attention between the reconstruction and maintaining the bridge's integrity. He only needed to concentrate on reconstructing the broken bridge. This would reduce his mental stress by a large margin. Following this, Shifeng resumed reconstructing the bridge. He had a much easier time than before, which allowed him to progress at a flying pace. After just 3 more days, his progress finally reached the 1/3 mark of the entire bridge. However, Shifeng had no intention of stopping here. After all, the eternal energy in this place was simply wonderful. By staying here, he could not only further his understanding of the various mana types, but also familiarize himself with his new sea of consciousness and verify the theories he thought up for his new mana body. Hence, he did not rush to exit the trial, continuing to advance and reconstruct the broken bridge. As Shifeng got closer to the distant land, he found that he also had to improve the quality of the supports he constructed. Otherwise, the bridge wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of the abyss below. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After working for another 4 days and arriving at the halfway mark, he could no longer advance any further. However, His failure to progress wasn't because he had exhausted his concentration, but because the supports he constructed could no longer withstand the abyss's corrosion. Short of a qualitative transformation, they wouldn't be able to hold up the bridge at all. It seems this is as far as I can go. Xinyuan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he looked at the distant land. At this time, it looked much clearer than before. From what he could sense, he should be able to receive massive benefits in that land. However, with his current standards, it was evidently impossible to construct a bridge of a much higher quality. Xinyuan immediately chose to leave this special space. Chapter 2854, Upgrading the Abyssal Blade Inside the Ancient Dragon Temple. How surprising! The Dragon Phantom exclaimed in astonishment when Xinyuan suddenly appeared before it. Despite having the body of a human, you actually managed to clear a trial made for the dragon race. Moreover, you managed to reach the halfway point. This is a rare achievement, even among the dragon race. A rare achievement? Xinyuan was surprised by the dragon's words. The dragon race was an apex race. The perception of dragons was definitely far superior to his own. Not to mention, there were even divine dragons among the dragon race. For divine dragons, let alone reaching the halfway point, even completing the entire bridge and reaching the distant land shouldn't be strange. After all, the life rating they possessed far exceeded that of humans. That's right. This is a rare achievement, the Dragon Phantom said, nodding. In the dragon race's long history, only 5 have managed to reach the halfway point while still a tier 4. Every one of them is a genius of the dragon race with an excellent bloodline. Hence, I find it truly incredible that you accomplished the same feat with just the body of a human. Xinyuan was surprised once more. He never thought that, even among the dragon race, only 5 dragons had reached the halfway point while still a tier 4. Reaching the halfway point was indeed a challenging task. Not only would one need to have a sufficiently powerful soul, but one would also need to utilize the various elements of mana to their very limits. However, having a powerful soul was a given for dragons. As for utilizing the various elements' basic properties, this was also as easy as drinking water for dragons. Otherwise, there was no way dragons could be so powerful. Normally, dragons that can reach the halfway point are already adults. I can now see why Auerbeck decided to let you undertake the trial, the Dragon Phantom said, its eyes filled with praise as it looked at Xinyuan. Now, according to the ancient contract, you may take one of the 3 treasure chests stored within the treasury. As soon as the Dragon Phantom finished speaking, 3 massive treasure chests appeared before Xinyuan. The instant these treasure chests appeared, the mana within the Dragon Temple immediately thickened. In fact, a faint hint of divine might now wafted into the temple. As expected of the dragon race's reward, I doubt I can get such loot even from killing a tier 6 god. Xinyuan was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he inspected the 3 treasure chests before him. The trial rewards this time were simply mind-blowing. If taken to the outside world, any one of these 3 treasure chests could drive the entire god's domain wild. The first chest, named the Blackstone Treasure Chest, gave players 1 fragmented legendary weapon and 2 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment that suited them. The second chest, named the Red Crystal Treasure Chest, contained 4 items, either Tier 5 skill books or Tier 5 legacy guidances suitable for the player. The third chest, named the Purple Jade Treasure Chest, rewarded players with 10 to 12 God Crystals. The Blackstone Treasure Chest aside, both the Red Crystal Treasure Chest and Purple Jade Treasure Chest provided things Xinyuan greatly desired. At this time, he only needed to create a personalized mana body to get promoted to Tier 5. Hence, Tier 5 skill books were of great importance to him. If he relied only on legacy skill points, he would be able to acquire only 2 Tier 5 skills at best. God Crystals were equally important to him. This was because God Crystals were needed to upgrade many of the weapons and equipment he possessed, and upgrading these items would provide a tremendous boost to his combat power. Pick one. The Dragon Phantom smiled faintly when it saw the gleam in Xinyuan's eyes. I will teleport you back in 3 minutes, so you'd best not take too long in choosing. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said earnestly, "I've decided. I will go with the purple jade treasure chest." While the red crystal treasure chest was indeed important to him, he was, after all, still a tier 4 right now. Moreover, the items appearing inside the red crystal treasure chest were completely random. If he were unfortunate, he might end up getting 4 tier 5 legacy guidances. Moreover, god crystals weren't easy to come by. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait before he received another opportunity to improve his weapons and equipment further. "All right, this purple jade treasure chest is yours," the dragon phantom said, lifting a claw. Immediately, the barrier sealing the purple jade treasure chest disappeared. Feng chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. After all, there was no way he could bring such a massive treasure chest away. The instant the treasure chest opened, divine might gushed out of it. Bathed in this divine might, even ordinary tier 4 players would grow fearful and dare not approach the treasure chest. However, now that Feng's concentration had reached the tier 5 standard, resisting this divine might wasn't much of a problem. In fact, he was confident he could stand tall in the presence of even a bona fide tier 6 god in his present state. 11? Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw the number of god crystals in the treasure chest. If not for the luck attribute having no effect on high-caliber treasure chests, he definitely would have activated Divine Providence to boost his luck. After all, the value of one god crystal nearly rivaled that of fragmented legendary items. Moreover, god crystals were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. Although that's one less god crystal than I hoped for, I have more than enough to upgrade my weapon now. The next moment, Feng had the Abyssal Blade absorb 4 god crystals without hesitation. Now that he was at the half-step tier 5 standard, only the Light of Two Worlds was an adequate weapon for him. The Abyssal Blade couldn't keep up with him any longer. Hence, he had to upgrade it. After the Abyssal Blade absorbed the 4 god crystals, its skills got upgraded to tier 4, and its basic attributes underwent some changes. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power 235% of strength attribute, attack speed 3% of agility attribute, all attributes, increases according to user's level. Ignore levels plus 35 attacks have 70% chance to cause 250% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases attack speed by 2% to a maximum of 30%. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%. All effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment tier 4. Can be evolved. Devour 9 god crystals to evolve to tier 5. Additional active skill 1. Darkness Bind, tier 4. Binds all enemies within a 500-yard radius for 4 seconds and reduces their defense and magic resistance by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional active skill 2. Darkness Domain, tier 4. Converts an area of 800 yards around the user into a darkness domain. Weakens the senses of all enemies within the darkness domain and reduces enemies' basic attributes by 20%. While inside the darkness domain, the user may control up to 36 strands of power of darkness. Each strand carries a force equivalent to 150% of the user's strength and causes 200% darkness damage. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive Profound Inheritance. Mana Abyss, tier 4. The higher the density of the mana surrounding the Abyssal Blade, the more power the weapon will exhibit. The power of the weapon can be increased up to 150%. Additional active Profound Inheritance. Black Dragon's Soul, tier 4. Grants the user the Black Dragon King's soul and transforms the user into the Black Dragon King. The higher the density of the surrounding mana, the higher the Black Dragon King's life rating will be. Can use the skill Dragon Breath. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 15 hours. A sword recast from the fragments of an ancient, unknown weapon. The Black Dragon King's power has been sealed within the sword, although the Black Dragon King has cursed the weapon. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. If the wielder cannot suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 70%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. After the Abyssal Blade absorbed the 4 God Crystals, its attributes and skills received significant improvements. Although the magic weapon was still no match for the Light of Two Worlds in terms of attack power and attack speed, it was still top tier among fragmented legendary weapons. Shifeng felt very satisfied after upgrading his weapon. Now that he had the Tier 4 Abyssal Blade, combined with his half-step Tier 5 standard, he was confident he could hold his own even against a real Tier 4 dragon. After all, once he transformed himself into a Tier 4 dragon, his combat standards and mastery over the elements would become much superior to the average Tier 4 dragons. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although Shifeng also had the option of repairing the Disintegration Armor instead of upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he had decided against it. The Disintegration Armor was legendary set equipment. If he couldn't gather the complete set, the equipment requirement of an individual piece would be higher than normal. This would make it impossible for him to equip the Disintegration Armor. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were crafted for Tier 6 gods. Aside from a few unique legendary weapons and equipment, most would need players to reach Tier 5 at minimum to equip them. If he repaired the Disintegration Armor and ended up unable to equip it, he would definitely die of regret. Hence, he decided to upgrade the Abyssal Blade instead to play safe. As for the Disintegration Armor, it wouldn't be too late to find more God Crystals to repair it once he had reached Tier 5. It's time to leave, the Dragon Phantom said, snapping Shifeng out of his reverie. It then raised a claw at Shifeng. Immediately, divine runes appeared around Shifeng one after another, enveloping him completely. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the Dragon Temple. When the divine runes surrounding Shifeng disappeared, he found that he was back in the Summoning Tower's Summoning Altar. Chapter 2855. Global Transformation inside the Summoning Altar. As the divine runes enveloping Shifeng disappeared, Auerbach snapped his eyes open and stared at him in surprise. You succeeded? Actually, Auerbach could tell that Shifeng had completed the trial the moment he laid eyes on the human. This was because Shifeng looked completely different in his eyes right now. Although there was no change to Shifeng's level, the mana he radiated was completely different from before he challenged the trial. Not only did Shifeng's mana blend much better with the ambient mana, but the quality of his mana had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The fact that Shifeng had such exquisite control over his own mana proved that he had conquered the trial. However, Auerbach still found this situation unbelievable. Shifeng would already be plenty amazing if he managed to complete the trial on his 3rd attempt. Yet, now, Shifeng had actually completed the trial on his 1st attempt. I got lucky. Shifeng nodded. If his concentration hadn't broken through to the Tier 5 standard at the very last minute, which allowed him to receive the world blessing to reconstruct his sea of consciousness, completing the trial would have been a pipe dream. No, it is impossible for someone to pass the trial by relying on luck. It is all because of your own strength, Auerbach said, shaking his head. Since you've passed the trial, according to our contract, I, Auerbach, acknowledge you as my contractor from now on. As soon as Auerbach finished speaking, Shifeng felt a scorching sensation on his left arm. Before Shifeng realized it, the symbol of a silver dragon had been branded on his left arm. Simultaneously, the system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. System, congratulations. You have completed the 2nd phase of the epic quest, Void Cage, and received the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbach's acknowledgement. You have become a true Dragon's Contractor. You now have the ability to call upon the Silver Divine Dragon to fight for you at any time, rewarding 30 legacy skill points and 1 level. Shurfang's level immediately rose from level 150 to level 151. His legacy skill points also increased by 30. If you encounter any troubles in the future, call upon me, Auerbeck said. With the Contractor's Mark, I can teleport to your location at any time. However, you should still be cautious. The Contractor's Mark has limited power. I cannot sense its location in certain areas. Moreover, the current God's domain is no longer the same. Although you have made significant growth, if you behave too aggressively outside, you might still fall into a desperate situation. You might even have your soul annihilated. Different? Has the world passage opened already? Auerbeck's words startled Shurfang. Auerbeck could defeat even ordinary tier 5 individuals. Since he was issuing such a dire warning, the current God's domain must have undergone drastic changes. That's right. The world passage is completely open now. Existences of another world have invaded this world. In fact, some of God's domain's rules have already changed. You will understand what I mean if you go out and take a look, Auerbeck said, nodding. He then pointed at the door that was sealed by a magic array and continued, If you encounter trouble, it is best if you summon me immediately. Thank you for your warning, Your Excellency. I will be careful. Shurfang nodded and mentally noted to himself to be more careful. Afterward, he departed from the summoning altar. As for Auerbeck, the Silver Divine Dragon resumed its slumber in the summoning altar. The moment Shurfang exited the summoning tower, he was stunned. What dense mana! The density of the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana had more than doubled compared to before he went to the Dragon Temple. Apart from Zero Wing City, probably no other guild city in God's domain possessed such dense mana. Even Stone Forest City couldn't compare. Moreover, Shurfang could feel his affinity with mana increasing while bathed in this dense mana. He could also perceive the operating principles of mana with much greater clarity. This place was practically a weakened version of the ancient God's domain. However, compared to the mana environment, the changes to the Starlight Fortress's player population were even more shocking. Before Shurfang left to challenge the Divine Dragon's trial, the Starlight Fortress's player traffic had already reached a very frightening level. However, the present fortress's player population had more than tripled since then. Shurfang even spotted quite a few tier 4 experts just on the street he was walking on. Moreover, he sensed the presence of at least 70 tier 4 experts inside the Starlight Fortress. This number was simply mind-blowing. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part about the fortress. Compared to the Starlight Fortress's interior, the fortress's surroundings were much more crowded. From what Shurfang could tell, well over 1 million players were lining up to enter the fortress. These players weren't ordinary players. Even the weakest one among them was a tier 3 player, and every one of them was at least at level 135. There were also tier 4 experts standing in the queue. If not for these players standing in line obediently, Shurfang would have suspected that these people were aiming to capture the Starlight Fortress. However, before Shurfang could recover from his surprise, he saw a group of people charging through the main street toward the fortress's entrance. This group's leader was none other than Magic-Eye Goddess Phythalia, the commander of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion. At this time, Phythalia had reached not only tier 4, but also level 145. Given the intensity of the mana she radiated, she had broken through her mana body's 100% threshold as well. From what Shurfang could tell, Phythalia should also have at least 2 fragmented legendary items on her. In her current state, she could probably hold her ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level. Moreover, aside from Phythalia, there were 3 other tier 4s in the team she led. These 3 players were at the Void Realm standard and boasted 8 or more pieces of epic equipment. The only unfortunate part was that none of them had transcended the limits of their mana bodies. Even so, the strength of Phythalia's team was more than enough to raid superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, Phythalia and the others looked anxious as they rushed toward the entrance. Did something happen? Curious, Shifeng stealthily followed Phythalia's team. Divine Tribe could be considered Zero Wing's strategic ally on the Western continent. Moreover, it was tasked with maintaining the Starlight Fortress's security on Zero Wing's behalf. Unless something major occurred, someone of Phythalia's status wouldn't take action. If need be, Shifeng naturally had to lend her a helping hand. Shortly afterward, Phythalia's team arrived at the Starlight Fortress's entrance. At this time, the players outside the entrance were staring curiously at a group of people standing before the fortress's checkpoint. To be precise, it was a mixed group of NPCs and players. Among these players were 5 Tier 4s. As for the NPCs, there were actually over a dozen Tier 4s among them. Why are people of the Blood Alliance here? Don't the superpowers in the Alliance mainly operate out at sea? It is indeed strange. From what I remember, they've never been active on land. Instead, they've been dominating the seas since the start of the game. Even the 5 great super guilds don't dare offend them out at sea. I heard that many naval forces have clashed with the Outer World's forces at sea. Although neither side managed to secure an advantage, the Blood Alliance suffered heavy losses in these clashes. Rumor has it that the Alliance has over 5 million Tier 3 casualties thus far. 3 of the Alliance's islands were razed to the ground. The players in the queue couldn't help starting heated discussions among themselves as they looked at the Tier 4 players and NPCs. While the Blood Alliance's sphere of operations was mostly limited to the sea, the Starlight Fortress was nowhere near the sea. Just teleporting from a coastal city to the Starlight Fortress cost nearly 6 gold coins. Are they greedy for the Starlight Fortress's benefits? That's probably the case. After all, the current Starlight Fortress is simply amazing. Its mana density and the benefits the mana provides are much greater than what you can find elsewhere on the continent. Not to mention, it is also near a God Mode regional dungeon. That can't be right. Don't they know that a Tier 4 Divine Dragon is guarding this place? That's not something Tier 4 existences can go up against. While everyone wondered why members of the Blood Alliance had come to the Starlight Fortress, Phythalia's team arrived before the Blood Alliance group. Guild Leader Brute, to what do we owe this sudden visit? Phythalia asked a thin man wearing a gray robe and carrying a dark wooden staff. The Blood Alliance had arrived with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and 3 of the Blood Alliance's top 10 Tier 4 experts. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Blood Alliance came with bad intentions. Commander Phythalia, you don't need to be so nervous. We're not here to ask for trouble. Moreover, we aren't here to meet you, Brute said, smiling faintly. In fact, this matter doesn't have anything to do with Divine Tribe. We are simply here to find Zero Wing and negotiate a partnership. Negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Phythalia laughed at Brute's statement. I naturally don't have a say in such a matter. However, seeing as you've brought so many Tier 4 NPCs with you, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like you've come for a friendly negotiation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, I didn't call them here, Brute countered, shaking his head. These people are the representatives of various NPC naval forces. Representatives of NPC naval forces? Phythalia was surprised by Brute's answer. If only one NPC force had sent these Tier 4 NPCs, she wouldn't have found the situation strange. However, it was a different story if these NPCs represented multiple NPC forces. This was something she had to take seriously. In God's domain, the reason many kingdoms and empires had chosen not to spread their influence to the sea wasn't just the presence of powerful sea monsters. Another reason was the extraordinary strength of many NPC naval forces, with some even having Tier 5 NPCs leading them. Nodding, Brute said in an indisputable tone, That's right. It's fine if you do not let us enter, Commander Phythalia. However, I don't mind letting you know that the Blood Alliance plans to requisition a portion of the Starlight Fortress's temporary residences to resist the Outer World invaders. Chapter 2856, Half-Step Tier 5 Requisition. Phythalia was momentarily stunned by Brute's words. Have you lost your mind, Brute? Phythalia wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The spectating crowd thought so as well. The Blood Alliance, with its many superpowers and NPC forces, was indeed powerful. However, the Alliance's strength was only in the sea. On the Western continent, the Blood Alliance held no advantages. Since the Starlight Fortress was far from the sea, the Blood Alliance had no way to dispatch a large army to the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, the Starlight Fortress's defenses were something that even the 5 great super guilds were helpless against. After all, the fortress had a Tier 4 Divine Dragon guarding it. Even Tier 5 NPCs wouldn't dare go against such an existence. This was why Zero Wing could retain control over the Starlight Fortress despite having barely any of its own forces stationed on the Western continent. Otherwise, the surrounding NPC forces with Tier 5 NPCs leading them would have long since targeted the fortress. The only measure one could employ to suppress the Starlight Fortress was to place a thorough lockdown on the Star Valley. However, the Blood Alliance clearly didn't have the capability to pull off such a feat. Lost my mind? Laughing, Brute retorted, I don't think so at all. The Starlight Fortress indeed possesses powerful defensive capabilities, and there are very few forces in God's domain capable of threatening it. However, if over 100 Tier 4 NPCs lock down the Star Valley, I wonder how long the Starlight Fortress will last? Over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. When Brute finished speaking, the spectating crowd gasped. Currently, not only were NPCs much higher level than players on average, but NPCs were also stronger than players of the same level and tier on average. This was because NPCs' weapons, equipment, skills, and spells were superior to those of the average player. Meanwhile, a force of more than 100 Tier 4 NPCs was something not even a kingdom possessed. In other words, the Blood Alliance could actually dispatch an entire kingdom's top combatants to seal a map. Moreover, I heard that the situation over on the Eastern continent is quite adverse, and many superpowers have already gotten annihilated. Even Zero Wing can barely keep itself afloat and can't roam about freely. In such a situation, obtaining resources will naturally be impossible, Brute said. Without the Starlight Fortress's resources, I believe Zero Wing will have even more difficulty surviving, right? Hence, we are inviting Zero Wing to become a member of the Blood Alliance right now. Not only will we help the Starlight Fortress develop, but we will also help Zero Wing defend against the Outer World invaders. Wouldn't this situation be the best of both worlds? Upon hearing Brute's proposal, nobody present could offer any rebuttals, not even Phythalia. The chaos on the Eastern continent was no longer secret. The entire God's domain had been greatly shaken on the day the World Passage had opened, the sudden event catching countless powers off guard. After all, a group of unknown player forces had suddenly appeared and taken over many guild cities of first-rate guilds. In fact, these unknown player forces had even laid their hands on the guild cities of superpowers. Originally, these superpowers had planned to retaliate against these unknown invaders. However, when they marched their armies to reclaim their cities, they found a large number of experts already gathered in their captured cities. Moreover, there were even many Tier 45 among these players. Needless to say, none of the superpowers managed to recapture their cities. Initially, the various powers of God's domain thought that this was merely a hidden superpower making its public debut. After all, this wasn't the first time such a situation had taken place. Many player forces would continuously accumulate their strength in secret and make a powerful debut all of a sudden. Hence, the various powers of God's domain had not placed too much attention on this matter. However, the next day, over a dozen superpowers had suddenly made their presence known to the world, and the number of Tier 4 players these superpowers commanded far exceeded that of the local superpowers. On that very day, these new superpowers annihilated a local superpower and split up its territory among themselves. This war had thoroughly stupefied the various powers of God's domain. It was one thing to see a new superpower emerge, but it was another thing altogether to see so many superpowers appear out of the blue. Moreover, all of these superpowers boasted an incredible number of Tier 4 players. No matter how one looked at this situation, it was simply unbelievable. After a series of frantic investigations, the various powers of God's domain eventually discovered that these new superpowers didn't originate from their version of God's domain, but from another God's domain. Moreover, the players belonging to these superpowers didn't live on Earth, but on an interstellar continent. The human population of this interstellar continent rivaled that of Earth. Most importantly, the average combat standard of these interstellar continent residents was much higher than that of Earthlings. This was because the world of God's domain was everything for these people. In addition, these outer world superpowers were much stronger than the native superpowers. In fact, the two couldn't even be compared on the same level. In less than 5 days, these outer world superpowers had not only destroyed several native superpowers, but even taken over 7 kingdoms. These kingdoms were now paradises for outer world NPCs, who rapidly harvested the various resources available in these kingdoms to keep growing stronger. Meanwhile, in response to these invaders, the various native kingdoms and empires had gathered players to fight off these outer world players and NPCs. The subsequent war was most likely one of the biggest in God's domain's history, as several dozen kingdoms and empires had joined hands to counter the invasion. And after fighting dozens of battles, both large and small, the Eastern Continent's native forces eventually managed to isolate the outer world's NPC forces to one corner of the continent. However, in exchange for this outcome, the Eastern Continent's native forces had lost nearly 1/3 of their land. Moreover, this isolation affected only the outer world's NPC forces. The outer world's individual NPCs and player forces could still roam freely. In a situation where native players were inferior in terms of both levels and combat standards, the Eastern Continent's players were at an absolute disadvantage. Only by cooperating with native NPCs could they resist the outer world players. It was obvious that the Eastern Continent's native forces would crumble in the near future as more and more outer world players and NPCs invaded the Eastern Continent. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the Western Continent would get dragged into the war, since the various sea zones were already engulfed in the flames of war. If the Starlight Fortress were to get isolated now, Zero Wing would definitely suffer immeasurable consequences. After all, due to the outer world forces occupying many of the Eastern Continent's resource spots, prices of various resources had more than doubled. If Zero Wing were to lose the resources from the Starlight Fortress, the guild would most likely struggle to defend its guild cities. In this situation, Phythalia herself was powerless to do anything. Even if Divine Tribe were willing to help Zero Wing with all of its strength, there was no way Divine Tribe could win against a force of over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. Eventually, Phythalia sighed and said, "I understand. I'll convey your words to Zero Wing." "Good then." Nodding, Brute said indifferently, "However, our patience is limited. Tell Zero Wing that they only have 1 day to reply. If they don't give us an answer by then, we will begin sealing the map immediately." 1 day. Phythalia frowned. This was too short. It was barely enough time for her to convey the message and for Zero Wing to hold a short discussion among its executives. Zero Wing wouldn't have any time to make the necessary preparations at all. That's right. Only 1 day. Zero Wing had best not waste any time. That wouldn't be beneficial to the Blood Alliance or Zero Wing. Brute said in a determined tone. I can even tell Zero Wing now that if they refuse our offer, while it might give the Blood Alliance some trouble, I can guarantee that they will suffer 100 times more than us. After Brute finished speaking, the Tier 4 NPCs standing behind him promptly unleashed their auras. The combined aura of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs pressured even Phythalia. If not for the buff from standing inside the Starlight Fortress, she might have even succumbed to this mighty aura and stumbled back. As for the other Divine Tribe members, their complexions had paled. It was evident that they felt very uncomfortable beneath this frightening aura. However, just as Phythalia was about to speak up, a calm and deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. A partnership won't be necessary. Zero Wing doesn't need allies like you bunch. At this voice of rejection, everyone present turned reflexively toward its origin, curious to see who would be so bold as to decide for Zero Wing. Who said that? Come out. Brute, in particular, reacted with anger and displeasure. He never thought that someone would dare openly challenge the Blood Alliance. Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, has arrived already? When everyone present saw the cloaked man approaching Phythalia and Brute, they quickly recognized him, based on the two long swords hanging by his waist, as well as his dark and determined eyes. Guild leader Black Flame? Phythalia was stunned when she saw Shifeng. This was because Shifeng's present self was completely different from when she last met him. Not only did his body radiate frighteningly dense mana right now, but she could also sense a difference in life rating between them. Half-step tier 5. When the elderly level 167, tier 4 NPC at the head of the Blood Alliance's group saw Shifeng, he gasped in shock. Half-step tier 5? How is this possible? When the surrounding players overheard the elderly NPC's words, they similarly gaped at Shifeng with astonished gazes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU nowadays, Tier 4 players are no longer as rare as before. Hence, most Tier 3 players in God's domain no longer found Tier 4 players foreign. At the same time, they also knew just how difficult it was to get promoted from Tier 4 to Tier 5, as well as how wide the gulf between Tier 4 and Tier 5 existences was. Meanwhile, a half-step Tier 5 existence referred to Tier 4 individuals who had achieved an incredibly high standard in their control over mana and their mana body. After reaching this stage, so long as a Tier 4 individual successfully constructed a sufficiently strong mana body for themselves, they would become a Tier 5 existence, an existence even NPC empires feared greatly. Yet, in an era where mainstream players had just reached Tier 3 and only an extremely small number of experts had reached Tier 4, they were now being told that Shifeng had already reached the half-step Tier 5 standard. No matter how they thought about it, this didn't seem plausible. However, as a Tier 4 NPC had said these words, they were unlikely to be false. I said that. What kind of guidance do you have for me? I wonder, Guild Leader Brute. Shifeng asked calmly as he stared at Brute. Chapter 2857. Black Flame? Your Black Flame? Brute was stunned when he saw Shifeng. Half-step Tier 5. In the current era, where the various superpowers barely had any Tier 4 players under their command, a half-step Tier 5 existence was practically invincible. In fact, one would have difficulty finding a half-step Tier 5 existence, even among the Outer Worlds players and NPCs. That's right. I am, Shifeng said, nodding. So, it's Guild Leader Black Flame. Everything before was only a misunderstanding. We don't have any intentions of isolating the Starlight Fortress, Brute said, smiling fawningly. Since you aren't interested in partnering with us, the Blood Alliance won't force the issue, Guild Leader Black Flame. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave now. As soon as Brute finished speaking, he turned around, planning to leave the Starlight Fortress together with the Blood Alliance's members. He had no intention of staying even a second longer. A misunderstanding, Shifeng laughed at Brute's words. Guild Leader Brute, you brought over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and came all the way here to declare that you plan to isolate the Starlight Fortress. Yet you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Since you've already come here, then stay here. After saying so, Shifeng manifested his mana domain, enveloping a 4,000-yard radius in liquid mana. As soon as Shifeng unleashed his mana domain, Brute and the others stiffened. Their bodies felt indescribably heavy, as if they had sunk into a swamp. The level 160-plus, Tier 4 NPCs were just barely able to counter this suppression by releasing their own mana domains. However, none of them could manipulate the mana around them. Phythalia was astonished when Shifeng took action. She never thought that he would do so without a second word. After all, the Blood Alliance's side had more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. While these NPCs might not be a match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight, if they worked together, they could potentially take on even a Tier 5 existence. Not good. This is world creation. The elderly Tier 4 NPC leading the other NPCs exclaimed, an indescribably grim expression appearing on his face as he stared at Shifeng. The fact that Feng was at the half-step Tier 5 standard was already plenty frightening. That, combined with his control over mana being at the world creation standard, meant he could fight Tier 5 existences already. In front of such an expert, even a group of Tier 4 individuals would be insignificant. What made Tier 4 individuals much more powerful than Tier 3 individuals was their ability to strengthen their abilities using the ambient mana. However, individuals who had reached the world creation standard could create a miniature world with their mana domain. All the mana within the domain would operate by rules favorable to the user and disadvantageous to hostile forces. Unless one had similarly reached the world creation standard, manipulating the ambient mana while standing in a world creation level mana domain would be impossible. One could only rely on the mana in one's body to do battle, essentially losing all the advantages of Tier 4. World creation was something Feng achieved after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. To be precise, he had first reached the Grandmaster Magician standard after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. Then, his mana domain had automatically transformed into a miniature world. He didn't even have to transform it consciously. "Run!" Brute shouted in a panic. "Run? With your abilities?" Feng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Darkness Bind. After getting upgraded to Tier 4, Darkness Bind's range had improved tremendously. The next moment, pitch-black chains emerged from a void within a 500-yard radius and instantly constrained the Blood Alliance members' movements. The chains not only prevented the use of skills and spells, but also drastically reduced their target's mobility. Feng appeared before the Blood Alliance members and brandished the Light of Two Worlds. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Formless Blade. Sword's Transmigration. 13 sword lights shot at the chests of Brute and the others, so fast that barely any of them managed to react to the attacks in time. Of the Blood Alliance players, only Brute, who had broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive spell in time. Even so, the Tier 4 barrier he summoned shattered after receiving Feng's attack. As for the other Tier 4 players, none of them survived the attack. Even a Tier 4 shield warrior died on the spot. The Tier 4 NPCs fared a little better than the players. Because of their significant advantage in levels and equipment, they all managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive skill or spell in time and block the attacks directed at them. Even so, having used up one of their life-saving measures, these NPCs wouldn't be able to reuse these skills and spells within a short time. However, Feng had no intention of giving the Blood Alliance's members any room to catch a breather. After completing his first attack, he promptly activated Blade Domain and executed Sword's Transmigration once more. Under Feng's control, the 7 magic swords exhibited power at the Tier 5 standard. Brute and the Tier 4 NPCs were cornered and had no choice but to work together to cope with Feng's attacks. Despite not holding anything back, they were still forced to use their life-saving measures one after another. For a time, explosions and spatial tears roiled the entrance of the Starlight Fortress. After these noises continued for around 30 seconds, Brute and the Blood Alliance's Tier 4 NPCs all turned into ashes, becoming deader than dead. They died just like that. So this is Black Flame's strength. Amazing. Isn't he basically a Tier 5 now? The spectators gaped in shock when they saw the Blood Alliance's people annihilated, unable to get their minds around the situation for a long time. After all, Brute was a domain realm expert. If he worked together with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, they could probably raid even Tier 5 legendary monsters. However, in front of Feng, these powerful individuals were like children. Throughout the fight, they could only defend themselves. They didn't have any leeway to retaliate or even heal themselves. Anyone who slipped up on their defense for even a moment got killed instantly. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Phythalia was flabbergasted by this situation. She never thought that a person's combat power could achieve such frightening heights after reaching the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards. With such combat power, Feng could probably go up against a true Tier 5 existence. Meanwhile, After killing the Blood Alliance's members, Shifeng didn't hesitate to pocket the items they dropped. Simultaneously, he marveled at the excellence of the items they dropped. Just the epic weapons and equipment he obtained numbered more than 10. Moreover, every one of them could be used up to level 150. After collecting his loot, Shifeng went to Phythalia's group and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping out with the Starlight Fortress's troubles throughout this period. If not for you all maintaining the fortress, it would have most likely become a mess long ago." From the Blood Alliance's movements, he could tell that many powers on the Western continent already had their sights set on the Starlight Fortress. The threat of the Divine Dragon was no longer sufficient to ensure the Starlight Fortress's development. After all, so long as these powers isolated the Starlight Fortress and prevented other players from visiting it, they could easily stifle the fortress's development. You exaggerate, Guild Leader Blackflame. However, you dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Alliance. The Alliance is unlikely to take this lying down, Phythalia said. She then added, "We have already conducted a thorough investigation into the Blood Alliance. It consists of more than 10 superpowers and quite a number of powerful NPC forces. Some of these NPC forces even have Tier 5 NPCs leading them. This is why even the Outer World invaders are just barely able to suppress the Blood Alliance and not defeat it outright. With Shifeng's strength, offending superpowers wouldn't be a problem. However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Now, that NPCs were no longer restricted by the system. So long as there were sufficient benefits to be had, they would be more than willing to take action against players. If a Tier 5 NPC were to attack the Starlight Fortress, even if the fortress could remain standing, it would still be a nightmare for the fortress. Relax. Even if a Tier 5 does come, they can do nothing, Shifeng said, chuckling nonchalantly. If it were before he had challenged the trial, he would indeed hesitate to clash with the Blood Alliance. However, he now had the ability to contend against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, the Starlight Fortress even had Auerbeck guarding it. The Silver Divine Dragon could suppress even ordinary Tier 5 existences of the same level. Do nothing. Phythalia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help growing curious about the basis of Shifeng's confidence. In the current era, where gods had secluded themselves, Tier 5 existences were considered the strongest combatants in God's domain. This was the same for the Outer World. Every Tier 5 individual was a strategic existence that could single-handedly ensure the safety of a region. Hence, she found it inconceivable that Shifeng already had the ability to go up against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, these were Tier 5 NPCs they were talking about, not Tier 5 players. "Commander Phythalia, may I trouble you to get me these materials?" Instead of explaining his confidence, Shifeng took out a list and handed it to Phythalia. "I am willing to purchase them using magic crystals at double the market value." After taking a look at the materials on the list, Phythalia found that although these materials were rare and valuable, gathering them shouldn't be a problem with Divine Tribe's abilities. This shouldn't be a problem, but why would you want to purchase these materials at such a high price? With Zero Wing's abilities, you should be able to gather these materials yourself. There's no need to pay double for them, much less pay in magic crystals, Phythalia asked as she looked at Shifeng strangely. Aside from the magic elven stone, the other materials on the list were relatively easy to obtain for a superpower. So long as Shifeng returned to the Eastern Continent, he could gather these materials at any time through Zero Wing. There was no need to pay such an exorbitant price. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. "You not bothering to hide his motives?" Shifeng explained calmly. "I don't have a choice. I urgently need these materials to connect the two continents. I won't have enough if I rely on only the Starlight Fortress's material stockpile, so I have to ask your guild to acquire them for me." Now that he could summon the Divine Dragon to his aid at any time, he could do many things that he dared not do before. Connect the two continents. Phythalia momentarily doubted her ears when she heard Shifeng's words. How is this possible? The two main continents of God's domain were incredibly far apart from each other. This was why the various superpowers had desperately contended over intercontinental teleportation arrays. Even so, these teleportation arrays came with a lot of limitations. If Shurfeng really had a way to allow people to travel between the two continents freely, then that would be simply amazing. However, Shurfeng just smiled in response to Phathalia's doubt and did not explain himself further. His past self would indeed be incapable of accomplishing such a feat, however, now that he was a Grandmaster Magician, combined with the Starlight Fortress's summoning tower. Such a feat wasn't particularly difficult. Chapter 2858, Intercontinental Teleportation Magic Array, Starlight Fortress, Summoning Tower. After spending over 80,000 magic crystals to purchase all of the materials he needed from Divine Tribe, Shurfeng immediately began working on the Summoning Tower's teleportation array. The Summoning Tower's main purpose was to summon monsters. It was a construction unique to the Starlight Fortress. However, the Starlight Fortress itself could be considered a teleportation tower, as it possessed a teleportation array and a spatial node passed down since ancient times. These inheritances were what allowed the Summoning Tower to summon monsters from other worlds to fight for the Starlight Fortress. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for the Summoning Tower to facilitate intercontinental teleportation. However, Shurfeng was now a grandmaster in manipulating magic arrays. He even possessed a teleportation magic array design. Hence, he could make the impossible possible. Not to mention, he had also seen quite a few guild cities that possessed player-made intercontinental teleportation arrays in his previous life. To achieve intercontinental teleportation, one needed to fulfill 3 conditions. The first condition was to have a Grandmaster Magician. The second condition was to have a teleportation magic array design. The third and most important condition was to have a spatial node on one of the 2 continents. Only after fulfilling these 3 conditions could one construct an intercontinental teleportation magic array. Meanwhile, there weren't many spatial nodes on the 2 continents. In total, they numbered less than 20. Moreover, many of them were in dangerous forbidden lands. However, so long as one managed to secure a spatial node, they could freely travel between the 2 main continents, no longer subject to the various limitations of ancient intercontinental magic arrays. This was why Shurfeng was adamant about acquiring the Starlight Fortress previously. The only flaw intercontinental teleportation arrays had was their colossal energy consumption. Instead of using magic crystals like ordinary teleportation arrays did, an intercontinental teleportation array required mana stones as fuel. Moreover, each teleportation cost 10 mana stones. If the job of synthesizing mana stones using magic crystals were left to a master alchemist, it would cost nearly 1,000 magic crystals per teleportation. With such a high cost, even superpowers wouldn't be able to afford to teleport people between continents in large numbers. However, even with such a limitation, the intercontinental teleportation array was still plenty amazing after all. The 2 main continents had different resources. Trading in these resources could net massive profits. Moreover, transportation by teleportation was much more convenient than by air or by sea. Most importantly, an intercontinental magic array could allow a guild to synergize its forces on the 2 continents. This guild could operate on the 2 continents as if operating on a single continent, free of the problems arising from operating on 2 different continents. This was also one reason Shurfeng had been desperately working to become a Grandmaster Magician all this time. As Shurfeng was quietly constructing the Intercontinental Magic Array in the Summoning Tower, Divine Tribe's executives suddenly held a meeting in the guild's temporary residence in the Starlight Fortress. Phathalia, is what you say true? Can Black Flame really connect the 2 continents? Great Elder Adolf asked in disbelief as he looked at Phathalia. When Adolf heard that Shurfeng had reached the half-step tier 5 in world creation standards and single-handedly killed over a dozen tier 4 NPCs, he had already been incredulous. Yet Phathalia was now telling him that Shurfeng could also create an intercontinental teleportation array. How could he possibly believe her? However, Adolf also understood one thing very clearly: Phathalia was never one to exaggerate things. Since she had said so, then this matter was most likely true. Only, he still couldn't help seeking further confirmation from her. With Black Flame's personality, It's unlikely he would lie. Not to mention, he doesn't have any reason to lie to us, Phythalia replied after giving the matter some thought. After all, even if he can't connect the two continents, with the strength and potential he has displayed and the Starlight Fortress's support, should Zero Wing fall on the eastern continent, it can easily rise again on the western continent. Zero Wing won't need our support at all. That makes sense. Adolf nodded. The Starlight Fortress had a Tier 4 divine dragon guarding it. Unless a Tier 6 god or a group of Tier 5 existences attacked the fortress, nothing could threaten the fortress. Not to mention, Feng was already highly likely to get promoted to Tier 5. Whether it was now or in the future, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. The reason I called everyone here is to recommend that we deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Phythalia said as she took out a set of documents detailing the Eastern Continent situation. After sending a copy to everyone present, she continued, "This is the latest report on the Eastern Continent's state of affairs. Several more superpowers have come from the outer world recently. Although there shouldn't be any large-scale battles occurring between the outer world invaders and the Eastern Continent's natives, friction between the two sides will definitely occur one way or another. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's resources are extraordinary. A battle between Zero Wing and the outer world invaders is inevitable. Hence, I propose that we have some of the guild's Tier 4s head to the Eastern Continent to support Zero Wing. This way, Divine Tribe will have some initiative in future partnerships with Zero Wing." When Phythalia finished speaking, everyone present promptly nodded in agreement. Before today, they had merely treated Zero Wing as an ordinary superpower and did not put much thought into their partnership with the guild. However, after today's incident, they could no longer afford to do so. This was because Zero Wing possessed not only a half-step Tier 5 expert, but also an intercontinental teleportation array linking the two continents. Once word of this teleportation array got out, the Starlight Fortress would undoubtedly become the Western Continent's focal point. At that time, the Starlight Fortress's income would definitely multiply by tenfold or more. If Divine Tribe could get a cut of this pie, it would be of significant help to the guild. With Divine Tribe's foundations, the resources from the Starlight Fortress might even allow it to rival the 5 great super guilds. I don't see any problem with this. Looking at Phythalia, Adolf pondered for a moment before saying, "Since we're going to help Zero Wing on the Eastern Continent, Phythalia, take McCaffrey and Crimson with you. The two of them should be able to help Zero Wing solve many problems." "Thank you, Great Elder." Phythalia was overjoyed when she heard Adolf's words. McCaffrey and Crimson, which were top combatants of Divine Tribe. The two of them possessed fragmented legendary items and were fully geared in epic weapons and equipment. Most importantly, both had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies. Crimson, which, in particular, had even reached the 105% completion rate. Adolf aside, the completion rate of Crimson Witch's mana body was the highest in Divine Tribe. If not for Phythalia owning a fragmented legendary weapon, she wouldn't be a match for Crimson Witch. I'll contact the two of them in a moment. As for everything else, I'll leave it up to you, Adolf said, nodding. Originally, Adolf had other plans for McCaffrey and Crimson Witch. However, taking into account Zero Wing's potential, he deemed deepening Divine Tribe's relationship with Zero Wing much more valuable. Shortly after Divine Tribe's executives concluded their meeting, Feng completed the Intercontinental Teleportation Array at the top of the Summoning Tower. Good. The spatial coordinates are stable. Now, I just need to set up a corresponding teleportation array on the Eastern Continent, and the two continents will be connected. Feng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the Intercontinental Teleportation Array before him. This Intercontinental Magic Array was definitely his best creation since he began playing God's Domain. Not only did constructing this magic array require a lot of knowledge and understanding of the various elements of mana, but he also had to convert a Master Teleportation Magic Array into a Grandmaster Teleportation Magic Array. The difficulty of such a feat was simply extraordinary. Feng suddenly received a call soon after completing the Intercontinental Teleportation Array. Guild Leader Blackflame, I have already arranged a matter you asked before, Phythalia said as she looked at Shi Feng through the video chat. Smiling, she continued, "You can head over to the Eastern Continent together with us at any time. If it's the Intercontinental Teleportation Array in the Hell Forest City Secret Land, we should be able to reach the Eastern Continent in less than 2 days." Together, surprised by Phythalia's words, Shi Feng asked, "You plan on heading to the Eastern Continent as well, Commander Phythalia?" From what he understood, Divine Tribe had never shown any interest in the Eastern Continent. The Guild had always focused on the Western Continent. Not to mention, the current Eastern Continent was an incredibly dangerous place. Most importantly, Divine Tribe had to pay a huge price to send people to the Eastern Continent. The superpowers controlling ancient intercontinental teleportation arrays normally charged around 8,000 magic crystals and various precious materials per person when facilitating travel between the two continents. Moreover, this was still considered a friendship price. Even for a superpower, having many people travel between the two continents would still be a considerable expenditure. In response to Shi Feng's question, Phythalia nodded and smiled. "MHM, our guild has some matters to deal with on the Eastern Continent. I'm afraid we will have to trouble you at that time, Guild Leader Black Flame." "You're being too polite, Commander Phythalia. Your guild has helped me plenty on the Western Continent," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "If you encounter any trouble on the Eastern Continent, feel free to look for me. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." Since you've said so, I definitely won't hold back when that time comes, Guild Leader Black Flame," Phythalia said, her smile turning even brighter. "Naturally," Shi Feng nodded. Besides Divine Tribe status on the Western Continent, just being able to form friendly relations with Phythalia herself was already well worth his time. After all, there weren't many players capable of reaching Tier 6 in God's domain. Shi Feng ended his call with Phythalia, then sorted out the Starlight Fortress's income. He collected the 14 million gold and 930,000 magic crystals the fortress earned during this period and made his way to the fortress's entrance. And after he met up with Phythalia's group of 3, they promptly made their way to the Hell Forest City Secret Land's Intercontinental Teleportation Array. After waiting for more than a day for the teleportation array to activate, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the secret land. Chapter 2859, Returning to the Eastern Continent, Demon Mist Valley. What rotten luck. We actually got teleported to a forbidden land. Crimson Witch frowned as she observed the faint red mist surrounding her. Divine Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation into the forbidden lands on both continents. This was because these locations were incredibly dangerous. Current players couldn't visit them. Moreover, players would first have to exit the Forbidden Land before they could teleport out of the map. After players entered level 100+ maps, it was found that these maps possessed plenty of spatial tears and random teleportation points. Any one of these traps had a high chance of teleporting players to dangerous locations like Forbidden Lands. Hence, to reduce the chances of their important combatants dying after getting teleported forcibly to a Forbidden Land, the superpowers investigated the various Forbidden Lands and provided this information to their members. The Demon Mist Valley was one of the better-known Forbidden Lands on the Eastern Continent. The reason for its fame was the red mist shrouding the map all year round. Anyone who entered this place, even Tier 48, would have their physique and senses heavily suppressed, unable to exert even half of their normal combat power. In addition, the monsters in the Demon Mist Valley possessed incredibly powerful defense and magic resistance. The weakest monster here was a level 130 Great Lord. There were also plenty of mythic monsters and even superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 4 experts would have a very low chance of survival if they got sent to this forbidden land unprepared. Hence, the various superpowers had placed particularly great importance on the Demon Mist Valley. Our luck isn't all that bad. At least we didn't get sent to the central region. We're only at the boundary between the inner and outer regions, Matt Caffrey, the Silver Lion Legion's vice commander, said after checking his map. Pointing at the valley and the forest in front, he continued, "We should reach the outer region in 3 hours if we head in that direction." The Demon Mist Valley did not just prevent teleportation. but its red mist also prevented Tier 4 players from flying. In fact, even flying mounts could only walk here. Guild Leader Black Flame, let's hurry out of here. We'll get surrounded by monsters if we stay for too long. At that time, leaving the Demon Mist Valley will become even more troublesome, Phythalia suggested as she looked at Shurfeng. Although the red mist heavily suppressed players' perception, the monsters inside the Demon Mist Valley were unaffected. Hence, monsters would almost always notice players before players detected them. In addition, now that monsters in God's domain had gained self-awareness and greater intelligence, they would almost always ambush players in packs. Not to mention, their group was currently in the Demon Mist Valley's inner region. According to Divine Tribe's research, the chances of a superior mythic monster appearing here was quite high. Quite a number of mythic monsters also roamed the area. If their group caused a huge commotion, it could easily attract a pack of mythic monsters. Even for Tier 4 players like themselves, fighting multiple mythic monsters was very dangerous. Sure, Shurfeng nodded. After arriving in the Demon Mist Valley, he had already spread his senses. Despite his perception getting suppressed to just a 2,000-yard radius, he still managed to discover 2 mythic monsters and more than 30 level 140-plus Grand Lords. It would indeed be very troublesome if their small group had to fight against all these monsters. Following this, the group of 4 made their way into the valley under Shurfeng's lead. Now that Shurfeng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard and his control over mana had achieved world creation, even after walking through the valley for over an hour, the 4 did not come across a single battle. This situation confused Phythalia and the others, and they could only assume that an army of players had cleared this valley recently. However, as the group approached the outer region, the density of the monsters in the area also increased. Although Shurfeng had a perception range of 2,000 yards, he still had greater difficulty finding a safe route to travel. Players? Suddenly, Shurfeng detected strong mana fluctuations coming from a forest some distance ahead, indicating a battle taking place there. After advancing a little more, the group even began hearing sounds of battle. Shortly after hearing the noise, the group saw a level 145 superior mythic ranked 4-winged feather dragon rising from the forest 1,000 yards away. The feather dragon then used a breath attack, turning the forest within a 500-yard radius into ash. Along with the destruction of a portion of the forest, 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males entered the sight of Shurfeng's group. These 3 players were all Tier 4 players. Shurfeng even recognized 2 of them. One was 16th Cloud, the second vice guild leader of Shining Tiger. The other was the assassin, Sorrowful Silence. The only reason the trio managed to survive the Feather Dragon's breath attack was the Tier 4 Guardian Knight of the group. However, after taking on that breath attack, the Guardian Knight did not have much HP remaining. None of the 3 was a healer, either, so the Guardian Knight could only rely on potions to heal himself. Evidently, it wouldn't be long before they fell to the superior mythic monster. Damn it, to think we'll actually die here. 16th Cloud, who wielded a crimson staff, glared at the 4-winged feather dragon's 60-meter-long frame with inevitable frustration. That's right, we should have fought those people outside instead. It would be much better than getting killed by this monster, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement. There's no helping it. Who would have thought we would encounter such a monster as soon as we ducked into the inner region? 16th Cloud said with a bitter smile. I guess fate really wants us dead. They had gone to great lengths to escape the outer world experts' pursuit, running all the way from the Demon Mist Valley's outer region to the inner region. Originally, they thought they could lose those outer world experts after hiding in the inner region. They never imagined that a superior mythic monster might be guarding the border. The 4-winged feather dragon wasn't just a superior mythic monster. It was also the realm lord of this area. Even a 20-man Tier 4 team would have difficulty fighting it under normal circumstances, what more under the Demon Mist Valley suppression. And worse, the feathered dragon could fly. There was no way to escape it. Players that encountered the feathered dragon had only 2 options: kill it or be killed by it. There was no third option. However, Before 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence could continue their conversation, the feathered dragon flapped its 2 sets of wings, sending countless wind blades at the 3 players. The boss did not give the trio a chance to catch a breather. Upon seeing the approaching wind blades, 16th Cloud swung her crimson staff, instantly raising a wall of flames in front of the 3. The wall of flames rose over 100 meters, blocking all the oncoming wind blades. And once the flames stopped the attacks, they transformed into a phoenix that flew toward the feathered dragon. Tier 4 Curse, Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame was actually a Tier 4 offensive curse. However, 16th Cloud not only utilized it as if it were a defensive curse, but even switched it to offense afterward. Her mastery of this Tier 4 curse was simply superb. However, just as the phoenix was about to devour the feathered dragon, the latter suddenly let loose a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the flames making up the phoenix got extinguished one after another. The phoenix eventually disappeared before it could reach the feathered dragon's body. Mana Annihilation. 16th Cloud was thunderstruck when she saw the flames disappearing, her mind unable to accept this situation. If the flames had merely failed to damage the feathered dragon because they lacked power, she would still be able to understand it. However, as she held full control over the flames, she could tell that the flames hadn't died naturally. Instead, they got extinguished because the mana used to create and fuel them had been annihilated. How can a boss hold such a skill? This is cheating. Sorrowful Silence fell into despair as he looked at the feathered dragon. Although he didn't know the exact details of the situation because he wasn't the creator of those flames, he could tell that those flames had died due to mana annihilation. In other words, all spells would be a joke in front of the feathered dragon. Moreover, as an inferior dragon, the 4-winged feathered dragon possessed incredible defense. If magical attacks were ineffective against it, it would be a nigh-invincible existence. After destroying 16th Cloud's curse, the feathered dragon flapped its wings and sent wind blades at the 3 players once more. It seems this is the end for us. Looking at the innumerable oncoming wind blades, 16th Cloud could only shrug helplessly and wait for death to claim her. Originally, she had hoped her Tier 4 curse would heavily injure the feathered dragon, creating an opportunity for their party to escape. However, let alone heavily injuring the feathered dragon, she couldn't even damage it. In front of an inferior dragon capable of using mana annihilation, an elementalist like herself was nothing but a joke. She was of no threat to it at all. Yet, just as the countless wind blades were about to strike 16th Cloud and the others, a magic barrier suddenly emerged from the ground before them. The barrier stopped the wind blades, releasing the trio from death's grip. Crystalline barrier? When 16th Cloud saw the shattered magic barrier in front of her, she immediately recognized the Tier 4 spell used to create it. With his keen eyes, Sorrowful Silence quickly noticed some figures emerging from the distant forest. Vice Guild Leader, there are people coming from over there. At Sorrowful Silence's words, 16th Cloud promptly turned toward the direction he indicated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What entered her vision were 4 people, 2 male and 2 females, emerging from the forest roughly 500 yards away. It was evident that these 4 people were responsible for the Tier 4 defensive spell that had saved their party. Black Flame. When 16th Cloud saw one of the cloaked men of the group, she couldn't help her surprise. She had met with a man known as Black Flame once before when negotiating with Zero Wing for partnership on behalf of Shining Tiger. However, after that event, she had paid very little attention to Zero Wing, focusing it all on developing Shining Tiger's forces in the Glory Empire. If not for Shi Feng having accomplished astonishing feats that shook the entirety of God's domain, she would have long since forgotten his appearance. Chapter 2860, Eastern Continent Situation. 16th Cloud and the others noticed the 3 people moving behind Shi Feng and were stunned when they saw the faces of these 3 people. No way! Commander Phythalia of Divine Tribe's Divinum Legion is here. Isn't Divine Tribe active only on the Western Continent? She's not here alone. Even the Silver Lion Legion's Vice Commander McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's Crimson, which are here. Both of them are Divine Tribe's top combatants. Crimson, which is probably the one who helped us just now. Why did they come here all of a sudden? Although Divine Tribe wasn't famous on the Eastern Continent, it was very well known on the Western Continent. The guild's development had even skyrocketed recently, and it was now in existence close to rivaling the 5 great super guilds. Naturally, Divine Tribe was many times stronger than a recently established superpower like Shining Tiger. Yet, 3 of Divine Tribe's top combatants are now here. With the ability of these 3 people, they could normally preside over the guild affairs on their own. Having the 3 of them together was akin to Divine Tribe having its trump card Legion stroll down the street of the city. Unless Divine Tribe was planning an important operation, such an action would be a complete waste of manpower. However, before 16 Cloud and the others could recover from their surprise, Phythalia and McCaffrey suddenly appeared beside the 4-winged feathered dragon. Phythalia promptly brandished her long sword and bombarded the Realm Lord with a rain of sword lights. As for McCaffrey, he raised his great sword and stabbed it into the ground. Subsequently, massive great swords emerged from the ground and stabbed at the airborne feathered dragon. Compared to the Shining Tiger trio, Phythalia and McCaffrey evidently had far superior control over mana. Their ordinary Tier 4 skills nearly rivaled Tier 5 skills in power. They also perfectly coordinated their attacks, such that the feathered dragon could only defend against the attack of one and had no choice but to take the attack of the other. Minus 31,654,215. Damage exceeding 30 million appeared above the feathered dragon's head, the attack provoking a pained cry from the superior mythic. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the feathered dragon's nearly 20 billion HP, 16th Cloud and the others couldn't even damage the Realm Lord. And how strong? So, these are Divine Tribe's top combatants? 16 Cloud was astonished when she saw the combat prowess Phythalia and McCaffrey displayed. Although 16 Cloud recognized that she still couldn't rank at the very top of God's domain in terms of combat power, she was still a domain realm tier 4 expert. She was also fully equipped with epic equipment. Yet, compared to Phythalia and McCaffrey, she still had a long way to go before reaching the top of God's domain. However, before Shining Tiger's trio could overcome their shock from Phythalia and McCaffrey's display of power, an overbearing sword light suddenly cut through space and sliced off one of the feathered dragon's claws. The attack wrenched an agonized shriek from the feathered dragon, and its HP instantly plunged by more than 100 million. The horrified feathered dragon immediately flapped its wings and fled the scene like a powerful storm, not daring to remain for even a moment longer. The feathered dragon was much faster than the average Tier 4 flying mount. Upon seeing this scene, 16th Cloud and the others reflexively turned toward the origin of the sword light with stunned looks on their faces. This was because the origin of this sword light was none other than Xinyuan. Currently, he radiated a mana so dense that it was liquid. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock at Xinyuan. Not only did Xinyuan scare a superior mythic-ranked Realm Lord away with one attack, but the strength of his mana was simply unbelievable. The density of his mana was something she had seen radiating from only Tier 5 NPCs. However, while the information Shining Tiger obtained said that Xinyuan was indeed powerful to the point where he could slay Tier 4 NPCs, it did not say that he was this powerful. The attack Xinyuan had used to scare the feathered dragon away wasn't a skill because the attack did not create any mana fluctuations whatsoever. It was an ordinary attack executed with a combat technique. Meanwhile, seeing the feathered dragon fly away left Xinyuan feeling a little frustrated. How unfortunate. The demon Mist Valley's restraint prevented even him from flying. Hence, if a flying monster fled from him, he had no way of catching up. Not to mention, the 4-winged feathered dragon was even a Realm Lord. This was why players had an incredibly difficult time killing mythic monsters or above in forbidden lands that prevented flight. After all, The majority of the mythic monsters in Forbidden Lands could fly. Unless players prepared an ambush beforehand, they could, at most, repel mythic monsters but not kill them. Are you three all right? After seeing the feather dragon flying into the distance, Xinyuan approached 16th Cloud's group and asked curiously, "This isn't a place ordinary Tier 4s can visit. Why did you come here?" Unlike the Ruined Mountain Range, which was a forbidden land only for humans, the Demon Mist Valley was a forbidden land for all life, much more dangerous than the Ruined Mountain Range. Tier 4 players traveling alone or in a small group could only explore the valley's outer region, at most. Normally, if players wished to enter the Demon Mist Valley's inner region, they needed a team of 20 Tier 4 players at the very least. Meanwhile, 16 Cloud's group only had 3 people. Entering the valley's inner region was a death sentence for them. "You misunderstand us, Guild Leader Black Flame. If possible, we wouldn't have chosen to enter this place either," 16th Cloud replied with a bitter smile. "The 3 of us entered this place because we had no other choice. Otherwise, the Outer World Tier 4 experts chasing us would have long since killed us." She was both Shining Tiger's second vice guild leader and a Tier 4 domain realm expert. If it were a month ago, nobody would believe her if she told them that other players were hunting her and had even driven her into a desperate situation. In fact, if 16th Cloud had come across such a situation, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Now, however, 16th Cloud did not mind revealing this matter to an outsider at all. She also didn't find it damaging to her self-esteem. On the contrary, she even felt proud about the situation. "The 3 of you were actually cornered? Is the Eastern Continent situation that bad?" Xinyuan was surprised by 16th Cloud's words. In his previous life, Tier 4 experts remained existences that could not be underestimated, even 10 years after God's Domain's launch. Even superpowers with Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts wouldn't have an easy time targeting and hunting down Tier 4 experts keen on escaping. After all, there were simply far too few experts in God's Domain capable of getting promoted to Tier 4, and the bare minimum requirement for players to participate in a hunt for Tier 4 players was to be Tier 4 themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up with and surround the targeted Tier 4 player at all. And while Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were indeed capable of overpowering Tier 4 experts in a head-on fight, they had to track down their target first before they could do anything. Hence, even for the various superpowers, hunting down Tier 4 experts was a headache. Yet, 16 Cloud's group of 3 Tier 4 experts was actually getting hunted. This told Xinyuan that the Eastern Continent was in far direr straits than what Divine Tribe's report described. "Guild Leader Black Flame, you must have been away from the Eastern Continent during this period, right?" 16th Cloud wasn't particularly surprised by Xinyuan's question. Without withholding any information, she replied, "A few days ago, another 10 or so Outer World superpowers arrived on the Eastern Continent. One of these superpowers is incredibly strong, probably on the level of the 5 great super guilds. This superpower has many Tier 4s, as well as Tier 3 experts that exhibit combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Because of this superpower's appearance, the originally stable situation on the Eastern Continent changed instantly. Previously, the Tier 4 experts of the Eastern Continent superpowers could still roam the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. Now, however, let alone grinding peacefully in the outer region, we'd be fortunate not to get hunted by those outer world experts. Previously, there had indeed been a huge difference between the Eastern Continent superpowers and the outer world superpowers. However, it wasn't as if the Eastern Continent's superpowers were utterly helpless to fight back. After all, even in the outer world, reaching Tier 4 wasn't easy. As a result, the Outer World superpowers did not have many Tier 4 players under their command, either. However, after that superpower showed up, the Outer World's forces suddenly gained a slew of Tier 4 combatants. This instantly shattered the balance between the two sides and placed native Tier 4 experts like herself at an absolute disadvantage. Almost all of the Eastern Continent's resource-rich maps had already become the backyard of those Outer World players, and trying to level up in these maps was now a monumental challenge for native players. "I see. No wonder you ran all the way here. Shifeng finally understood the situation. There were many ways in God's domain to allow Tier 3 experts to possess Tier 4 combat power. Besides Tier 3 mana set equipment, combat arrays were more than capable of doing the job. However, combat arrays were incredibly rare, and producing them was also extremely troublesome. This was especially true when it came to the materials required. Nevertheless, so long as one managed to manufacture combat arrays capable of granting Tier 3 players Tier 4 combat power, one would be more than capable of dealing with Tier 4 players. After all, the precondition for Tier 4 players' invulnerability to Zerg tactics was that their opponents were Tier 3 combatants or weaker. If a Tier 4 player had to go up against a group of Tier 4 players, even a Tier 4 Apex expert would be pushed to the brink of death very quickly. Guild Leader Blackflame, if you plan on leaving the Demon Mist Valley, I'd advise you to wait here for the time being. We entered this place just recently, so those Outer World experts are probably still hanging around the outer region, 16th Cloud said. Although those Tier 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power are strong, their resistance to the foreign energy in the environment is still at the Tier 3 standard, so they can't stay in a forbidden land for too long. Judging by Shifeng's reactions, 16th Cloud guessed that the man had not been updated about the Eastern Continent situation for quite some time now. Although Shifeng was indeed extraordinarily strong and even had 3 powerful experts following him, his group would most likely still face a bitter battle if it had to go up against a large number of Tier 4 combatants. If the 4 weren't careful, they might even end up losing their lives. At present, the wisest option would be to wait until those Tier 4 combatants had left the Forbidden Land. Thank you for the warning, but that won't be necessary. Shifeng shook his head in response to 16th Cloud's advice. After voicing his gratitude, he promptly led Phythalia and the others out of the inner region. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Shifeng's party of 4 had gotten several hundred yards away, sorrowful silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight turned to 16th Cloud. What should we do now? Sorrowful Silence asked. Do we wait here? Now that the 4-winged feather dragon had fled this place, they should be safe for some time. We don't have a choice. Let's follow Guild Leader Blackflame, 16th Cloud replied, gritting her teeth. It might be impossible to break out of the encirclement with just the 3 of us, but with the strength of Guild Leader Blackflame's group, we should have a chance. 16th Cloud and the others ran after Shifeng's group. Chapter 2861 Natives. Demon Mist Valley, Outer Region. Due to the red mist shrouding the Demon Mist Valley all year round, the Forbidden Land was very humid, abounding with lush vegetation. Unlike the plants found in the outside world, the plants here seemed self-aware as they constantly moved about slowly. This made one feel they were traversing a maze when they traveled through the valley. Damn it, those people sure know how to run. If they just tamely let us kill them, we wouldn't have to suffer so much. A level 143, Tier 4 female, swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. That might be the case, but we also have to thank these people. A level 143, Tier 4 male berserker, standing beside the female swordsman said. If not for these native Tier 4 experts, we wouldn't have an opportunity to earn alliance contribution points. I guess that's true. So long as we gather a few more points, we will be able to stay in the luxury zone where those major powers stay, the female swordsman said, nodding. A hint of anticipation flashing across her eyes, she continued, I heard that the luxury zone even sells drugs that extend one's lifespan. We can also use the extra points we earn to exchange for those drugs. I've heard about them too. Normally, those things are reserved for the upper-class young masters and young ladies. Ordinary people like us have no chance to touch these things, said a middle-aged man who was a level 145 Tier 4 elementalist. Now, though, those major powers have no choice but to ask professionals like us for help to take over this backwater world. It's a pity that the natives here are too inferior. Their control over mana, skills, and spells is terribly clumsy. If they were a little better, we would have more targets to hunt and more points to earn. As these Tier 4 players were chatting merrily, a party of players was eyeing them with contempt. These mercenaries really know how to dream. Do they think they can exchange for those life-extending drugs? So, easily? Jade Leaf commented as she looked at the bragging Tier 4 experts in disdain. Even our guild has trouble getting our hands on a few bottles. Yet they think mercenaries like them can exchange for some? Jade, you can't say that. If we don't provide these people with some benefits, how will we get them to work for us? Awakened Abyss said, smiling. Moreover, thanks to this operation, we also get to exchange for those precious life-extending drugs without limit this time. This is a rare opportunity from the higher-ups. In a world they lived in, life-extending drugs were incredibly precious items. Even children of major families like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. However, they can now use the Alliance contribution points they earned from killing native Tier 4 experts to exchange for these drugs, a precious opportunity, even for them. After all, who wouldn't want to live a longer life? Before Awakened Abyss could continue speaking, a level 144 Tier 4 Ranger suddenly approached him in a hurry. Commander, we found traces of a group of people. These should be auras left behind by natives, the Ranger reported in a quiet tone. 3 of the auras belong to the 3 people we were pursuing earlier. Good. Gather everyone for an ambush. Awakened Abyss commanded with a smile. So long as we kill them once, we'll see how Shining Tiger will continue bringing their members here to grind. The main reason the Eastern Continent's native superpowers continue to survive was their Tier 4 experts leading teams into forbidden lands to grind. Killing the native superpowers Tier 4 experts once would be more than enough to deal a heavy blow to the native superpowers, especially if the death penalty players suffered were increased. While EXP meant very little to Tier 4 players, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. If Tier 4 experts suddenly lost 2 or 3 pieces of their equipment, the native superpowers would definitely suffer heartache. It would also be very challenging for these native Tier 4 experts to recover from their losses. Understood. At Awakened Abyss's command, the Ranger promptly contacted the other members of their hunting group to gather at the specified ambush point, in a woodland in the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. If we continue running in this direction for another 4 to 5 hours, we should be able to leave the Demon Mist Valley, 16th Cloud said excitedly as she pointed at a mountain range looming in the distance. The Demon Mist Valley's terrain continuously changed. The one constant in this place was the mountains. Meanwhile, the distant mountain range was none other than the 116th Cloud's party had passed through to enter the Forbidden Land. The sight of this same mountain range meant that their journey was nearing its end. Once they left the Demon Mist Valley, they could teleport to safety using a return scroll. At that time, the Outer World invaders wouldn't be able to chase them. Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight also grew excited when they saw the distant mountain range. The 3 of them had been inflicted with a curse that drastically increased the death penalty they suffered and would randomly resurrect them within the Forbidden Land. Previously, they thought that they no longer had any hope of surviving this ordeal. Now, their hopes were rekindled. It would have been incredibly difficult for their party of 3 to escape the outer region by themselves. After all, the outer region had not only Outer World players hunting them, but also powerful monsters roaming everywhere. If they got entangled with monsters for too long, the resulting commotion would definitely attract the Outer World players to them. However, when following Shurfeng's party of 4, they actually did not encounter a single monster. It was as if those monsters had vanished from the map. They had to marvel at Shurfeng's party's heaven-defying luck. Now, all they needed to do was run to that distant mountain range. After that, they would be able to fly freely in the sky like birds. However, when the 7 arrived at the foot of the mountain range, a magic barrier suddenly enveloped them. Given its 1,000-yard radius, one could easily tell that it was at the master standard. Even superior mythic monsters would have difficulty breaking out of it. Not good. We got fooled. 16th Cloud's complexion paled. When she saw the barrier forming, she had thought that they had already shaken off the Outer World players' pursuit. Evidently, these Outer Worlders had simply waited for them to throw themselves into this trap. With this area sealed with a master magic barrier, they had no hope of escaping whatsoever. Just then, a savage and brawny level 145 man emerged from the forest in front of Shurfeng's group, and said with a sadistic look, "You people have made me wait for a very long time. Let's see how you get out of this situation now." The last time his hunting group had come across Shining Tiger's party, it should have succeeded in annihilating the trio. However, the instant 16th Cloud noticed the ambush, she had decisively fled with her party before his hunting group could trap them with a barrier. This time, his hunting group had discovered traces of 16 Cloud's party early and managed to discern where the party was heading. And with this information, his hunting group could easily set up an ambush. At this time, 16th Cloud couldn't help looking at her phone with guilt. Guild leader Black Flame, this is all my fault. If I had suggested we take another exit, they wouldn't have caught us. The Demon Mist Valley didn't have just one exit. Had they chosen any of the other exits instead, they wouldn't have gotten trapped. Vice Commander Cloud, you don't need to blame yourself, Shifeng said, shaking his head. After all, I was the one who asked you to find the nearest exit. Even if you didn't guide us, we would have had to clean up these hindrances sooner or later. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the approaching brawny man automatically frowned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU clean up us hindrances? What big words you have there? Commander Eagle, why are you wasting time speaking with these people? These ignorant natives just don't know how large the gap between them and us is. Let's just get rid of them now. Shifeng's words enraged the Outer World players surrounding his party. In their opinion, the residents of this god's domain were no different from natives living in an undeveloped wilderness. Yet, these natives weren't kneeling and begging them for mercy, but even treating them like annoying flies. Such arrogance was beyond salvation. However, while the Outer World hunting group's 30-plus Tier 4 experts and 100-plus Tier 3 experts were raising a ruckus, the brawny man leading them turned his gaze toward awakened Abyss's group. Commander Abyss, you're finally here. May I know if your group will be taking action, or will you leave it to us? Chapter 2862, Hunter or Hunted? Quasi-Eagle's words agitated the Tier 4 experts around him so much that they wished they could charge forward and finish off the 7 native players in front of them immediately. Currently, the Alliance's price for native Tier 4 experts was 300 contribution points per kill. If a curse was used on the kill, they would receive 1,000 points. These prices represented a fortune, even for the Luxury Zone's residents, let alone residents of the Commoner Zone like themselves. If converted into income, 1,000 Alliance contribution points were equivalent to 10 years of salary for an ordinary person living in the Luxury Zone. Indeed, the Interstellar Alliance's bounty for native Tier 4s was that high. This demonstrated the Interstellar Alliance's determination in acquiring this god's domain. More importantly, Alliance contribution points could be exchanged for money, but not vice versa. Meanwhile, Alliance contribution points could be used to exchange for many items and resources that normally could not be bought with money. Hence, the 7 Tier 4 players in front of them were basically walking treasure troves. Even if they split the points among their group, they would still earn a significant income. However, Awakened Abyss did not respond to Quasi-Eagle's question. Instead, he stared at the group of native players in front of him. More precisely, he was looking at the cloaked man standing at the head of this group. Despite being surrounded by over 100 Tier 4 combatants and suppressed by a Master Magic array, this cloaked man remained incredibly calm. Guild leader Black Flame, you've really made me search for you. Awakened Abyss ignored everyone around him, focusing solely on Shifeng, the words he uttered carrying endless rage and killing intent. Although Awakened Abyss had eventually gotten rescued from Sky Spring City's prison, his reputation in the guild had still plummeted. As a result, despite being one of the guild's top 3 talents, he had no choice but to complete a bunch of meaningless missions, such as hunting down Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Hence, Awakened Abyss bore deep hatred for Shifeng. Only, after the world passage opened, he had not obtained any information on Shifeng's whereabouts, so he had no opportunity to reclaim his honor. However, Shifeng ignored Awakened Abyss's anger and hatred entirely. Looking at the young man, Shifeng said calmly, "So it's Commander Abyss of 100 Ghosts. It seems you've improved a lot since we last met." Awakened Abyss was evidently much stronger than when Shifeng saw him, in Sky Spring City. The young man had not only reached level 145, but even broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body. His mana body's completion rate definitely rivaled Phythalia's. Most importantly, aside from sporting epic set equipment, Awakened Abyss also had 3 fragmented legendary items on him. Given that he was at the Domain Realm and had gotten far in the Realms of Truth, the combat power he could display was most likely superior to the average tier 4 NPCs. That's right. This is all thanks to you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Awakened Abyss gnashed his teeth at Sure Feng's words. Since we had the fortune of meeting today, how about we? 11. Just as Awakened Abyss was about to propose a duel, Jade Leaf hurriedly tugged his sleeve and said quietly, Abyss, don't mess around. His strength has already reached monstrous levels. Moreover, the Elder told you that now still isn't the time for us to make an enemy of Black Flame. Awakened Abyss had been imprisoned in Sky Spring City, so he had not witnessed the battle outside the Secret Covenant Tower. Back then, not only did Sure Feng single-handedly slay hundreds of weakened Tier 4 Faux Saint saboteurs as if he was cutting up a bunch of vegetables, but he also revealed extraordinary trump cards. Sure Feng also possessed an incredibly powerful mana domain. When he deployed his mana domain, none of the Faux Saint saboteurs managed to exhibit more than half of their usual combat power. While one of the reasons Wind Shadow had chosen to surrender to Zero Wing was indeed the mobile fortress's threat, a larger part was Sure Feng's trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to surrender and compensate Zero Wing. Although their hunting group currently had a significant advantage in numbers and even had a Master Magic array suppressing Sure Feng, Jade Leaf still couldn't see their group having any chance of victory against Sure Feng's party. At Jade Leaf's reminder, Awakened Abyss gradually cooled down. I know, although Awakened Abyss wanted nothing more than to kill Sure Feng right now, his circumstances were no longer the same as before. He could no longer afford to act willfully. Take Jade Leaf, for example. In addition to protecting him, she was also tasked with supervising him. If Awakened Abyss dared defy Wind Shadow's command, and Jade Leaf reported his disobedience, it wouldn't matter whether he managed to kill Sure Feng or not. Nothing good would come of it. In fact, he might get even more marginalized in the guild. After Awakened Abyss finished his conversation with Jade Leaf, he turned to Quasi-Eagle. Commander Eagle, remove the barrier. We're leaving. At Awakened Abyss's words, Quasi-Eagle and the other Tier 4 experts of the hunting party were all stunned. What's going on? 16 Cloud also goggled in shock. She couldn't understand why the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. While she wasn't aware of the history between Awakened Abyss and Sure Feng, she could tell from the anger and hatred Awakened Abyss had displayed towards Sure Feng a moment ago that Awakened Abyss wouldn't let them go. In fact, it was already incredible that Awakened Abyss did not take action immediately. Yet, Awakened Abyss was now saying to let them go. If not for her clearly sensing the resentment Awakened Abyss radiated, she would even suspect that Awakened Abyss had merely been feigning anger before, that he actually had an excellent relationship with Sure Feng, let alone 16 Cloud. Even Sure Feng found this situation surprising. He couldn't help wondering if Awakened Abyss had blown a fuse or two in his brain from his previous outburst and had a slip of the tongue. Commander Abyss, what are you saying? Looking at Awakened Abyss in confusion, Quasi-Eagle asked, We've expended so much manpower and resources to hunt them down, yet you want us to just release them? It wasn't easy to hunt down and surround the native superpowers Tier 4 experts, who were now operating very cautiously. If it were before, they would have required a team of only a dozen or so Tier 4 combatants to hunt down a handful of native Tier 4s. Now, they needed to mobilize over 100 Tier 4 combatants just for 3 of Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Since their hunting group had surrounded 7 Tier 4 experts for more than expected, they would make a fortune if they simply finished the job. Yet, Awakened Abyss was telling them to let these Tier 4 experts go. For a moment, Quasi-Eagle suspected that Awakened Abyss had gone crazy. In response, Awakened Abyss clenched his fists and repeated, Yes, let them go. 16th Cloud and her two guild mates heaved a deep sigh of relief at Awakened Abyss's affirmation. Although they didn't know why such a situation was happening or who exactly Awakened Abyss was, Awakened Abyss appeared to be the leader of this hunting group. And since the leader had spoken, her party should be safe. However, contrary to the Shining Tiger Trio's expectations, Quasi-Eagle, the mercenaries' leader, behaved as if he had not heard Awakened Abyss's command. He didn't call off his subordinates or remove the Master Magic Array. Sorry, but I cannot listen to your words, Commander Abyss. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this guild leader Black Flame, but I need to take care of my brothers. We went to great lengths to trap these people in a barrier. If we let them go now, my brothers will have nothing to eat. Looking at Awakened Abyss, Quasi-Eagle smiled faintly and said, "Since you are unwilling to take action, we will do it instead. If you can't bear to watch, you can shut your eyes and stand aside. I promise we won't let your friends suffer and we'll finish the battle quickly." I support you, boss. Commander Abyss, even if you're the leader, you have to ask our weapons first whether we agree with your commands. That's right. Commander Abyss, if you can't bear to attack your friend, just stand aside. The other mercenaries promptly voiced their agreement with Quasi-Eagle. Players like them relied on bounties to make a living. Now that they had found themselves a big catch, there was no way they would let their prey get away. When Awakened Abyss heard these mercenaries' words, he had an urge to puke blood. When did I become friend with Black Flame? Despite his anger at the mercenaries' comments, Awakened Abyss was actually delighted about this situation. In fact, he wished these mercenaries would blow up this situation even further. At that time, even if the higher-ups of his guild wanted to pin the blame on him, they couldn't. Although Awakened Abyss was slightly displeased that he wouldn't get revenge with his own hands, watching Shurfeng get killed wasn't a bad option, either. Jade Leaf, on the other hand, frowned at this sight. She never thought that these mercenaries would be so crazy. These mercenaries were treating a monster like Shurfeng as an average tier 4 expert under the command of the native superpowers. Instead of conducting detailed research on the man, the only thing they had in their minds was money. Jade, you saw it yourself. I tried to let him go, but these people aren't willing to do so. There's nothing I can do about this. Pretending to be angry, Awakened Abyss said, "These mercenaries simply aren't treating me like their leader at all. That's why I've been saying that I'm not suited to leading these mercenaries. After this mission, you must talk to Elder Windshadow for me." "Forget it. We're leaving." Jade Leaf couldn't be bothered with these mercenaries. The instructions of the guild's higher-ups were simple. They were to avoid making an enemy out of Zero Wing, no matter what, for the moment. However, since they had no control over these mercenaries, the higher-ups naturally couldn't blame them for negligence if the mercenaries acted on their own. Jade Leaf promptly drew 100 Ghosts' members aside, refusing to participate in this affair. Good. Seeing Jade Leaf moving away, Quasi-Eagle smiled and said, "Brothers, time to work. Make sure not to show too ugly of a scene to our dear Commander Abyss." The other mercenaries present laughed, all of them gazing at Shurfeng's group with ill intentions. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU friends, don't blame us for this. We're only doing this to make a living. For our sake, I'll have to trouble you to suffer a little bit. Quasi-Eagle said as he looked at Shurfeng's group of 7, his eyes radiating killing intent. "Trouble." Shurfeng chuckled. "It seems you people have made a mistake." "Mistake?" Quasi-Eagle eyed Shurfeng strangely. "What mistake?" "You've mistaken the roles of the hunter and the hunted in this situation." After saying so, Shurfeng extended his mana domain, instantly enveloping a 2,000-yard radius in his mana and shattering the magic barrier, trapping the 7. Chapter 2863, Peerless Overlord World Creation. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock when she saw the magic barrier disappear and the pressure weighing down her body vanished. She simply couldn't bring herself to believe this situation. Even acquiring a mana domain was already tough for Tier 4 players. Anyone who managed to do so would become an absolute powerhouse among Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, World creation was something even Tier 5 existences had difficulty achieving. Anyone who reached the world creation standard could create a small world of their own, which was much more powerful than a barrier created using a magic array. It was akin to a passive, large-scale magic barrier. What was even more amazing was that the owner of this small world could isolate enemies from the ambient mana. So long as the trapped enemies had yet to reach Tier 5 or the world creation standard, or did not possess fragmented legendary items capable of countering a world creation mana domain, resisting the owner of the small world was impossible. In front of a world creation expert, Tier 4 experts were hardly any different from Tier 2 and Tier 3 players. They just had stronger basic attributes and physiques. Let alone 16th Cloud. Even Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf were stunned by this situation. How can he be at the world creation level already? Isn't he just a native? Awakened Abyss couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Xinyuan. Even in the gods' domain they came from, only experts standing at the apex of the world had reached the world creation standard, all of them old monsters belonging to the few transcendental powers. However, Xinyuan's appearance indicated he was only 30 at most. Moreover, the god's domain he lived in was not only sparse in mana, but also lacking in legacies. No matter how Awakened Abyss looked at it, there was no way anyone in this god's domain could achieve such strength at this stage of the game. So, this is his hidden strength? Jade Leaf was horrified by this revelation. Previously, when Wind Shadow told her that Xinyuan was still hiding a lot of his strength and that they needed to be careful around him, she hadn't thought much of his warning. She had reminded Awakened Abyss to avoid clashing with Xinyuan simply because she did not want to disobey Wind Shadow's orders. However, after Xinyuan revealed his hidden strength, Jade Leaf found him much scarier than even Wind Shadow's predictions. The next moment, before Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries could snap out of their daze, Xinyuan's light of two worlds swung toward them. Tier 4 skill, Lightning Edge. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, creating a mesmerizing river of light. Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries indeed possessed combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, even the weakest Tier 3 expert among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. However, since they couldn't tap the ambient mana, none of the defensive maneuvers and life-saving skills they used could withstand Xinyuan's attack. As a result, apart from Quasi-Eagle and a Tier 4 Elementalist, both of whom had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies, everyone else lost their lives to the sword lights. When the river of light disappeared, a ravine dozens of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters long had formed in the forested region, with weapons and equipment strewn inside it. How is this possible? Quasi-Eagle, who had survived thanks to a Tier 4 defensive skill, was stupefied when he saw most of his team of more than 100 Tier 4 combatants wiped out. When he and the surviving Elementalist looked at Xinyuan again, they shuddered involuntarily, horror swamping their hearts. The two of them finally understood that what Xinyuan had said earlier was true. From start to end, their team had merely been a bunch of clowns. They arrogantly thought of Xinyuan's group as sheep for the slaughter, not knowing that they themselves were the actual sheep. World creation. No wonder Awakened Abyss conceded without hesitation. Quasi-Eagle smiled bitterly as he looked at Xinyuan. The loss of levels was a small matter for Tier 4 players like them. However, the loss of weapons and equipment wasn't something that they could recover from easily. Boss, what should we do? The level 144 Tier 4 male Elementalist asked Quasi-Eagle in a panic. There's no way we can get away from him inside this small world. We also can't fly inside the Demon Mist Valley. Once a world creation expert unleashed their mana domain, escape was impossible, especially for players like themselves. At the Elementalist's question, Quasi-Eagle gritted his teeth and said to Xinyuan, "Friend, my brother, and I surrender. We are willing to compensate you with 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment for each of us. What do you think?" Quasi-Eagle's proposal surprised Awakened Abyss and the other 100 Ghosts members. The commander of the Wild Hunt mercenary group was considered above average among the Tier 4 experts in their god's domain. For him to actually bow down to another was simply unbelievable. Quasi-Eagle was known to be a ruthless person in their god's domain. He had once gone up against a guild all by himself. Despite getting killed more than a dozen times, he still did not give up clashing with the guild. Eventually, the guild in question suffered a major loss in a guild war. And with Quasi-Eagle incessantly targeting the guild's experts, the guild had no choice but to concede and provide all sorts of compensation to Quasi-Eagle to put this feud to rest. This incident had spurred Quasi-Eagle's rise to fame. He had then gone on to establish the present Wild Hunt mercenary group, which had a reputation as a pack of mad dogs in their god's domain. Yet, Quasi-Eagle was actually taking the initiative to admit defeat after suffering such a small setback. How could Awakened Abyss and the others not find this situation surprising? Unfortunately, Xinyuan showed no interest whatsoever in Quasi-Eagle's proposal. 3 pieces. We'll pay 3 pieces of epic equipment each. Quasi-Eagle said, gritting his teeth. Even if you kill us, the most we will drop is 2 items each. Top-tier epic equipment is rare even in the present god's domain. This is definitely a worthwhile transaction for you. Normally, Quasi-Eagle wouldn't have minded getting killed. However, he currently had a precious treasure on his person, and it had a certain chance of dropping upon death. It was precisely thanks to this treasure that he had managed to break through his mana body's 100% threshold. Meanwhile, this was only the tip of the iceberg of what this treasure had to offer. Although he didn't know what exactly this treasure was, since it had such an ability, it was definitely more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. He naturally wouldn't dare bet on the chance that it wouldn't drop. Hence, he endured the humiliation of surrendering. However, before Quasi-Eagle could finish speaking, Xinyuan had already slashed out with the Abyssal blade. First sword, Light Shadow. You lunatic! When Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist saw the towering greatsword descending toward them, they promptly activated another life-saving skill. The two of them then fled in different directions, neither daring to receive the descending greatsword. They could clearly sense the frightening power the illusory greatsword carried. This attack was most likely much stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. Receiving it would be suicide. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. As Quasi-Eagle and the Tier 4 Elementalist used up one life-saving skill after another, Xinyuan executed Light Shadow time and again. After 5 consecutive slashes, Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist finally fell to the illusory greatsword and transformed into ashes, each of them dropping 2 items as they died. This scene rendered Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf speechless for a long time. So, this is the power of world creation? 16th Cloud similarly found herself at a loss for words when she saw Quasi-Eagle getting killed in just a few moves. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Her party of 3 had previously clashed with the mercenary commander. Despite the 3 of them working together to fight him, they were still at a disadvantage. Yet, Xinyuan had overwhelmed Quasi-Eagle and another Tier 4 expert, who had also broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, so much that the 2 couldn't even retaliate. Afterward, Xinyuan collected the loot from Wild Hunt, then glanced at 100 Ghosts' group. Awakened Abyss and the dozen or so Tier 4 experts around him shuddered involuntarily. A few of them even stumbled 2 steps back. Xinyuan turned to 16th Cloud and the others. Let's go. Leaving behind the petrified members of 100 Ghosts, Xinyuan led 16th Cloud and the others straight out of the Demon Mist Valley. Chapter 2864. Astonishing Zero Wing, he's finally gone. Jade Leaf heaved a deep sigh of relief when Xinyuan's group disappeared into the distance. Previously, she thought that Xinyuan would take action against them. Although they weren't afraid of getting killed, losing equipment would still impact them to a certain extent. Black Flame. Awakened Abyss glared at the distant sky. Just you wait. I'll get back at you one day. Although Xinyuan was indeed powerful, he wasn't an invincible existence. This was especially true in the War of Worlds. Let alone Tier 4 world creation experts. Even Tier 5 NPCs were incapable of stopping their invasion. Otherwise, so many kingdoms on the eastern continent wouldn't have fallen so soon after the War of Worlds began. Now, while it might seem like both sides had reached a balance, they were merely accumulating their strength. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the next large-scale operation began. Abyss, you'd better not mess around. Black Flame is much scarier than we initially expected. If you disrupt the Alliance's plans, even Elder Windshadow won't be able to protect you, Jade Leaf warned. What we need to do now is notify the Elder about Black Flame as soon as possible. Although a peerless overlord like Xinyuan couldn't affect the overall situation of the war between the two gods' domains, he could still affect the outcome of some war theaters. I know. Awakened Abyss nodded. After this operation, I'll return to headquarters and apply for a trial slot. You'll apply for the trial now? Isn't it too soon? Jade Leaf asked in surprise. The god's domain they came from was different from this god's domain. Their world had plenty of legacies. One of the more valuable legacies 100 Ghosts possessed was an ancient trial, and the entry slots for this trial were generally reserved for the guild's top talents. However, while this ancient trial could provide significant growth to players, it also came with significant risks. Failure would put players' souls into a weakened state for a long period. Moreover, every top talent in the guild had only one opportunity to challenge this trial. If I can improve my strength now, I can earn more contribution points in the upcoming war. So long as I accumulate enough points, I can just exchange for another trial slot. Awakened Abyss had long considered challenging the ancient trial. The Interstellar Alliance was adamant in acquiring the Eastern Continent. Hence, it had offered incredibly lavish rewards to those willing to contribute to this cause. With his status as one of 100 Ghosts' peerless geniuses, acquiring another slot for future use wouldn't be difficult, so long as he made enough contributions in the war. His only problem was that he needed to achieve world creation in this trial. Previously, Awakened Abyss had only heard rumors regarding the strength of world creation, but he hadn't known exactly how powerful the ability to create a small world was. However, after seeing Xinyuan's battle, he finally understood the power of world creation. This was why he had decided to challenge the trial ahead of time. Arctic Canyon, Zero Wing City. Several bright flashes appeared above the teleportation array inside Zero Wing City's teleportation hall as Xinyuan's party of 7 teleported into the city. So this is Zero Wing City? 16 Cloud was astonished when she arrived inside the teleportation hall. What incredibly dense mana. Although she had long since heard rumors that Zero Wing City's mana was extraordinary, she found that the city was even more amazing than the rumors had depicted it to be. Zero Wing City was bustling with people. All sorts of NPC merchants and NPC nobles were walking down the street outside the teleportation hall. She spotted even Tier 4 NPCs wandering the city. If not for her coming to Zero Wing City to sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing on behalf of Shining Tiger, she would have never realized that Zero Wing City was such an amazing place. Phythalia, McCaffrey, and Crimson, which were also shocked by the city. Not only did Zero Wing City possess superior mana to the Starlight Fortresses, but security standard was also incredible. There were even Tier 4 NPCs patrolling the city. Zero Wing City security standard was something no other guild city in God's domain could even imagine having. While the various superpowers boasted Tier 4 NPCs of their own, these NPCs were personal guards the various superpowers nurtured. The superpowers treated every one of these NPCs as their most precious combatants, normally using them to defend entire towns or cities single-handedly. However, in Zero Wing City, Tier 4 NPCs were actually tasked with leading patrol squads. Moreover, there wasn't just one such patrol squad patrolling the city streets, but many. The Tier 4 NPCs that were precious in the eyes of the various superpowers were no different from cabbages in Zero Wing City. Xinyuan, though, did not find the situation particularly surprising. Zero Wing City was currently the only main guild city in God's domain. It was even situated in the Arctic Canyon, a high-level neutral map. The number of Tier 4 NPCs seeking to develop themselves here would naturally be significant. Hence, Zero Wing City could recruit a group of Tier 4 NPCs to serve as soldiers. Not to mention, Zero Wing City's mana environment rivaled that of the ancient god's domain, making the city even more attractive to Tier 4 NPCs. After all, if one wished to develop themselves further, one would need to improve one's understanding of mana. However, Shifeng had to admit that Zero Wing City had truly made significant progress while he was gone. Not only had the strength of the city's NPC soldiers improved, but even the players occupying the city had grown stronger. Now, the players here were all Tier 3 or above, with even the lowest leveled among them at level 136. He had even noticed quite a few Tier 4 players in the city. On the way from the Teleportation Hall to Zero Wing's residence, Shifeng had spotted more than 10 Tier 4 players, which meant that Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Starlight Fortress. After all, any player capable of entering Zero Wing City now was a member of either Zero Wing or one of the guild's partners, and this drastically reduced the number of players capable of entering the city. Apart from that, the number of Zero Wing's members present in the city had reached an incredible number. When Zero Wing City was first opened after its promotion to main city, only several tens of thousands of Zero Wing members had entered it. Yet, according to the information Shifeng received from the guild residents, there were more than 500,000 Zero Wing members in the city now. Given that one needed to be at least Tier 3 to operate around Zero Wing City, Zero Wing currently had at least 500,000 Tier 3 players under its command. This number definitely surpassed that of ordinary superpowers by a large margin and rivaled what super guilds had. Guild Leader, this is our guild's latest development report, Liang Jing said with a hint of pride as she handed Shifeng a statistics report. Although a lot of things had occurred on the Eastern Continent during Shifeng's absence, because of the mobile fortress and 3 guild cities, Zero Wing managed to hurdle most of these problems. In fact, during the War of Worlds, Zero Wing City had practically become a shelter that all players sought to enter. Many annihilated guilds and wandering adventurer teams had chosen to join Zero Wing, which resulted in Zero Wing's member count skyrocketing. If not for resource limitations, the guild's member count would have most likely doubled by B now. /B, amazing. Shifeng was astounded when he read the numbers on the report. At present, Zero Wing's total Tier 3 member count already exceeded 800,000, more than 500,000 of which were operating in Zero Wing City. The rest were operating in Stone Forest City, Silver Wing City, and the Mobile Fortress. However, this still wasn't the most astonishing part. What was more important was that Zero Wing now had 73 Tier 4 players under its command. This number was even higher than what the average super guild had. For a moment, Shifeng even wondered if he had returned to the wrong guild. After all, super first-rate guilds currently had only a dozen or so Tier 4 players, with stronger ones having 20. Super guilds had only around 30 or 40. Only existences like the 5 great super guilds had over 70 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to Liang Jing's report, Zero Wing still had over 40 players stuck inside their respective Tier 4 legacy lands, and half of them were expected to succeed in their promotion. In other words, Zero Wing would soon have over 100 Tier 4 experts under its command. Of course, the main reason Zero Wing could produce such frightening numbers was Zero Wing City's environment. The environment here allowed players to continuously improve their knowledge of and control over mana. Looking at Shifeng's surprised expression, Liang Jing suggested, "Guild Leader, several more outer-world superpowers arrived on the Eastern Continent recently, and some of the Eastern Continent's superpowers got annihilated as a consequence. I think we should absorb the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players of these fallen superpowers. Since our income of resources has reached a bottleneck, and we can support only so many guild members with what we currently have, I wish to open Zero Wing City further. With the city's advantages, we can easily acquire even more resources. Then, we can recruit more experts into Zero Wing." Shifeng nodded in agreement with Liang Jing's suggestion. The War of Worlds was indeed a scary event, but it was also a good opportunity for development. This was because the moment the world passage opened, the players of the two gods' domains were enemies. Not only were players from the two gods' domains incapable of adding each other as friends, but they couldn't communicate with each other through the system, either. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In addition, players of the two worlds could kill each other without accumulating any crime value. In fact, native players would even receive gifts and EXP from killing Outer World players, albeit significantly lower EXP than the EXP awarded for killing monsters and NPCs. Most importantly, native players couldn't join Outer World guilds and vice versa. Hence, native forces were the only option available to members of fallen superpowers. We should indeed open Zero Wing City further to the public. Smiling, Shifeng added, "Before that, though, we still need to do something." "We still need to do something?" Liang Jing parroted in confusion. In her opinion, Zero Wing had already done everything possible and reached its current development limit. To expand its forces further, the only option it had was to open up Zero Wing City. As for Zero Wing's other territories, developing them any further was impossible at present. "That's right." Nodding, Shifeng took out a document and said, "Prepare the materials on this list for me. I need them immediately." Further opening Zero Wing City to the public was a must. However, before doing so, he needed to complete the Intercontinental Teleportation Array. With it, the city's opening would generate much better results. Chapter 2865, Special Loot. After Liang Jing left the room to prepare the listed materials, Shifeng finally had time to sort through the loot from the Outer World players. Even the weakest among Quasi-Eagle's group was a Tier 3 player with Tier 4 combat power, so they all possessed excellent equipment, especially those Tier 3 players. If he could gather a complete set of their equipment, he would be able to increase Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 combatants by 1. As Shifeng inspected the loot, he couldn't help feeling some awe at the Outer World players' equipment. Every one of those Tier 3 experts was actually geared in Tier 3 mana set equipment. In the current God's domain, a full set could easily sell for over 10,000 gold. However, compared to the Tier 4 experts' loot, the Tier 3 experts' loot was inferior by a large margin. Even the worst item dropped by the Tier 4 Outer World players was level 150 epic equipment. Some of them had even dropped parts of epic set equipment. Judging by the loot, Shifeng could say with certainty that these Tier 4 Outer World players were using full sets of epic set equipment. Even the current Zero Wing didn't have epic set equipment. Setting aside how rare epic set equipment was, even if one found a way to obtain a set, one would still have to expend an incredible amount of time and manpower to acquire the full set. After all, there was no way to gather a full set just by killing one type of boss monster. One would have to kill multiple types of bosses. Moreover, these bosses were not guaranteed to drop the equipment one desired. In other words, if one didn't kill a large number and variety of bosses, gathering a complete set of epic set equipment would be impossible. Meanwhile, killing a bunch of level 150 mythic rank bosses was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. Of course, one part of an epic set equipment from the Outer World players didn't prove anything. However, Shifeng didn't have just one part but 5. Moreover, this was merely the loot he got from killing Tier 4 experts of an Outer World mercenary group. He could easily imagine how excellent the equipment of the Outer World superpowers Tier 4 experts was and how many Tier 4 experts these superpowers possessed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a measly mercenary group to gather so much epic set equipment. No wonder the Eastern Continent superpowers are powerless to retaliate. In terms of equipment standard alone, they're already behind by more than half a year. Not to mention, there is also the massive difference in the number of Tier 4 experts. Shifeng's head ached as he looked at the items before him. Originally, he thought that the difference between Earth's God's domain and the Interstellar Continent's God's domain lay only in the number of Tier 4 experts and combat techniques they possessed. Now, he found that there was a massive gap even in weapons and equipment. He had to admit that the threat level of the Outer World's players and forces exceeded his expectations. After all, even now, Zero Wing could manufacture only individual pieces of epic equipment. Moreover, The production volume was incredibly low since only a handful of players could make them. And worse, according to the statistics report regarding Zero Wing's Tier 4 members, less than 30% of them were currently equipped with 5 or more pieces of level 150 epic equipment. The rest had only 3 or so pieces of level 150 epic equipment on average. As for epic set equipment, dream on. Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts had that many pieces of level 150 epic equipment mainly because of the Arctic Canyon. In addition, Xinyuan and Cleansing Whistle had returned from the ancient god's domain with a large number of level 150 epic equipment. If not for these factors, Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts would be even more poorly equipped right now. However, it wasn't exactly accurate to describe Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts as poorly equipped. At the very least, they were much better equipped than the native Superpowers Tier 4 experts. They were only inferior when compared to the Outer Worlds Tier 4 experts. It seems I'll have to start acquiring some top-tier epic weapons and equipment once I finish setting up the Intercontinental Teleportation Array. Otherwise, even if we have enough Tier 4 experts, we still won't be able to go up against the Outer Worlds Superpowers. While it was indeed important for one to acquire legacy guidances and improve one's control over mana after reaching Tier 4, that didn't mean one could just ignore one's weapons and equipment. After all, there was at least a 20% difference in basic attributes between a full set of disparate epic equipment and a full set of epic set equipment. This difference would become even more significant with amplification by skills and mana control. After Shifeng finished inspecting the weapons and equipment dropped, he set his sights on a shabby, crystalline statue. When he inspected the statue, though, he was stunned. An eternal item? No matter how he looked at the crystalline statue, it appeared ordinary. Yet when he tried inspecting it, he actually failed to get any information. All he got was a bunch of unknowns. Moreover, when he carefully spread his senses around the statue, he felt an urge to devour this statue, just like when he received the World Stone from Phoenix Rain. Immediately, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes to identify the statue. Due to his mana body having reached the 120% threshold, Omniscient Eyes took less than 30 seconds to finish the appraisal. Origin Statue, Eternal Item, Effect 1, Guides the Principle of All Things. Effect 2, Indestructible Object, Guides the Principle of All Things. Shifeng was momentarily confused by the item description. The World Stone's description stated that it could stabilize the principle of all things. It had allowed him to log in and out of the game freely while in the ancient god's domain. However, what did the system mean by guiding the principle of all things? Just as Shifeng was wondering about the origin statue's function, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, I prepared the materials you asked for. I can have them delivered to the teleportation hall now. Okay, I'll head over right away. At Liang Jing's report, Shifeng stopped studying the origin statue in his hand. After casually storing it in his bag, he hurried to the teleportation hall to strengthen the existing teleportation array. Only with the modification could the teleportation array manipulate enough mana to connect with the Western Continent's spatial node and form a stable teleportation channel. And once a stable channel was established, easy travel between the two continents would become possible. He would no longer have to trouble himself with searching for unreliable ancient teleportation arrays. Zero Wing City Battle Arena. The battle arena covered an area of several sports stadiums. Presently, the establishment was crowded with players, and even Tier 4 players were waiting in line to reserve a combat room. The liveliness here was even more exaggerated than the auction houses of imperial capitals. Looking at McCaffrey and Crimson, who had just exited a combat room, Phythalia asked curiously, Afray, what do you think of the combat room's effects? Initially, they had visited the Eastern Continent to assist Zero Wing and deepen the relationship between Divine Tribe and Zero Wing. However, after experiencing Zero Wing City's mana, they couldn't suppress their curiosity about the effects of training in such an environment. Hence, they came to this place to sate their curiosity. After all, the battle arena was the only place in Zero Wing City that allowed players to do combat. How should I put it? After pondering for a moment and mentally sorting his words, McCaffrey said, "If the Starlight Fortress's training efficiency is a 10, then this place is above 30. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration?" Phythalia couldn't help feeling skeptical of McCaffrey's evaluation. Although she knew that McCaffrey was an austere person and that Zero Wing City's environment was extraordinary, McCaffrey's evaluation of the city's training effect was simply too exaggerated in her opinion. For players of their caliber, the quality of their training environment would need to be significantly better for them to see any improvements to their training efficiency. Hence, no matter how excellent Zero Wing City's environment was, she couldn't bring herself to believe that someone like McCaffrey would see his training efficiency triple. No, it's not an exaggeration. Commander Phythalia, although the mana here isn't misty, when you start manipulating the ambient mana, you'll discover that its density is actually much greater than the mana mist you find in the outside world. Crimson, which insisted earnestly. If you fight against an expert of the same caliber in this environment, the insights you can get are on a completely different level. This is especially true for your control over mana. I really don't know how Zero Wing accomplished this. They actually managed to let a guild city have such dense mana. You can even view the operating principles of mana with such high clarity. She's right. If I can train here, I'm confident I can further improve my mana body in less than 10 days, McCaffrey said, nodding. He then looked enviously at the Zero Wing members in the building. The Divine Tribe trio had the fortune of visiting Zero Wing City only because they had followed Shurfeng to the Eastern Continent. If not for Shurfeng granting them access, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. They also wouldn't have realized how astonishing the city's environment was. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could actually enjoy the environment here every day. How could he not envy them? At his current standard, increasing his mana body's completion rate by even 1% was incredibly challenging. Yet, in Zero Wing City, he saw the chance to improve his mana body rapidly. A glimmer appeared in Crimson Witch's eyes as she insisted, "Commander Phythalia, we must recommend establishing a temporary residence in Zero Wing City to the Grand Elders and Guild Leader once we return. It doesn't matter, even if we have to pay a significant price. The short-term effects might not be obvious, but the long-term benefits for the Guild are absolutely unimaginable. Surpassing the 5 great super guilds might even become possible." Phythalia smiled wryly at Crimson Witch's strong recommendation. "I want to, but once the Intercontinental Teleportation Array is activated, I'm afraid it'll become difficult for Divine Tribe to secure a temporary residence." Once Zero Wing's Intercontinental Teleportation Array began operating, so long as the 2 continent superpowers were not stupid, they would understand just how valuable Zero Wing City was, not to mention the extraordinary mana environment in this place. She could easily imagine how many superpowers would seek to garrison Zero Wing City at that time. "No, you can't say that, Commander Phythalia." Looking at Phythalia, McCaffrey suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that Black Flame lives in Xinyuan City's upper zone. With your family's influence and connections, if you personally paid him a visit, wouldn't he agree to a partnership immediately?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Phythalia was a potential successor of a powerful family based in the upper zone. Her beauty and figure in the real world were also at the level of toppling nations. If she personally visited someone in the upper zone and sincerely proposed a partnership, hardly anyone in the upper zone would refuse her. Upon hearing McCaffrey's suggestion, Crimson Witch nodded in agreement. "You too," Phythalia sputtered, rendered speechless by her 2 companions. However, before Phythalia could say anything more, a sudden commotion came from outside the battle arena. Then, the mana in the city grew violent and irritable. When Phythalia and her companions walked out of the lobby, they promptly noticed a tower of light rising from the teleportation hall's direction. Chapter 2866. Astonishing Transformation. It's done. Shurfeng grew ecstatic as he took in the pillar of light rising from the teleportation array in front of him. Previously, he had indeed been certain that he could strengthen the teleportation array until it could handle enough mana to support a teleportation channel connecting the two continents. However, when he began working, he started to have doubts. After all, the teleportation channel had to span not only the distance between the two continents, but also the distance between the western continent's edge and the Starlight Fortress, which was nowhere near the ocean. If the teleportation array didn't have enough mana for this additional distance, it still wouldn't connect with the spatial node in the Starlight Fortress. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. At this time, Liang Jing called him and asked in a panic, "Guild leader, did something happen on your side?" A pillar of light suddenly came from the teleportation hall. Right now, everyone in the city is talking about it, thinking that something big happened there. The teleportation hall was an important economic resource for Zero Wing City. At the same time, it was the foundation of the city's prosperity. In the absence of a guild residence and the teleportation array, players could only run to the distant Arctic Canyon. If this were to happen, Zero Wing's partner forces and their members would definitely be less enthusiastic about visiting Zero Wing City. "Relax. Everything's fine," Shifeng said, chuckling. "I just completed the teleportation array connecting the two continents. From now on, we can freely teleport to the western continent from the teleportation hall, and there won't be any restrictions on time or head count. We can freely teleport to the western continent." Liang Jing was momentarily stunned, her mind failing to process Shifeng's words. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at Shifeng's face on the screen. Before the World Passage's activation, connecting the two main continents held great importance only in terms of trade. However, after the World Passage opened, battlefields appeared all over the eastern continent, and massacres became common out in the wild. Due to the chaos and constant threats, many of the eastern continent's powers and players sought to develop on the western continent. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of ancient teleportation arrays on the eastern continent. Even among the superpowers, very few could travel between the two continents. Moreover, even these few superpowers could transport only a small number of elites at a time. Now, Shifeng was telling her that Zero Wing City's teleportation hall could facilitate travel to the western continent without any restrictions. How could she possibly believe this? If news of this matter were to get out, a tsunami of players would flood Zero Wing City within a day. This function would overturn the situation on the eastern continent. It was game-changing. "Yes, didn't you propose to open Zero Wing further?" Smiling, Shifeng said, "Now that the Intercontinental teleportation array is completed, you can announce to the public that Zero Wing City will be fully open to the public starting today. Our partner and subordinate forces will enjoy a 70% discount on all teleportations." Originally, he had not intended to fully open Zero Wing City so soon. However, the city's development was astonishing, hitting a bottleneck already. To further spread Zero Wing's influence, he could only fully open Zero Wing City to the public. In this way, Zero Wing could attract an ocean of wealth and resources to Zero Wing City, as well as more expert players to the guild. Fully open the city? Guild leader, isn't this a little too soon? Liang Jing panicked at Shifeng's words. Zero Wing City's present environment and security standards are already enough to drive many players and superpowers wild. Once news that our teleportation hall is connected to the western continent spreads, we will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of all forces on the eastern continent. Even the Outer World's forces will probably go nuts over Zero Wing City. Liang Jing didn't even need to think about what would await Zero Wing City if the city were fully open to the public. It would definitely spark massive changes in the entire eastern continent, the entire God's domain. The intensity of the changes would not be the slightest bit inferior to the World Passage's activation. At that time, Zero Wing would become the focal point of the entire God's domain, even if it tried to maintain a low profile. With access to such frightening resources and influence, Zero Wing would soon grow into an existence that could surpass even the 5 great super guilds combined. This definitely wasn't an outcome any superpower native or Outer World would be willing to see. Hence, as long as news of Zero Wing City's full opening spread, Zero Wing would become the common enemy of all native and outer world superpowers. While Zero Wing had recently grown significantly, it definitely couldn't go up against so many superpowers simultaneously. Not to mention, the outer world superpowers were existences that had successfully destroyed more than a dozen kingdoms. Moreover, the number of Tier 4 NPCs a kingdom commanded far exceeded Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 experts. The royal capitals of NPC kingdoms had stronger defenses than Zero Wing City, yet these cities had still fallen in the end. Of course, a large part of why these kingdoms had fallen was the Outer World's NPC forces. However, nobody could say for certain that the Outer World's players couldn't guide or cooperate with the Outer World's NPC forces to target Zero Wing. Naturally, Shifeng understood Liang Jing's concerns. In an earnest tone, he explained, "I understand, but this is a problem we will have to face sooner or later. Thus, we should strike while the iron is hot and strengthen Zero Wing in one fell swoop. If we succeed, we'll have a much better chance at contending with the native and outer world superpowers." Previously, 16th Cloud had provided him with plenty of information regarding the outer world's various forces. Hence, he understood that the main reason the Eastern Continent had yet to fall completely was that only a small portion of the outer world's superpowers and NPC forces had crossed the world passage. However, as more time passed, more outer world NPC and player forces were bound to arrive on the Eastern Continent. Eventually, Zero Wing would have to go up against these outer world forces. To put it simply, Zero Wing wasn't in a race against the various forces but against time. Under these circumstances, the guild would naturally be better off developing as quickly as possible. Rather than acquiring small amounts of resources and developing slowly in secret, Zero Wing would be better off going big and developing rapidly while the Outer World's forces were still settling down in the Eastern Continent. Not to mention, Zero Wing currently had a lot of partner forces already. With these partners, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for Zero Wing to go up against the native and outer world superpowers that had yet to develop themselves adequately. Liang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. In her opinion, Shifeng's decision was simply absurd. However, she didn't have a better suggestion. "Relax. I know what I'm doing," Shifeng consoled when he saw Liang Jing's hesitancy. "Just get everything prepared on your side. Also, notify Melancholic and Yuan about this. I'm afraid you three will be very busy in the future." Liang Jing had no choice but to nod helplessly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng had always acted more like a figurehead than an actual guild leader. Although he had laid a massive foundation for the guild, he would leave the guild's daily maintenance and operation to others. Naturally, Liang Jing felt incredibly frustrated by this situation, and she frequently wished she could curse him to his face. Deep down, however, she still felt happy and excited for some inexplicable reason. After disconnecting the call, Liang Jing promptly began making the necessary preparations, while Shifeng headed to Zero Wing City's City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion, second underground floor, statue room. At this time, apart from Shifeng, everybody else had been told to leave the room. Shifeng had also temporarily removed the entry rights for core members and ordered the 2-tier, 4 fine gold guards outside to prevent anyone from approaching the room. Now that my concentration is at Tier 5 and my understanding of and control over mana have reached their limits, it's about time I tried breaking through to Tier 5. Looking at the ancient beast sculpture in front of him, Shifeng began constructing an entirely new mana body. Chapter 2867, Promotion to Tier 5. Although Shifeng had never tried to create a personalized mana body, he was very confident of success. Now that he had grasped the basic use of mana's various elements, and his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. After spending close to an hour inside the statue room, Shifeng finished constructing a brand new mana body. Simultaneously, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, the strength of the constructed mana body is at 144% of your current mana body. Is not at the Tier 5 standard. Shifeng revealed a wry smile as he looked at the system notification. Sure enough, constructing a Tier 5 mana body isn't easy. In his opinion, the new mana body he constructed was perfect. He had thoroughly implemented the basic properties of the various elements of mana into his mana body. He had even built an elemental magic array for each element, making it much easier to manipulate the ambient mana. Hence, he never thought that the strength of the new mana body would be at only 144% of his current mana body. From what he heard in his previous life, the requirement for the constructed Tier 5 mana body would depend on the rank of the player's existing mana body. The higher the rank, the lower the requirement. Take the gold mana body, for example. One would need to construct a mana body that was at least 300% stronger to meet the Tier 5 mana body standard. On the other hand, a bronze mana body's owner would need to reach 500% to get promoted to Tier 5. This was why expert players needed to secure the best mana body possible at Tier 3. This decision didn't just relate to the strength of one's mana. It also served as a massive hurdle to reaching Tier 5. If I didn't meet the requirement, even with 144%, it seems I'll need to reach at least 200% to get promoted to Tier 5 with an epic mana body. After pondering for a moment, Xinyuan took out the Sword Saint's legacy he had obtained in the ancient god's domain. He then began accepting the legacy guidance in silence. The mana body he constructed just now was already the limit of his current abilities. In his opinion, there were 3 possible reasons behind his failure to meet the requirements. The first was that his control over mana was insufficient. The second was that his understanding of mana was insufficient. The third was that his understanding of mana bodies was insufficient. Xinyuan felt that his control over and understanding of mana had already reached the limits of Tier 4. It should be impossible to improve on them any further. Not to mention, the Dragon Phantom in the trial had praised his level and even stated that some Tier 5 dragons might not be able to rival him in these 2 aspects. Hence, these 2 aspects were unlikely to be his stumbling block. In that case, the problem should lie with his poor understanding of mana bodies. Meanwhile, solving this problem was simple. Previously, he had refrained from accepting the Sword Saint's legacy guidance because he was afraid of wasting it. Back then, he felt that his foundation was still lacking and that he still needed to accumulate more strength. The stronger he became, the greater his harvest from the legacy guidance. However, his foundation had now grown so sturdy that even Tier 5 adult dragons might not be a match for him. It was the perfect moment for him to accept the Sword Saint's knowledge. Following this, time passed rapidly inside the statue room. A flood of information kept pouring into Xinyuan's mind. The more information he browsed through, the brighter his eyes became. Thanks to this information, many of his questions had gotten answered. He also grew increasingly mesmerized by the Sword Saint's knowledge. After the legacy guidance was over, Xinyuan stared at the ancient bee sculpture idly, his mind immersed in the knowledge he gained. While Xinyuan quietly processed the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, a commotion raged in Zero Wing's guild cities. Just a moment ago, Zero Wing had announced that it would open Zero Wing City to the public. All players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Sky Spring City and enter it from the Arctic Canyon. Everyone who received this piece of news found it to be unbelievable. Awesome. This is great. I heard that you could raise your training efficiency by several times inside Zero Wing City. I never thought that Zero Wing would open such an amazing place to the public. That's not all of it. Did you see the levels of Zero Wing's members? Not that long ago, I was at roughly the same level as their Tier 3 members. Now, they're at least 3 levels above me. The grinding speed in the Arctic Canyon is simply ridiculous. Nowadays, no player on the Eastern Continent was unaware of Zero Wing City's existence. However, as Zero Wing had reserved the city for its exclusive use, everyone not affiliated with the guild could only watch in envy from the sidelines. Even the various superpowers were helpless against Zero Wing City. Now that Zero Wing City is open to the public, how could they not feel excited? Less than half an hour after Zero Wing's announcement, practically every native player and player force on the Eastern Continent had found out about it. Fire Wing Empire, Secret Pavilion's headquarters. As the most well-informed transcendental organization in God's domain, the Secret Pavilion was one of the first guilds to learn of Zero Wing City's public opening. It had even found out detailed information, such as Zero Wing City's entrance fee pricing and current player population. Uncle Yuan, it seems Zero Wing finally plans on giving its all. Purple Jade smiled as she read the detailed report in her hands. Looking at Yuan Tiexin, she said, "This development will probably make the Eastern Continent's superpowers pretty anxious." At this time, Purple Jade's aura had already undergone a massive transformation. Not only did she give off an otherworldly vibe, but she also exuded an indescribable feeling of sharpness. She was now a level 153, tier 4 Sword Emperor. The mana she radiated even appeared somewhat misty. If Shifeng were to see her now, he would be surprised. Zero Wing's development has reached a bottleneck. If the War of Worlds did not take place, it might have been able to continue developing quietly for some time. While sorting through the reports spread across his desk, Yuan Tiexin was slightly surprised when reading the news on Zero Wing. However, now that the Outer World players have intruded into the Eastern Continent, Zero Wing has to open Zero Wing City to acquire even more resources if it wants to make any further progress. However, it is also a risky move given Zero Wing's current state. I initially thought Zero Wing would maintain a low profile for a while longer. Black Flame's opening the city as soon as he returned was beyond my expectations. I can't help thinking that he is rushing things a little too much. Yuan Tiexin did not doubt that Shifeng had opened Zero Wing City to the public because of the Outer World players' invasion. However, while doing so would allow Zero Wing City to develop rapidly, it would also turn the city into an eyesore. The Outer World superpowers were not as easy to deal with as the Eastern Continent's native superpowers. Not to mention, the Outer World superpowers definitely would not wish to see the remnant forces of the native superpowers they defeated flocking to Zero Wing's banner and creating a colossal native power. Previously, the Outer World superpowers had refrained from targeting Zero Wing because the latter had always operated like a turtle, limiting its members' activity to the vicinity of its strongholds. With Zero Wing's guild cities and mobile fortresses' immense defensive capabilities, devouring the guild was a very challenging proposition. The guild cities of other superpowers posed much easier targets. However, now that Zero Wing had fully opened Zero Wing City to the public, even a fool could foretell the consequences of this action. With the city's massive advantages, Zero Wing would become the strongest and largest guild on the Eastern Continent. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for this future to come to fruition. Given this situation, although Zero Wing was a tough nut to crack, the Outer World superpowers would still choose to annihilate Zero Wing first for the sake of their future. However, unlike Yuan Tiexin, not only did Purple Jade not feel confused by this situation, but it had even ignited her fighting spirit. Uncle Yuan, since you're free right now, why don't we go take a look at Zero Wing City? I've been thinking of visiting Guild Leader Black Flame. I've improved a lot after returning from that place, but I haven't had a chance to test myself. I can use this chance to ask Guild Leader Black Flame for some guidance and see which one of us has made greater improvements during this period. After she returned from her training, nobody among the Secret Pavilion's younger generation could match her. Since she had always set Shifeng as her target, she was very curious to see whether she could now defeat him and become God's domain's #1 swordsman. All right, since you wish to go, I'll go with you. Yuan Tiexin revealed a bitter smile as he took in Purple Jade's spirited look. She had been restless ever since completing her training. However, he also felt that Shifeng would be a good opponent for the current Purple Jade. Afterward, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade departed the Secret Pavilion's headquarters and teleported to Sky Spring City. While the Eastern Continent was in an uproar over Zero Wing City's opening. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Zero Wing City, Shifeng's eyes opened abruptly. Amazing! As expected of a complete legacy guidance from an ancient Sword Saint. After processing the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, Feng finally understood what exactly a complete legacy guidance was. He also understood why Fire Dance would make such significant improvements after experiencing the legacy guidance. The legacy guidance described the properties and usage methods of the various elements of mana in detail and provided a comprehensive introduction to the components and basic applications of the mana body. Although the information provided mainly targeted the swordsman class, it was also beneficial to the other classes. This was especially true for the information on the mana body's components. Of course, if one lacked a good understanding of the fundamental properties of mana's various elements, one would have difficulty understanding all of the information provided. Naturally, one's improvements would also be limited. This was because all of the mana body's basic applications mentioned in the legacy guidance required familiarity with the various elements of mana. My previous considerations for the mana body were too arbitrary. Moreover, they were all modifications based on my existing mana body, when the Tier 5 mana body is essentially something completely different. When Feng thought about the mana body he previously created, he couldn't help laughing at his ignorance. Why were Tier 5 entities so much more powerful than Tier 4 entities? It was because Tier 5 existences possessed life ratings far superior to Tier 4 existences. The two couldn't even be considered the same type of creature. Yet, he had foolishly tried to use his Tier 4 mana body as a base for his Tier 5 mana body. His idea was fundamentally flawed. Another reason contributing to a Tier 5 existence's strength was their powerful mana. The mana flowing within their bodies was no longer gaseous or misty. Instead, it was liquid. Hence, when constructing a Tier 5 mana body, one had to liquefy their mana. If one couldn't achieve such mana, constructing a Tier 5 mana body would naturally be impossible. After thinking up to this point, Feng began his second attempt at constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Liquefying one's mana might be incredibly difficult for others, but it wasn't an impossible task for a Grandmaster Magician like Feng. All he needed to do was integrate a magic array that condensed mana within his mana body. Moreover, he had even identified the magic array for this job. The 12-array magic world. The 12-array magic world was an ancient magic array created by a saint. Although its simplicity meant even master magicians could learn it, Feng felt that this magic array was incredibly powerful, particularly its ability to improve the mana affinity of those within its range. At the very least, such a feat was still beyond him even now. Feng began trying to integrate the 12-array magic world with the mana body he constructed. 1 failure. 2 failures. 3 failures. Time passed rapidly as the number of failures piled up. After an unknown amount of time had gone by with success still nowhere in sight, Feng began to doubt his plan's feasibility. However, just when he considered giving up. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU System. Congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body's strength is at 336% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the Epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? A Tier 5 Epic mana body? Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had known that so long as he succeeded, his personalized mana body wouldn't be of low quality. It would reach the gold rank at the very least. However, he never expected that integrating the 12-array magic world into his mana body would yield such an astonishing result. He immediately chose to replace his mana body without hesitation. He had created this mana body out of sheer luck. If he tried recreating it, he wouldn't necessarily achieve a similar standard. Hence, he naturally had to accept it.